On the fog-shrouded world of Nova Thulium, where jagged cliffs clawed at bruised skies and endless plains whispered beneath the tread of silent laborers, the first breath drawn by the child Tacitin tasted of dust and damp stone. Born into the shadowed service of House Calgar, his world unfolded within the high walls of a noble estate, each dawn breaking over fields that stretched toward horizons forever barred by the indifferent weight of ancient architecture. Life as a serf flowed like the seasons, predictable, unrelenting, a tapestry of bowed heads and calloused hands, where the only rebellion lay in stolen glances toward the heavens. Yet from his earliest memories, when the overseer's shouts faded and the clatter of servitude stilled, young Tacitin would tilt his chin upward, eyes tracing the pinprick lights that danced beyond the suffocating embrace of Nova Thulium's atmosphere. The stars called to him in voiceless chords that vibrated in his marrow, a wordless promise that tightened his chest with yearning even as his small hands scrubbed floors or hauled water for the very nobles whose bloodline bound him to the soil. Beside him always, a mirror in spirit if not in station, stood Manus Carrere to House Calgar, whose name rang with ancestral power, yet whose laughter echoed through the estate's orchards with the unburdened joy of a boy untouched by pretense. Where others saw hierarchy, Manus saw companionship. Where tradition demanded distance, he bridged it with shared secrets and scraped knees. They were an impossibility surf, and lordling it between them grew a bond woven from midnight rambles, along moonlit hedgerows and whispered dreams beneath the skeletal branches of the estate's oldest trees. "We're more than our blood," Manus would declare, sprawled on sun-warmed grass hills that overlooked the labyrinthine Calgar holdings, his tunic streaked with the same dirt that smudged Tacitin's threadbare sleeves. "One day we'll soar past these walls like falcons, you'll see." And Tacitin did see in those fragile moments when the weight of his birthright lifted, replaced by visions of crystalline battleplate and the thunderous roar of starship engines. To become a space marine, Manus spoke the words like a prayer, eyes alight with fervor. But for Tacitin, the dream hooked into his soul like a fishbone, sharp and inescapable. It transformed from fantasy to necessity, a lifeline thrown across the chasm of his predetermined fate. The selection, when it came, felt less like chance than destiny's cruel joke. Both boys ripped from the only home they'd known and hurled onto the scarred decks of a transport bound for Thulia Minor. Not serf and lord now, but aspirants equal in their gleaming novice armor, jaws set against the trials ahead. Their mentor, Crixus, greeted them not with encouragement, but with a gauntlet thrown, a grizzled veteran whose face bore the topographical map of 100 wars, his voice a graveled rasp that promised suffering as the price of glory. Days bled into weeks, each dawn a gauntlet of musketeering drills and mind-numbing routines that left Tacitin's body a symphony of aches. The air in the training halls tasted of sweat and rust, the nights a cacophony of strangers' snores and the phantom itch of fresh scars. Through it all, Manus remained steadfast, his confidence a torch in the suffocating dark, his presence a tether to the boys they'd been under Nova Thulium's pale sun. "Remember the orchard," he'd murmur as they lay side by side in the barracks' gloom. "The memory of Sundapple leaves a talisman against the ceaseless grind. That'll be us someday, brother." Armor instead of sticks, but the same hearts. Yet it was in those silenced, hollow hours after lights out, when fatigue pinned Tacitin to his bunk, that doubt slithered in. He'd stare at the cracked ceiling, listening to the distant howl of Thulia Minor's winds, and wonder if the stars were laughing at his presumption. Who was he, blood thickened with generations of obedience, to grasp at the Emperor's glory? Manus bore nobility in his veins like a warrant of authenticity. What did Tacitin carry but serf sorrow and stolen ambition? But morning always came, and with it Manus's grin, the easy clap on the shoulder, the relentless certainty that brooked no argument, and Tacitin's resolve would harden anew. The change crept in like rot beneath floorboard, subtle, insidious, averted gazes in the mess hall. The way Crixus's eyes lingered too long during blade drills, his critiques sharpening toward something Tacitin couldn't name. The other aspirants moved differently, their camaraderie curdling into something furtive, their laughter taking on a brittle edge that set Tacitin's teeth on edge. He mentioned none of it to Manus, burying his disquiet beneath layers of denial, until the night the nightmares came, not dreams, but terrors that smelled of copper and burning hair, yanking him from sleep with a gasp that echoed in the empty barracks. The moon hung low, a bloated orb casting sickly light through narrow windows as Tacitin slipped from his bunk, boots whispering against cold stone. Some primal instinct pulled him toward the training halls, where shadows writhed like living things and the air hummed with a wrongness that prickled his skin. What he glimpsed through the half-open doors carved itself into his memory with acid clarity. Crixus stood before an altar hewn from black rock, his armor replaced by blood-slicked furs, hands raised in supplication to a sigil that pulsed with malevolent light, tangled and hateful, the mark of Khorne. Around him, a dozen aspirants swayed in trance-like devotion, their eyes reflecting the brazier's flames like animals caught in torchlight. The chant that spilled from their lips wasn't any holy litany of the Imperium, but a guttural dirge that vibrated in Tacitin's bones, thick with promises of skulls and endless battle. Blood, so much blood pooled at the altar's base, gleaming wetly in the firelight, and Tacitin understood with sudden, stomach-churning clarity why so many recruits vanished in the night. Retreat was instinct, fear flooding his limbs, but the hand that clamped his shoulder wasn't a cultist's. Manus stood rigid beside him, his face a mask of horror etched pale in the gloom, pupils dilated not with battle fever but with disbelief. They shared no words, none were needed. The truth hung between them, fetid and undeniable. Yet as they turned to flee, the doors slammed shut with a boom that echoed like a death knell, sealing them in a tomb of corrupted stone. Crixus turned slowly, his smile revealing teeth filed to points, eyes no longer human but pits of swirling damnation. Little lambs wandered from the fold, he crooned, the words slithering over Tacitin's skin. Come to witness the red feast, corn cares not from whence the blood flowsonly that it does. Around them the traitors advanced, blades glinting, features twisted into rictus grins that held no trace of the brothers-in-arms Tacitin had sparred with mere days before. Manus moved first, always Bravehigh's training blade flashing as he bellowed the battle cry they'd practiced since childhood. For the Emperor, the first cultist fell, throat opened in a scarlet arc, but there were too many too fast. Crixus moved like tempest-given form, his axe a blur of murderous intent. Manus met the strike with a clash of steel that rang like a funeral bell, but youth and desperation shattered against centuries of corrupted skill. The axe head bit deep and time fractured. Tacitin's scream shredded his throat as Manus crumpled, lifeblood spurting across cold stone in arterial jets. The cultists descended like carrion birds, knives rising and falling in a frenzied rhythm, reducing the noble Earth Dreamer. The brother Tacitin had Chocento ruined meat. Something inside Tacitin ruptured then, not grief but a supernova of rage, igniting every nerve until his vision swam with crimson static. The training blade in his hand felt alive, humming with the need to rend and tear, to paint the walls with traitorous viscera. He barely registered his own movement's clumsy thrust that gutted the nearest cultist, the wild swing that sent another reeling. Crixus's laughter boomed, thick with mockery, as Tacitin's weapon flew from numbed fingers. The blood god claims you, boy, revel in it. But Tacitin didn't revel. He burned. The vaulted hall narrowed to a tunnel, Crixus's leering face its only exit. Every beat of his heart pumped liquid fire through his veins, scorching away fear, erasing the last fragile vestiges of the boy who'd once marveled at stars. In that molten crucible of fury, as the cultists closed in and Khorne's sigil pulsed like a diseased heart, Tacitin made a silent vow not to the Emperor, not to noble ideals, but to the ghost lying butchered on the stones. They would all pay, every last one. His fingers curled into claws, ready to rip the world apart or die trying, and the darkness he'd glimpsed in himself since childhood's shadow he'd fought with hope and borrowed Courageros at last, swallowing him whole. No more dreams, only blood. The air hung thick with the coppery stench of spilled blood and rancid incense, the chamber's flickering torchlight casting elongated shadows that danced like demons across the blood-slicked stone. Tacin's knees pressed into the cold floor where Manus lay broken, his friend's unseeing eyes reflecting the carnage around them, cultists in ragged crimson robes, chanting guttural hymns to their dark god, their blades carving obscene sigils into the flesh of the fallen. A low growl ripped from Tacin's throat, raw and primal, as his fingers tightened around the notched hilt of his rusted sword. They didn't see Himphi's butchers drunk on slaughter, their backs turned as they dragged another thrall toward their blood-stained altar. Fools, their arrogance was a noose waiting to tighten. His muscles coiled like springs, every nerve alight with a cold, crystalline fury that burned away fear, burned away doubt. In that heartbeat, Tacin ceased to be a boy, ceased to be a serf scrambling through the dark tunnels of Thullian miners' minds. He was vengeance incarnate, honed in the crucible of loss, his soul a furnace roaring with a single truth. Manus' name would not die here. He moved like a shadow given teeth. The first cultist died with a choked gurgle, Tacin's blade punching through the man's spine before he could turn, the warm spray of arterial blood painting the floor in a grotesque mural. Chaos erupted, shouts of alarm dissolving into screams as Tacin whirled through their ranks, his sword a silver blur. He fought without thought, without strategy, each strike a syllable in the elegy he carved into their flesh. Manus, a downward slash cleaved a bearded fanatic from collarbone to sternum. Car. Reverse thrust gutted a snarling woman clutching a jagged dagger. Calgar. The names became a mantra, a drumbeat driving his fists, his feet, his steel. Bodies fell around him, their lifeless eyes wide with surprise, but Tacin saw none of them. Only Manus' slack-faced, the promise they'd whispered in the dark, one day we'll stand among the stars. Only when the last acolyte crumpled did the red haze lift, leaving Tacin swaying amidst the carnage, his breath ragged, his knuckles white around his drippings. Crixus awaited him, the traitor's massive frame framed by the flickering braziers, his blood-stained axe resting casually against his shoulder. A grin slithered across the man's face, revealing yellowed teeth. "Think this changes anything, boy?" Crixus sneered, his voice like gravel grinding beneath a boot. "The blood god cares nothing for your petty grief. Your friend's soul is already screaming in the warp." Taken's silence was his answer, a yawning void where words might have lived, filled instead with the memory of Manus' hand slipping from his grasp as the axe fell. They crashed together in a storm of sparks and ringing steel, Crixus, strength monstrous, each blow driving Taken back, his arms trembling under the onslaught. Yet the traitor's brute force met Taken's razor-edged resolvia, while sharpened by loss. Every parry, every pivot carried the weight of his oath. "I will remember. I will make the galaxy remember." His sword kissed Crixus' cheek, his thigh drawing hissed curses, but exhaustion clawed at him, his vision tunneling. Then light, blinding, glorious light as the chamber doors exploded inward in a shower of splintered timber and shattered stone. Giants clad in cerulean ceramite filled the room, their bolters barking hymns of death. Cultists disintegrated mid-charge, torn apart by mass-reactive shells, the staccato thunder of gunfire drowning their dying shrieks. Taken collapsed to one knee, his sword slipping from numb fingers as Ultramarines swept past him with machine-like precision, their armor gleaming like sapphires in the gore-streaked gloom. One posset, a towering warrior with a captain's laurels etched into his pauldron, his gaze lingering on Taken's bloodied face before turning to the fleeing Crixus. A single barked order, a burst of bolter fire. The traitor's head vanished in a crimson mist, his body crumpling like a puppet with severed strings. It was over. The silence that followed was heavier than the fighting, thick with the iron tang of blood and the hollow ache spreading through Taken's chest. No triumph flooded himmanly the yawning chasm where relief should have been. Weeks later, the scent of incense and polished metal replaced the stench of death. Takano, not Taken, never again stood before the obsidian gates of the fortress monastery on Macragge, the mountain wind biting through his threadbare tunic. Below him, the training field sprawled like a chessboard of discipline, hundreds of Ultramarines moving in flawless unison, their chainswords humming through drills, their bolters stripped and cleaned with ritual care. The weight of his new name pressed upon him, Maris Calgara mantled both shield and anchor. Captain Sarius loomed beside him, a monolith in cobalt warplate, his stern face etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Look upon them, aspirant," Sarius intoned, his voice colder than the mountain stone. "These warriors are the Emperor's will made manifest. Your past is ash, your bloodline irrelevant. Here you are nothing until you prove yourself everything." Maris let the words seep into his bones. "Your past is ash." How those words burned away the last flicker of Taken, the miner's son, the boy who'd wept over a friend's corpse. Only Manus' steadfast gaze remained, seared into his memory. Days bled into months of relentless trial. Maris ran until his lungs screamed, climbed ice-slick cliffs with fingers raw and bleeding, sparred against battle servitors whose fists could crack stone. Sarius' lessons were blades hammering him into shape. "Discipline is your shield, Calgar. Without it, rage is a wildfire, it consumes but does not cleanse." The captain's eyes missed nothing, slight tremor in Maris, sword arm after hours of drills, the hitch in his breath as he forced aching limbs to obey. Mock battles beneath the merciless Macragge sun became crucibles. Once pinned beneath a hulking aspirant's knee, dirt grinding into his cheek, Maris nearly surrendered until Manus' laugh echoed in his mind, bright and defiant. "Get up, you idiot. We've got stars to claim." He'd bucked, twisted, slammed his forehead into the brute's nose, tasting blood as he scrambled free. Sarius gave no praise, only a fractional nod that lit a fire in Maris' chest. Years folded like pages in a war journal. Maris fought on a dozen world-snarled orcs bellowing their crude war cries, heretic Astartes dripping with chaotic corruption, sleek Eldar phantoms dancing just beyond bolter range. With each campaign, the boy's fury hardened into a commander's resolve. He learned to read battles like poetry, anticipating enemy strikes before they landed, his voice rising clear above the din to direct his brothers. Yet every victory was whispered to a ghost. Before deploying, he'd traced the name etched inside his vambrace, Manus Carr, "Still here, brother." When a sniper's round punched through his left pauldron on Vulcanes, he fought on, feeling Manus' phantom grip steadying his bolter. When a plague drone's claws gouged his chest on Mortanes, the pain was a distant thing compared to the gaping wound left in a blood-soaked mining tunnel. The final rite came beneath Macragge's triple moons. Maris knelt in the Sanctum Bellator, the chamber's vaulted ceiling lost in shadow, the air thick with sacred oils and ozone. Before him, the chapter's ancient chaplain pressed a burning brand to his left pectoralis, screaming eagle crowned with the ultima. Flesh seared, but Maris did not flinch. The pain was catharsis, a final pyre for Taken, the last whisper of the surf buoy's fear turning to ash. Rising, he accepted the freshly forged armor presented by Sarius, the captain's stern facade finally cracking into something resembling pride. "Stand tall, brother Calgar," Sarius murmured. "Your vigil begins." Now thunder beneath his boots, the sky over Sheridan II rained fire, a tyrannid swarm darkening the atmosphere, their shrieks reverberating through Mara's armor. At his side, Battle Brothers tightened grips on chainswords, their eyes locked on him. Not Taken, the grieving child. Not even the aspirant, desperate to prove himself. Maris Calgar, a name reclaimed, a promise kept. He raised his gauntlet, the cerulean plate gleaming beneath smoke-stained skies. For Makrak, he roared, the cry echoing across the line, across the years, to a boy lying cold in the dark. For the Emperor, for you, brother. The swarm descended, and Calgar met them with a smile sharp as his blade, ready to carve their shared name into the annals of stars. The air hung thick over Sheridan, a toxic miasma of burned promesium and ionized metal that clawed at the lungs with every breath, the very atmosphere weeping rust-colored tears from chemical-laden clouds that blotted out the sun. Below the looming shadow of the battle barge Valen shield, stretched a wasteland forged in the crucible of endless war-continent-spanning trenchworks, zigzagging like suppurating scars across terrain cratered by macrocannon impacts, jagged spires of shattered hive cities clawing at the bruised sky like skeletal fingers. For 7 weeks the Ultramarines had bled for this graveyard world, 7 weeks of grinding attrition, where every inch gained was purchased in Geneforged blood and broken ceramite. Chapter Master Pythor stood motionless upon the command deck, his massive frame outlined against the panoramic viewing bay, the reflected glow of burning refineries below flickering across battle-worn armor, whose gold trim had long since been scoured to bear adamantium by orcish fury. At his side, Manus Calgar felt the vibrations of distant artillery through his boot soles, a constant tremor beneath the chorus of damage control klaxons and murmured battlefield reports that filled the Bridget heartbeat of a dying world. In 37 years of service since his ascension to the ranks of the Astartes, Calgar had learned to taste the subtle poison of doubt that sometimes seeped into even the most disciplined campaigns. But this was different, a cold fingernail tracing his spinal column whenever the Voxnet fell silent, an uneasy shimmer in the air that made the lumen globes flicker at precise 17-second intervals unnoticed by all save him. His enhanced hearing caught the edges of conversations cut suddenly short when he approached, the minute tightening around Captain Heron's ocular implants when reviewing casualty manifests. They'd broken 3 orc WAGHs. Already shattered their idols and decapitated their warbosses, yet still the savages came with unnatural cohesion, their ramshackle gargants advancing in textbook envelopment patterns that spoke of some dark intelligence guiding the usual anarchic tide. Pythor shifted, the servos of his armor purring softly as he rested both hands on the stratagem table, the hololithic displays casting his ravaged face in ghastly blue light, deep scar tissue pulling tight across his left cheek, where tyrannid bioacid had eaten through his laramens years before. They mass in the Gorgon Valley, he rumbled, throat raw from breathing fire-retardant foam during yesterday's boarding action against the Greenskin Rock. His gauntlet traced a glowing sigil over the tactical projection where scarlet runes pulsed like infected wounds amidst the imperial blue. Hundreds of battle wagons, siege towers tall enough to shame the titans of Legio Invicta. This isn't attrition, Manus, it's invitation. Calgar studied the readouts scrolling across his retinal display ammunition, reserves bleeding away into the red, the telltale static fuzz encroaching from the eastern hemisphere that spoke of massive atmospheric disruptors coming online. The acrid tang of overheated circuitry mixed with the faintest whisper of something else, something that bypassed the olfactory sensors in his armor to crawl directly into the ancient reptilian core of his brainazone and spoiled meat and the copper-kissed promise of slaughter. They're hurting us, he realized aloud, the revelation coating his tongue with bile. All these months, letting us believe we were grinding them down when every engagement was funneling our forces toward. His armored finger stabbed at the hololith where the valley's entrance yawned like a serpent's jaws. They want us here, need us here. A smile without warmth cracked Pythor's face, pride and sorrow warring in his lead-grey eyes. 10 years ago, you'd have charged headlong into that obvious trap just to spit in the architect's eye. That instinct is why Gilliman's blood flows strong in you. He straightened, the bones in his neck audibly creaking. But your right shadow behind this infestation hungers for our deaths in that valley specifically. I've reviewed the cyclonic scans. There's something buried beneath those mountains, something older than this crusade, older than the Imperium itself. The orcs are just the scalpel being used to cut us out. The chapter master's Voxspeed blinked crimson signals officer Castus waited with urgent news. Pythor acknowledged with a curt nod, his entire demeanor shifting from mentor to monument as the harried voice crackled through the bridge speakers. Warboss Skullcrack himself leads the assault column. Lord, their weird boys are channeling enough psychic energy to light up the Auspex from orbit. End. Sensors detect an unidentified energy signature emerging from the valley's western ridgereeds like static swallowed the rest. every lumen on the bridge dimmed as power rerouted to void shields, the deck plating thrumming in resonance with some deep planetary agony rising from Sheridan's burning crust. Pythor didn't hesitate. Battle stations, all ground forces to muster points Sigma and Omicron. Prepare the Spear of Macragge for deployment. He turned to Calgar, removing his artificer helm from the mag clamp at his waist. The ceremonial faceplate still bore the proud blue of Macragge's skies, rather than the scorched black of his current armor. Whatever ancient evil stirs beneath our feet, it plays a dangerous game using orcs as pawns. If we break their back here, we may rip out the puppet strings before the true enemy reveals itself. Calgar's fist crashed against his plastron in salute. By your will, Chapter Master. As he strode toward the dropod bays, the familiar scent of sacred machines, spirit oils, and following death. Below in the valley, the air itself seemed distilled violence superheated by flamer bursts and concussive detonations, howling with the pottery shards whine of shock rifles and the basso profundo of charging power claws. Calgar fought in the bloody vanguard, his plasma pistol whining with each shot that turned orc knobs to vaporized silhouettes against the firestorm. His combat blade a silver blur trailing ropes of luminescent alien viscera. Through the choking smog, he saw Pythor everywhere, a golden giant wading through tides of green flesh. The relic sword Augustus Rex trailing arcs of lightning, as it bisected warbikes in sprays of promethium and teeth. Yet with every decapitated orc, 3 more clambered over the twitching corpses, their warcry of WAGH, now threaded with strange cadences that buzzed against the Ultramarines' auditory implants like static locusts. It happened between heartbeats. One moment the Chapter Master stood triumphant upon the burning wreckage of a Gorkanaut, his blade raised in defiance as he roared encouragement to the 4th Company pushing through the enemy's flank. The next reality tore. Not ruptured by explosives, but unzipped along edges that screamed in colors outside human spectra. The orc war machine that manifested wasn't built. It was extruded, a cancerous sculpture of meat and iron that throbbed with internal lightning, its gunmouth belching warp-spawned fire that clung and screamed as it consumed. The blast didn't merely kill, it erased. 30 of the finest warriors in the Imperium disintegrated mid-charge, their atoms unwoven into loose clouds of quarks that glowed briefly before winking out. And Pythor fell not as legends fall, no last words, no glorious fade against a sunset. He simply ceased being vertical, crashing to the ashen earth with 2/3 of his torso missing, the marble-white bone of his spine protruding like a broken flagpole from ruins of oromite and meat. Calgar's enhanced physiology recorded the next 17 seconds with crystalline clarity, the wet slap of some detached organ hitting his boot, Sergeant Tyrus vomiting inside his helm, the acidic stink-breaching filter systems, the orc whose head he pulped without conscious thought, its claw still scrabbling at his greave as it died, the perfect cathedral silence behind the ringing in his Irsa vacuum, where the Chapter Master's booming voice should reside. Then, as neurons armed by hypno-indoctrination overrode grief, the world snapped back with physical force. His helm display lit with priority alerts, casualty reports, and a blinking golden runically active when command lineage severed without air. The weight crashed down not as burden, but as biological fact vertebrae compressing under sudden gravitational shift, breath turning to slurry in corrupted lungs. For 3.4 seconds, Calgar understood with terrifying intimacy what antimatter containment failure feels like. Then his training fortress-crystallized core rose to the surface. Survival, duty, vengeance. He inhaled pain like sacramental incense, let it scour him clean. When his vox erupted with Captain Vorlow's panicked voice, they're breaking through the eastern bulwark. Orders, sir. Calgar responded not with his own vocal cords, but with Pythor's. The timbre was all wrong, higher-pitched, yet the absolute authority that had led 100 crusades rolled through the channel like thunder. Close ranks, phalanx formation lambda. Reserve aggressors to forward position their flamers will sterilize those trenches. Brother Dace, angle your predators to enfilade the mob crossing the dry riverbed. And Vorlow, a pause filled only with chainswords meeting Xeno's bone. They will break upon us, he fought possessed. Not with Ragathat ephemeral fuel had burned away, but with the cold certainty of orbital mechanics. Every step flowed into the next, bolter patterns weaving killzones that funneled the orcs into killboxes of overlapping fire. Where Pythor had been a blazing sun around which warriors orbited, Calgar became event horizontalant, inevitable, pulling all toward grim purpose. When the warboss emerged atop a shambling titan of riveted skulls, bellowing challenges that shook blood from dead men's eyes, it was Calgar who met him in the crater where Pythor fell. Not with roaring defiance, but with glacial precision sidestepping the roaring power claw to place 3 mass-reactive shells through the same ocular lens. The ensuing explosion of psychic backlash blinded every warrior within a kilometer, but through augmetic eyes streaming crimson coolant, Calgar saw true for the first time. Threads of sickly light connecting the orc horde to some cyclopean structure, buried deep beneath Sheridan's mantle, its architecture all wrong angles and fractal geometries that burned the brain to witness. When silence finally fell, no true silence, but the relative hush of sporadic gunfire and crackling flames, Calgar stood amidst a charnel plain where 80% of his brothers lay dead. Vox-traffic confirmed the orc forces were routed, their remaining scraps fleeing into the rad wastes. Yet as the ash began to fall like gray snow, collecting in the crevices of his battle-stained armor, he felt no triumph. Only the cold seep of understanding was never about Sheridan, nor orcs, nor even Pyther's martyrdom. That throbbing abomination beneath their feet had been using the greenskins against them, testing, probing, studying Astartes' combat doctrine through a billion data points of blood and anguish. The real war was just beginning. It was Tech Marine Solon who found him, the scarlet-armored figure kneeling in reverence as he presented the remnants of Augustus Rixam melted stump of sword with Pyther's hand still clutching the hilt, fingers fused to ceramite by plasma burns. Calgar took the relic in silence, the weight of command settling into his marrow with its true gravity. He had carried the name Calgar since initiation like a too-large cloak borrowed from some greater hero. Only now, with the butchered heft of his mentor's blade in hand, did that name become flesh not inheritance but incarnation. Perhaps in another life he might have wept, or raged, or knelt in prayer. But in this life, Chapter Master Manus Calgar simply turned his scorched optics toward the smoking horizon where storm clouds bruised the sky, already dictating deployment orders for what remained of his battered fleet. His voice never shook. The orc threat was ended. The true enemy awaited. 73 Terran days later, the seas of Tassar witnessed his coming. The ocean boiled where drop pods breached its surface, waves crashing against cliffs that had stood since the planet's birth now crumbling under artillery bombardment. Calgar's boot sank into wet sand up to the ankle, the first chapter master to set foot on this world since Guilliman himself had consecrated its forges 11 millennia prior. Data slate in his grip displayed nothing but orcish troop movements, a tide of red sigils flooding the strategic display it in the howling wind. He tasted that same metallic foulness from Sheridan, sharp beneath the salt and cordite. Behind him, the last progeny of Macrag's finest stood ready, their newly reforged armor gleaming defiantly against the storm-darkened sky. For the fallen, for the future, for the shadow war that raged unseen behind the curtain of flesh and steel. Manus Calgar activated his vox with a thought, his voice neither prayer nor war cry, but simple immutable truth echoing through every helmet and cockpit and gun deck. In the name of the Emperor, forward unto dawn. The Thunderhawks' engines roared with vengeance, drowning out the wail of the storm as they tore through the tumultuous skies of Talissa. Within their steel bellies, Marnius Calgar stood immovable amidst his battle brothers, the cerulean plates of his armor catching the dim lumens like cold forgifier. The reek of promethium and sacred oils clung to the air, thick as the tension coiling in the warriors' fists. They knew the gravity striding among them, felt it in the weighted silence between the thrum of warp engines, saw it etched in the grim line of their commander's jaw. Below, beneath clouds bruise-purple with impending war, the orc horde sprawled like a festering wound across the valley, their crude warcries a savage counterpoint to the tempest. Calgar's gauntlet tightened around the grip of the gauntlets of Ultramarines, every rivet in his power fist thrumming with pent annihilation. This would not be a war of attrition. It would be a surgeon's strike, precise, lethal, absolute. No mercy, Calgar's voice cut through the din, steady as bedrock beneath a flood. No quarter. We carve the heart from this beast before it knows its blood is spilled. Nods rippled through the strike force, their faith in him as unshakable as the adamantium in their bones. They'd seen this mind at work on 100 battlefields, watched him dismantle fortresses with calculations colder than void silence. Today, however, would be no siege. Today, they hunted among a rabid sea. The warboss had gathered his lieutenants in the shadow of the mountain ridge, believing the storm his ally, a fatal arrogance. Orcs mistook brutality for strength, cacophony for order. Calgar would educate them in whispers of ceramite and screams of shattering bone. The Thunderhawks plunged earthward, assault cannons streaking tracers of phosphor-bright death through the gloom. Orc sentries crumpled mid-below, their mangled bodies swallowed by the churned mud as the gunship skidded to land. Calgar was first out, boots crashing into the mire like the drop pod of an angry god. Around him, the Ultramarines fanned out with drill-field exactitude, bolters snapping disciplined volleys into the green tide surging toward them. The orcs came in a howling avalanche muscle and rusted iron and jagged steelbutt against the Astartes. They broke like jaundiced waves against a cliff. Calgar waded into the fray, the gauntlets of Ultramar alive with barely restrained destruction. A knob lunged, chain-axe spitting greasy fire, only to be seized by the throat and crushed into paste before his war cry finished echoing. Calgar moved as though the Codex Astartes had birthed him, every pivot, every blow a verse from Guilliman's sacred text. Amidst the carnage, the warboss revealed himself an abomination of swollen muscle and scar tissue, towering over his kin like a toad god from barbarian myth. His roar shook rainwater from the sky, and the very mud seemed to recoil as he charged, a cleaver the length of a rhino's hull winding through the air. Calgar met him mid-stride, the impact sending a shockwave through the muck. The cleaver screeched off Calgar's pauldron in a shower of sparks, and for a heartbeat, Beast and Space Marine were eye-to-eye, spittle flecking Calgar's visor. Then the gauntlet struck not wild haymakers, but artisanal ruin. One blow caved the warboss's chestplate, the next punched through ribs like parchment. The orc warlord's dying gasp drowned in blood and thunder as Calgar ripped his fist free, the warboss's crude iron medallion clenched in his fingers like a grotesque trophy. Panic scoured the horde. Without their howling center, the orcs became a thrashing snake severed from its head. The Ultramarines pressed, relentless, bolters reducing the xenos into scarlet mist and shattered bone. By the 6th minute, the rout was total greenskins fleeing into the storm's teeth, wails of terror swallowed by thunder. Calgar stood panting amidst the slaughter field, gore steaming on his armor like some ancient champion sculpted in blood-stained marble. The victory was absolute, yet as Talus's scattered survivors emerged to kneel in the mud, weeping his name like a prayer, Calgar felt only the weight deepening. This was but a skirmish in the Long War, a prelude to trials that would demand more than mere martial perfection. Upon Macragge, the fortress monastery's vaulted halls bore witness to ascension. Torchlight gilded the frescoes of Robout Guilliman, their solemn gaze fixed upon the warrior kneeling before the chapter's assembled lords. Honor guards stood like statues wrought in silver and cobalt, their silence more resonant than any fanfare. Calgar felt the relics, Gazeth armor of reason, the gladius Inkendor burning into his soul. This was no battlefield glory, it was a covenant. As the mantle of chapter master settled upon his shoulders, heavier than Terminator plate, Calgar understood with crystalline clarity. Guilliman's ghost lived in every word of the codex, in every stratagem, every boltron spent in Ultramar's name. The lead was to become both sword and shield to wield tradition and innovation, as twined blades against an uncaring galaxy. The Feast of Honor lasted precisely 4 to 7 minutus efficiency, was after all the highest virtue. But as Calgar withdrew into the stratagem, Vox reports already scouring his ears, the shadows deepened not with ceremony, but dread. Scouts brought word from the eastern Fringus worlds vanishing from astropathic choirs like snuffed candles. Not razed, not conquered, but consumed. The Tyranids, a void swarm whose hunger eclipsed even the Archtrader's malice. Calgar stared at the hololith as it painted macabre constellation system after system blinking crimson then gray as Hive Fleet Behemoth surged toward Ultramar. This foe would not break before a warboss's death. It lacked fear, craving, hope. A force of nature, mindless yet insidiously cunning, its synapsebeasts weaving strategies from primal hunger. Macragge's skies, once a vault of sapphire perfect enough to make Guilliman weep, now crawled with ominous stillness. Clouds gathered, sulphur yellow at the edges. The Tyranids did not announce their arrival with wardrums, but with silence a deathly hush before the Leviathan breaches. Calgar walked the battlements, his footsteps echoing through gun nests crewed by ashen-faced chapter serfs and thick with stench of rocket fuel. Along the polar fortresses, the First Company's Terminators stood vigilant, frost glittering on their pauldrons like diamond dust. These were warriors who'd held the line against demon princes and renegade legionsate as Calgar passed them. He saw it in the tilt of a helm, the white-knuckled grip on a storm bolter. Doubt, not of him, of extinction. When the bioships pierced the atmosphere, they fell like rancid comets, streams of ichor streaking their descent. The ground quaked. Then came the chitteringa sound to freeze marrow, a billion scissoring claws and needle-fanged maws. The first wave hit Ix Bastion at dawn. Raiders the size of lemon russes skittered over minefields on spindly limbs, ripper swarms boiling behind them like living clouds. Heavy bolters chewed chitin to pulp, yet still they came, flooding trenches in tides of chitinous horror. Calgar stood in the command nexus, hololiths painting scarlet ruin across his face. Reports crackled. 04 West begged for reinforcement. Company champion Anriel demanded a Thunderhawk strike on a towering Carnifex shredding the left flank. Calgar's responses were clipped, methodical. The Codex offered no chapter on abominations that learned, adapted, evolved mid-assault, but Guilliman had prepared him for this. To lead was to distill chaos into order. At the polar gates, First Captain Aegiman's Terminators fought God's work. Frost had turned the approaches to glass, yet the Nids scaled it, claws punching through permafrost. Assault cannons roared until barrels glowed white-hot, bioacid eating through ceramite like rust. A Hive tyrant breached the walls, its scythe-talons reaping 3 veterans before Aegiman's power fist found its thorax. They held, not for honor, not for glory, but because failure meant the synaptic web would sever Macragge's defenses like a surgeon's knife. Calgar, watching Aegiman's last stand via grainy picked feed, silently recited the master's oath. They would hold this line or add their bones to the fortress foundations. By the seventh day, Macragge's air tasted of deathacrid smoke, seared flesh, and the nauseating sweetness of ruptured biosacs. Tyrannid corpses piled high as the battlements, but still they came, their fallen fueling the living tide behind them. In the eye of the maelstrom, Calgar stood unbowed, thumbing a round of bolter shells engraved with his name. Around him, the fortress monastery shook as if the world itself screamed. But within, in the marrow-deep quiet where will became deed, Marneus Calgar found the same truth forged at Talisa. A chapter master's strength lay not in never bending, but in knowing that his spine, like Gilliman's legacy, could bear the weight of stars, even when the stars themselves fell. The air above Macragge's frozen plains thrummed with the grotesque symphony of war, a cacophony of tearing chitin and screaming chainswords, of bolters barking in staccato fury, and the alien screeches of the tyrannid swarm that crashed against the citadel walls like a living tide. Bodies piled high, a grisly rampart of cobalt armor and twitching biohorrors, the ice beneath slick with steaming ichor and the dark blood of Ultramarines. Calgar stood amidst the storm, his indomitable Terminator armor scarred and spattered, the gauntlets of Ultramer crackling with each shattering blow against the clawed monstrosities surging over the battlements. The first company fought like legends resurrected, their Terminator plate gleaming beneath gore-stained visors, power fists pulverizing xenos forms into pulp, storm bolters roaring, until barrels glowed crimson hot. Yet for every beast slain, 10 more writhed from the shadows, a seething, endless plague that gnawed at the edges of their resolve. The Vox in Calgar's helm spat static-laced reports from the polar fortress's outer walls breached, auspex arrays dark, the last squads fighting back-to-back in crumbling corridors choked with the dead. He clenched his fist, the servojoints whining, the weight of the slaughter settling like lead in his gut. Heroes, all of them his finest, damned to die in darkness so the rest of Ultramer might see dawn. But there was no time for grief, only the terrible calculus of survival. Beyond the stratagem table's hololith, past the flickering icons of fortress monasteries buckling under the swarm, true victory lay in the void. Calgar's voice cut through the command deck's frenzy, a blade honed by centuries of war. Break their synapse anchors, sever the beast's head. The fleet translated from the warp, Gothic-class cruisers and strike frigates sliding into formation beside the Ultramarines' battle barges, their lance batteries bathing the darkness in actinic fury as they surged toward the hive ships. Those vast, pulsating abominations hung like rotten fruit in the black, their spined hulls birthing fighter scarabs in endless streams, the very stars seeming to recoil from their corruption. Calgar watched through shuddering pict feeds as boarding torpedoes pierced chitinous hides, as cyclonic torpedoes detonated deep within the abominable gravity wombs, rupturing synaptic nexuses that shrieked across the Empyrean. Below, on Macragge's ice fields, the Tyranids faltered at a ripple of confusion in the hitherto unstoppable horde. Warriors stumbled, claws spasming, biocannons firing wildly into their own ranks. Calgar gave the order, his voice stripped of triumph, push them into the sea. The counteroffensive rolled over the broken swarm, dreadnoughts stampeding through drifts of corpses, tactical squads carving disciplined kill zones in the chaos. Victory tasted of ash and frozen blood. When the last Biotitan crashed into the permafrost, the silence that followed was heavier than any bombardment. The first company was gone and not merely spent, but extinguished, their sacrifice carved into the ice-walled mausoleums now clotted with their remains. Calgar walked the ruins of the polar redoubt, boots crunching over frost-rimed helms and shattered heraldry, his breath fogging the air. They had saved Ultramer. They had paid for it in the only currency chaos, and xenos understood the lives of the irreplaceable. Years bled away. The galaxy itself tore asunder. The great rift yawned across heaven, a festering maw that vomited forth nightmares. Reality curdled in its shadow, stars guttering like candle flames, and from its depths sailed the Death Guard, their vessels weeping rust and pus. Nurgle's rot preceded them, a whispering sickness that soured crops in the field and choked infants in their cradles, a blight that made mockery of Ultramer's noble order. Calgar met this new war on the rock-choked plains of Axonce, the Garden of Ultramer, now a necrotic parody. Rivers ran black, bloated corpses bobbed in their currents, and the air reeked of spoiled meat and open graves. The Ultramarines advanced in locked shields, their retinal displays flickering with pathogen warnings, their armor pitted by corrosive drizzle. Plague Marines shambled towards them, flesh ballooning beneath corroded plate, chuckling wetly as bolt rounds punched through necrotic tissue only for maggots to writhe forth and knit the wounds closed. Worse were the demons' great unclean ones that rolled across the battlefield like mountains of rancid fat, trailing flies and warbling nursery rhymes in gurgling voices that liquefied resolve. Calgar felt the corruption gnawing at the edges of his own genoforged biology, his enhanced metabolism battling the fever creeping through his veins. Then came the voxhail from Macragge's orbit Mortarian's second wave, spearing toward the capital, a blade aimed at the heart. Delegating command to Sicarius, Calgar prepared to disengage, but the sky darkened, thickened, curdled. Mortarion descended on stinking wings, a miasma of despair preceding him, silenced the scythe humming with stolen souls. Marneus, the Primarchdaemon crooned, flies swirling in the gaps between words. You huddle in your corpse-lord's shadow while we embrace eternity. Surrender, let entropy caress you. Calgar ignited his gauntlets. I guard what you betrayed, brother. Their clash shattered the battlefield, Mortarion's scythe shearing through adamantium with warp-tinted edge, Calgar's counterblows cratering the plague-blown earth. Each impact jarred the chapter master's bones, pain flaring in old wounds, but he would not yield. Around them, Ultramarines rallied, methodically dismantling plague spires that pumped corruption into the soil. A grim calculus again victory not through annihilating the infinite, but through severing the bonds that held the corruption whole. Squad by squad, node by fetid node, the rot was cauterized. Mortarion faded into the warp, his bellows of rage shaking the ruins, leaving axe trembling but unbroken. The cost was etched in blighted earth and empty armoracks, in the lingering coughs of serfs and the ashy taste of reclaimed water. Calgar stood atop Macragge's spires, the sky clearing to fragile blue, the great rift a wound on the horizon. The dead were beyond count, their names a litany that would echo in his dreams. But Ultramar endured. Their defiance was a beacon not of untouched purity, but of resilience, a stubborn flame fed by sacrifice that refused to be snuffed. The stars might scream, the gods might howl, but here today, standing in ash and marrow-deep weariness, Marneus Calgar allowed himself one thought: we held. Tomorrow's war could wait. The silence that followed the transmission's final static was thicker than the void itself, heavy with the weight of a galaxy's unraveling. Marneus Calgar did not move. The air around him seemed to crystallize with the enormity of the report. Cadia had fallen. The words echoed in the steeline chambers of his battle barge, their truth colder than the blackness pressing against the armored viewports. For 10,000 years, Cadia's defiance had been the Imperium's shield, a burning star against which the darkness of the Eye of Terror broke and receded. Warriors had stood where others faltered, guarding the wound in reality where chaos festered like a gangrenous limb. Now that star had been snuffed out. Something primal shuddered through the Ultramarines' commander, not fear, but the visceral understanding of a foundation crumbling beneath his boots. Around him, his officers murmured like ghosts, their voices fraying at the edges. A colonel uttered the forbidden thought, half-strangled. If Cadia could fall, the unspoken despair hung like poison in the recycled air. What hope remained when even the unyielding had shattered? Calgar closed his eyes, not to escape the truth, but to let it crystallize inside him. He thought of Cadia's last stand, picturing the final fortress cracking under the despoiler's fury, the Cadian shock troops firing their last guns even as the world tore itself apart beneath them. Such courage, such waste. Cadia had not merely been a world, it had been an idea, a testament that chaos could be held at bay, that some walls would never crumble. Now the Eye of Terror yawned wide, its malice unbound, spilling warp storms and reaving fleets into systems that had never known such darkness. But where others saw the death of hope, Calgar saw duty, sharp and clear as a whetted blade. He turned from the view screen, his face a mask of glacial control, though the grief was there, buried beneath the bedrock of his will. The Emperor's light still burns, he declared, his voice a low rumble that stilled the whispers. The words were neither comfort nor defiance, but a fact as immutable as the stars outside. We will not falter. Cadia has fallen, but we will hold. Ultramar will hold. Nods answered Himgrim, resolute, but the doubt lingered in the corners of their eyes like cobwebs. They understood what the widening eye meant. The galaxy was bleeding, and Ultramar lay along its crimson trail. The days that followed were a blur of calculated haste. Calgar became a storm of purpose, his mind dissecting the threats with cold precision. The Death Guard were already clawing at the edges of Ultramar's domain. Nurgle's pestilential legions made their stench known before their ships even pierced the void. The Agriworlds would suffer first, their lush fields blighted, their rivers choked with filth before the plague ships turned their gaze toward Macragge's defiant spires. Calgar moved like a master sculptor reshaping stone, summoning his captains in a flurry of encrypted missives and priority seals. Each world, each bastion, each orbital defense grid was assessed, reinforced, woven into a lattice of resistance. The Codex Astartes was his scripture, its pages worn smooth by centuries of consultation. Gilliman's words rose in his mind like clarion calls. Adaptation is the soul of strategy. The Codex guides, it does not command. He repeated it like a mantra to his officers as holograms flickered above tactical displays, chapters deploying, fleets mustering, the vast machinery of war groaning to life. Trust the Codex, Calgar urged, his finger tracing a ragged line across the glowing star map where the ruined storm seethed. But trust your instincts more. In the quiet moments, though beneath the weight of command, he felt the cracks in his own certainty. Cadia's fate haunted him. He had walked its battlements once, centuries ago, felt the psychic pressure of the eye's malevolent gaze. How easy it was now to imagine Macragge's mountains crumbling, its cities choked by warp-fed flames. He banished the image with a practiced exhale. Ultramar was more than a realm, it was a testament to order, a beacon that had guided lost ships through the Imperium's darkest nights. If it fell, the last candle would gutter out. The rumors arrived, first whispers carried by astropathic choirs, fragmented and delirious. A Primarch walked among mortals, a legend reborn. Guilliman. Calgar dismissed them as wishful myths at first, the desperate fantasies of a galaxy teetering on oblivion. No Primarch had drawn breath since the heresy's final cataclysmic crescendo. Guilliman himself lay entombed in stasis, a monument to his brother's betrayal, forever frozen a heartbeat from death. And yet, the reports persisted, growing louder, sharper, until even the most skeptical captains could no longer deny the impossible. A strike force returning from the fields of Tsagualsa spoke of a golden giant leading the charge, a warrior whose ceramite gleamed under alien suns with the faded glory of Ultramar's earliest days. Then came Call's encrypted logs, a flood of data confirming the unimaginable, arcane sciences, Eldar trickery, sacrifice and resurrection woven into a miracle. Not as a memory, not as a marble effigy in the fortress of Hera. Alive, Calgar stood in his arming chamber when the final confirmation arrived, a datapad trembling imperceptibly in his grip. Around him, serfs polished his armor to a sapphire sheen, unaware of the earthquake beneath their lord's stillness. To meet one's Genocide, a living god of war whose blood ran in his veins, whose voice had shaped his every doctrinthes, was beyond protocol, beyond ceremony. It was a collision of epics. The Primarch's presence filled the stratagem chamber like a sudden shift in gravity. Every Ultramarine present felt Eta subsonic hum in the bones, an instinct to kneel woven into their very DNA. Guilliman stood before the hololithic projections of the crumbling Imperium, his armor still bearing the scars of his long sleep, his eyes ancient and weary yet ablaze with undimmed purpose. When Calgar entered, the Primarch turned, and time seemed to fracture. Here was the architect of Ultramar's golden age, the author of the codex that had steered Calgar's hand through 100 campaigns. Robot Guilliman regarded his chapter master not with the disdain of a deity among mortals, but with the piercing focus of a commander assessing his most trusted lieutenant. Calgar met that gaze without flinching, centuries of discipline anchoring him. Yet beneath the surface, an unfamiliar tremor stirred something raw and profoundly human. Relief, guilt. "You held them," Guilliman said at last, his voice a resonant baritone that seemed to vibrate in the chamber's marrow. "When the walls crumbled and the night closed in, you held them." The simplicity of the acknowledgement struck deeper than any commendation. They spoke then of the galactic wounds, the cicatrix maledictum clawing the sky, the Death Guard's relentless putrefaction, the thousand fires burning across Ultramar's borders. Calgar detailed deployments, supply bottlenecks, the gnawing attrition in the northern sectors, his words clipped and precise. Guilliman listened, nodding at times, interjecting with questions that cut to the heart of logistical frailties Calgar himself had only begun to suspect. This was no reunion of father and son, but of two generals salvaging order from ruin. Later, walking Macreg's sun-drenched battlements, the scope of their task yawned before them. Below, the scarred plains stretched to the horizon, dotted with the jagged teeth of reconstruction scaffolds rising like skeletal hands from ruined districts, smoke hazing the air from forges working day and night. The stink of promethium and freshly turned earth mingled with the saltang of the distant sea. "They think we rebuild stone," Calgar murmured, his gauntleted hand resting on the sun-warmed parapet. "But it is their hearts that need fortifying. Every fallen beam, every poisoned well, it whispers to them that chaos cannot be stopped." Guilliman paused, his gaze distant, seeing not the rebuilding but the fragile web of belief holding Ultramar together. "Faith is the true bastion," he replied, the wind catching the edges of his words. "Not in gods or relics, in us, in the idea that men can still stand when the stars die. Show them that, and the stones will rise on their own." They did not speak again for a time, the silence filled by the distant clang of hammers and the cries of drilling provosts. The partnership unfolded with unspoken synchronicity, Calgar the unwavering executor of Guilliman's sweeping designs, the Primarch the strategist who saw galaxies as chessboards. Each fortified agri-complex, each relic tank pulled from Macreg's vaults, each shipment of grain to a starving outpost, became a stanza in a new litany of defiance. Farmers tilling fields under the armored gaze of Astartes sentries began to straighten their backs. Children in refugee camps stopped flinching at every shadow, their eyes no longer hollow voids but bright with borrowed courage. Ultramar's spirit, though scarred, was not broken. But beyond their realm, the storm worsened. The Imperium splintered with each passing cyclosectors falling silent, warp roots dissolving into madness, worlds devoured by cults that sprouted like mold in the dark. Guilliman's return was a flare in the night, yet for every ship that rallied to Macreg's beacon, a dozen more were lost to the howling void. The Primarch saw the grim arithmetics he were holding, but only just. Thus began the Indomitus Crusade's gestation, a plan so audacious it bordered on madness, not merely to defend but to claw back the darkness, to sail into the storm's heart with fire and sword. Calgar stood at Guilliman's side as the first troop dispositions etched themselves across star charts, the names of lost systems burning like brands in the gloom. The weight of it pressed down the knowledge that billions would perish, that entire chapters might be spent like currency in this gambit. Yet in the grim set of Guilliman's jaw, Calgar saw the same resolve that had forged Ultramarine from wilderness 10 millennia past. "We are the Defiance," he thought, the old Cadian credo echoing through him as fresh orders cascaded to the fleet. Even in ruin, the galaxy had ended once before in fire and betrayal. Now another ending loomed. But here, in the roar of starship engines flaring to life, in the determined faces of serfs loading shells into the bellies of thunderhawks, in the cold, clear light of his genocide's will, Calgar found not hope something fiercer. A vow etched in adamantium, in blood, in the unyielding certainty that as long as one Ultramarine drew breath, the knight would not have the final word. He adjusted his gauntlets, the familiar weight comforting against his palms, and stepped forward into the howling gale of the future. The vast tapestry of the Indomitus Crusade unfurled across bleeding stars and shattered voidlanes, wounds freshly torn in the galaxy's flesh by the cicatrix maledictum's hideous birth scream, 1,000 nightmares made manifest. Behind Guilliman's campaign lay the rot-streaked carcasses of entire sectors worlds swallowed by ravenous darkness, once-proud imperial bastions reduced to howling madhouses where 10,000 years of order had dissolved overnight. To reclaim them would demand not the heedless fury of the Crusader, but the surgeon's precision. Guilliman understood. This was no bludgeoning siege, but a reconstruction of ravaged souls. Fallen systems lay before them like broken toys discarded by petulant gods, their skies choked with warp fog and the greasy residue of dread magics, their populations mutated or massacred, their histories reduced to ash on the mocking winds of the Empyrean. And so the Primarch and his chapter master bent their wills to the task as one, iron resolve forged in the crucible of Ultramar's survivala realm, whose every shining spire and bustling agri-world stood testament to that same quiet, grinding defiance that now faced the apocalypse. Calgar, weathered face-etched with the scars of blasphemous wars and the unspoken weight of command, surprised none by his ascension to Guilliman's shadow. If the Primarch was the mind charting each perilous arc through tempests of unreality, then the Lord of Macragge was the fist that struck true when malice rose to meet them. While Guilliman wove strategies in the cavernous stratagems of the Macragge's honor, fingers tracing holographic horrors across light years, Calgar became the living conduit through which those grand designs hardened into brutal, necessary reality. Upon his broad shoulders fell the deployment of the Primaris, those golden titans wrought by Khal's forbidden arts, their armor gleaming with the cold promise of a forgotten age's potential. He sorted them like chess pieces wrought in ceramite and holy wrath, their thunderous tread echoing through embarkation decks as he dispatched them to breaches where only death awaited, stitching fragile imperial lines with fresh sinew of war. The vast armadas groaned under his scrutiny, fleet almoners and grizzled void captains stiffening under his gaze as he turned rusted battle barges and creaking supply vessels into instruments of deliverance. When battle finally erupted, the Voxnit screamed with the static wails of the dying, and the filth-smothered bulwarks of chaos reared like jagged teeth above burning cities, Calgar was already there, fists smeared black with promethium and alien gore, his battle cry cutting through the haze as he waded into crimson tides of cultists and snarling warp spawn. The enemy broke upon his presence like fetid waves against stone, yet even as bolters roared and war hymns echoed in gutted cathedrals, the deeper burden pressed upon him. Worlds cried out not just for liberation, but for resurrection. Guilliman knew this truth in his ancient core of victories unbuttressed by governance, where hollow illusions so, they rebuilt where they conquered, Calgar laboring with the same grim efficiency in times of false peace as he did amidst slaughter. Imperial scribes bearing charters of reconsecration followed the tread of his warplate through shattered hive spires. Stonemasons raised new aquilas where heretic effigies had toppled under his guns. Judges draped in penitent sackcloth dragged screaming apostates from rat holes by dawn's bloody light. Through it all, the crucible burned hotter though Calgar's resolve never cracked, his iron spine magnetized by duty. There flickered private moments when the raw scale of oblivion threatened to snuff the brightest spirit. To gaze into the cicatrixes, Ma was to understand true insignificance. Whole star systems winked out as warp storms birthed weeping demon worlds, and the Imperium's dying breath stank of rust and plague. Yet when that primordial doubt gnawed the sheer impossible arithmetic of loss clawed at his geneforged psyche, need only turn to the Primarch's patient majesty. Guilliman's ice-blue eyes held no false comfort, only the immortal fire that had once lit the heavens during the Great Crusade's zenith, a forgeglow declaring with quiet thunder, "We endure." And so he did, not a slave to blind obedience but disciple to a shared creed. Their bond spanned the fathomless gulf between mortal and Demigoda Primarch, humbled by 10 millennia's brutal tutelage and frailty, a chapter master exalted by impossible burdens borne with undimmed faith. Guilliman's counsels with Calgar weren't commands offered down a divine mountain, but dialogues between peers. The regent bent his ear to the man who'd held Ultramar through the grimmest watches of the Long War, drawing from wells of sacrifice no transhuman could fathom. Calgar, in turn, offered fealty not to an icon, but to the living embodiment of all he'd bled to preserve with promise that reason might yet reign over the galaxy's screaming madness. Side by side upon 100 bridges scarred by lancefire, they rose like twin colossi against a hurricane of ruin, and worlds burned cleaner in their wake. No battle epitomized their dance of blade and blueprint better than the grueling redemption of the Karthus sector, a festering pustule on the galaxy's underbelly, where the warp's blight had sunk roots deep as planetary cores. Its skies stank like open graves, its continents braided with throbbing vein highways pumping demonic ichor into swollen citadels, where fly-swarmed lords cackled over flayed saints. To charge headlong into that nightmare would see even legions buried in meat and madness. Instead, Calgar played the Zionki master-feigned retreats, baiting corrupted warbands away from their shadowed fastnesses, false supply lines left bleeding to draw ravenous packs into kill zones. When came the lightning riposte, the Primaris spearhead struck with Cronus-crafted precision, Guilliman's strategic axioms rendered tangible in phosphex fire and volkite beams. What might have been a decades-long siege resolved in weeks of vicious dagger thrusts, the back of chaos, grip broken not through overwhelming force but surgical excision of its command rod. Yet Calgar lingered long after the last heretic stronghold fell, stalking ruined hablocks to ensure water purifiers restored flow before his fleet's departure, his gauntlet propping up priests who trembled with gratitude beneath half-rebuilt walls. Even as the Crusade stormtide surged from conquest to conquest, Calgar's gaze never fully left home. Ultramar's halo of worlds glittered behind his eyelids in rare moments of reposia, jewel ever circled by jackals. Orc hulk slid like tumors through its periphery, eager for slaughter loot, only to be shattered by his sudden, brutal counterstrikes launched mid-crusade with logistical mastery bordering on clairvoyance. No xeno fleet mustered in darkness without his auspexes marking it. No chaos cult whispered blasphemies in ruined temples without his watch officers scenting its taint. Though Ultramar stood bastioned by tradition, its borders bled, and Calgar stitched each new wound with meticulous Furoblade bargain strike cruisers annihilating greenskin flotillas one month, Gladius-class escorts flensing heretic outposts the next, always the Guardian's vigilance thrumming through his hearts like a second pulse. And through it all, changing everything yet changing nothing, strode the Primaris divergent light fracturing the Astartes' ancient certainties. When first Calgar beheld them mustered by Khal's skeletal heralds beneath Terra's sickly skies, their silent ranks seemed ripped from antique murals depicting the Emperor's first angels. Taller by a head than his own veterans, their Mark X plate resplendent with reforged heraldry, they exuded an aura not of raw might but of completeness, as though millennia of degradation had been scoured from their genicode. They knelt before him with perfect discipline, yet their eyes betrayed no familiarity with the ragged edges of this decaying reality warriors born from triumph's long dust, too pure to comprehend the rot they'd been sent to cleanse. Their arrival rippled through Ultramar's strike cruisers like a seismic charge. Grizzled sergeants eyed them with wary appraisal. Tech Marines scanned their armor for signs of Mechanicus heresy. Chaplains muttered litanies against hubris while confessing stirred hopes. Were they reinforcements or replacements? The question hung unspoken in every arming deck, every silent mess hall where new and old mingled like awkward kin at a funeral feastone forged in humanity's brightest hour, the other tempered in its longest midnight. Yet amidst tidal shifts, bedrock endured. However the galaxy convulsed, however strange the weapons arrayed or distant the battlefields to which duty called Calgar and Guilliman advanced in lockstep. Each reclaimed world was not merely a victory tally, but a votive candle lit in the abyss, frail yet defiant, their flames multiplying one by one into constellations of stolen hope. The Primarch surveys spanned stellar clusters, his quill inking edicts that knit fractured subsectors into circuits of desperate resilience, while Calgar's warplate trod trench lines under artillery-blackened skies to rally mortal conscripts who'd forgotten the meaning of courage. Somewhere between grand strategy and the mud-choked boots of beleaguered humanity, between the cold calculus of resource allocation and the visceral spray of chainsword through traitor flesh, the Crusade found its truth that a dying Imperium breathed still because men bore burdens beyond their strength, and bore them anyway, and beyond them court and corpsemaster loomed the future's shadow. The Primaris turbo strength would prove itself upon fields drenched in so much blood, their meltifier banishing horrors beyond sane comprehension. For Calgar, each fresh report of their battlefield prowess brought pride assuaged by quiet disquiet, not fear for Ultramar's legacy. but the thorny knowledge that his storied generation now watched history's tide recede, leaving them beached on strange shores where even their hard-won virtues might be outmoded. Guilliman, ever the pragmatist, wove them into his tapestry of renewal without hesitation, and Calgar followed, ever the dutiful Handiot in the chapter master's private chambers, amidst flickering holograms tallying the Crusade's ceaseless butcher's bill, a new weight pressed upon his spirit. The galaxy spun towards a precipice none could see beyond, where even the angels of death might be rendered obsolete by what clawed hungrily from the dark. But until that hour come, it surely would stood unbowed. Upon a bridge thrumming with translated fury, flanked by the demigod who was his lodestar and the silent giants who were his future, Calgar readied his fleet for the jump to yet another embattled sphere. Coordinates burned crimson in the tactical hololith, battle plans tore themselves asunder and rewove in rapid iterations, and through wide oculus ports, the void itself seemed to glare back a pitiless abyss teeming with wraith ships and laughter like splintering bone. He gripped the command rail, knuckles whitening beneath ceramite, helmless head high. To falter was impossible, to fear unthinkable. The enemy would bleed, the innocents would find succor, the Imperium would endure not without scars, never without cost but endure. For as long as Guilliman stood clad in storm-wreathed purpose, and Calgar wielded his will like a mastercrafted blade, there would be defiance, there would be wrath, there would be Indomitus. The air within the sanctuary chambers of Macreg's honor hummed, with a tension thicker than the ceramite plating, lining its sacred halls. A silent battle, raging not against xenos or heretic, but against the creeping tendrils of doubt coiling through the Ultramarines' very soul. Beneath the cold blue glow of lumen strips reflecting off polished marble, the mighty struggled to reconcile 10,000 years of immutable tradition with the stark reality unfolding before them. Towering figures clad in Mark X armor, bearing the same heraldry, yet carrying the scent of Mars forges rather than Macreg's stone quarries. Every footfall of these Primaris Marines echoed with alien resonance through the vaulted passageways, where Guilliman himself once strode, their enhanced stature causing even veteran battle brothers to tilt their helms upward fractionally in unconscious reaction that tasted bitter as promethium fumes to those who'd bled for the chapter across centuries. Whispers slithered through training cages and armories like venomous serpents, old warriors trading glances laced with unease as they observed neophytes sparring with reflexes bordering on precognition. The Emperor's gift, or a blade at tradition's throat, growled one grizzled sergeant during the third watch cycle, his augmetic eye whirring softly as it tracked a Primaris squad moving with uncanny synchronization through tactical drills. Yet in the observation decks above, tech marines fresh from the forge world of Lucius leaned forward with hungry eyes, murmuring prayers over exposed neural interfaces gleaming beneath the newcomers' gorgets. For every veteran clenching his power fist at the sight of armorial scrolls rewritten with unfamiliar campaign glyphs, a younger brother stared transfixed at holodisplays, showing Primaris Reavers dissolving into shadows with impossible stealth during mock engagements in the asteroid fields beyond Calth. In this maelstrom of conflicting truths, Marnius Calgar's throne room became an island of gravitas, where past and future warred silently beneath cold ivory arches. The Lord of Macrag sat immobile as the statues of Primarchs lining the hall, his indomitable will the only anchor preventing the Ultramarines from splintering into factions, as so many chapters had. But when the Apothecarium's latest reports flickered across his retinal display, three more honored brothers gone to ash and Belisarian furnaces, their genetic legacy unraveling in screaming agonized great pauldrons of the armor of reason, seemed to weigh upon him like dying stars. They spoke to him then, in the silent hours when even servitors powered down to their lowest cycles. Captain Sicarius's voice tight as overwound suspension coils, recounting how Aristed's squad hesitated a fatal microsecond awaiting orders from firstborn officers during the Devlin counter-ambush. Chief Librarian Tigurius waking breathless from prophetic dreams of Guilliman's gauntlet pointing toward Mount Pharos, while ancient wargear shattered against demon Primarch's hides. And always, beneath it all, the 517 names etched in molten gold upon his soul rears lost, since the great rift yawned open who might still draw breath, had they marched into fire with enhanced Laraman cells knitting their wounds. The decision crystallized not in some grand war council, but in the dust-choked aftermath of Fornax Gamma, where Calgar stood amidst the smoldering remains of a tyrannid bio-titan, neural shredders still twitching at his feet. His battered Terminator plate hissed with corrosive acids eating through sacred oromite, blood mingling with synovial fluid in his ruined arms joints as apothecaries scrambled to stabilize him. Through blurred vision, he watched Sergeant Cronus directing Primaris Eliminators warriors fresh from the void, yet moving with the precision of Veteransto seal breaches that would have required 3 sacrifice charges from standard squads. In that moment of searing clarity between agony and unconsciousness, the weight of epiphany struck harder than a genestealer's talon. To lead these reforged warriors, to truly understand both their magnificence and limitations, he could not remain as a relic gazing down from ivory towers. He must drown in the same fire. They came for him at the turning of Macreg's twin moons, crimson-robed adepts trailing mechadendrites like ceremonial incense burners, their chanted binary, a discordant counterpoint to Chaplain Cassius's booming benedictions. The apothecarian's inner sanctum swam with swirling vapors smelling of ozone and forgot, Aganya far cry from the clinical sterility of standard enhancement procedures. Ancient machinery towered around the central slab, its surfaces etched with both Aquila's and cogwheel symbology that had never been permitted to intertwine before this age. Stripped of his armor, Calgar's body told the brutal poetry of 10,000 battles, knotted tissue modeled by meltaburns fading into nervided synth-skin grafts, archaic subdermal plating fused so deeply with rib cartilage that the tech marines could only shake their helms during diagnostics. The Magos biologist's voice rasped through vox grills like grinding tectonic plates as he warned of triple redundancies failing during catalyzing, of blood viscosity factors beyond known parameters, of legacy genocide markers that might reject Belisarius Call's alchemy like poisoned water. But when the casket seals hissed shut, plunging Calgar into amniotic blackness, where even a Primarch's son became merely flesh awaiting the sculptor's chisel, it wasn't theoretical risks that tore screams from a throat unused to voicing weakness. The pain was a livia sentient force, ripping through marrow spaces, with fractal precision, molecular knives, rewriting Osmodula triggers strand by screaming strand. Somewhere between the 73rd and 74th hour, suspended in agony that dissolved time's linear flow, Calgar found himself back in the hall of Ultramar facing Robot Gilliman's stony gaze. His Genesire's greatsword gleamed coldly, as the avenging sun spoke not with lips, but through the fracturing pain itself. A chapter master does not ask his men to walk ground he fears to tread. When neural override buffers failed during the ossification phase, flooding his system with raw torment that made the black carapace implantation feel like a child's inoculation, Calgar's teeth shattered against the Bitegard, but no command phrase passed his lips to halt the procedure. They learned later that 3 monitoring servitors short-circuited attempting to process his vitals during the crucible phase, their machine's spirits fleeing the data flood like rats from torpedo breach. Emergence brought not relief but alien dislocation. Where once bulkheads had stretched tall as any cathedral's embrace, now door arches seemed to loom oppressively close despite his enhanced height. The tactile buzz of Vox networks whispered seductively at the edge of perception, raw data streams begging for cognitive integration. His armored fist clenched involuntarily as transhuman dread radiated from him in waves, causing even Captain Ageman, his oldest living companion, to falter mid-stride when approaching for the first time. Yet when Calgar spoke, voice thundering with new resonance but diction steeped in antique Macreg aristocratic inflections, tears glistened in veterans' company, eyes they would later deny to record. By Gilliman's blood and the Emperor's light, he rumbled, towering naked and glorious beneath the oculus-admitting pale sunlight, skin still glistening with nutrient gel that pooled around feet capable of crushing Terminator helms to scrap. We remain Ultramarines. He proved it not in throne room declarations, but amidst promethium fires burning across Espandor's jungles months later. When the Death Guard's corrupted Warhound Titans breached the secondary wall, it was Calgar who physically hefted a disabled repulsor tank to bridge the crumbling fortifications. The machine's crushed hull groaning protest, as Primaris and Firstborn squads sprinted across this makeshift bridge behind a barrage of Hellfire rounds. Later in the sulfur-reeking trenches, where plague drones swarmed like carrion flies, veterans watched slackjawed as their reborn chapter master took a demonic scythe strike across his unarmored chest, blow meant to sunder battle tanksonly to heal before their eyes as Laraman cells wove ceramite-laced tissue over the wound, his retaliatory fist pulping the creature's biomechanical skull in a single impact. Yet when the survivors raised voices in celebratory roars, Calgar silenced them with a gauntleted hand, directing apothecaries instead to the broken form of Brother Sergeant Heron, whose marked VII armor hadn't withstood the same blows. "Honor the shield that never falters," he intoned, pressing his blood-slicked forehead against Heron's fractured visor in ancient Ulan ritualno performed not just between equals, but across biological generations. Through every engagement that followed the void skirmishes above Quintarn, where his storm shield crackled under Lance battery hits that would have vaporized lesser beings, the brutal close-quarters purge of Drakeskull Temple's Genestealer infestation, where he refused to wield his enhanced strength until Firstborn squads established firing lines. Calgar's leadership etched the truth into his warriors' minds more indelibly than any librarian's didactic hypnosessions could. They were not Ultramarines of the Firstborn or Primaris, but sons of Macragge forged in a crucible none could face alone. Even the skeptical found their resistance crumbling when Tech Marines discovered Belisarian enhancements could interface seamlessly with Legacy Wargear, or when Flamer crews realized the new warriors learned Vox procedure quirks older than their armor marks within weeks. In rare respites between musters, when Navy lighters shuttled fresh recruits from Terra and battle barges cycled void-scarred hull plates, Calgar would sometimes stand before the great dichotomous mural in Fortress Hera's Hall of Remembrance. Guilliman's stern visage facing ancient artworks of mythical Ultramarine touched the newest edition, a fresco depicting his own transformation, rendered in shades that morphed from deep cobalt to gleaming sigmarite around the central figure. Here, when none could observe their demigod's momentary humanity, Marneus Calgar allowed himself to remember the biting neural agony, the terror of losing sensations, held dearth metallic tang of stormrain on glacis plates, the vibration of mass drivers thundering from Sicarius's strike cruiser, even the exact pitch of Aegimon's laughter during the victory feast for Tyron's world. The fear never faded that this great gamble might erase all traces of the warrior who'd held the tyrannid beast at bay while civilians evacuated, or who took 7 cyclonic torpedo detonations without yielding Bridge Primus during the Orc Wag of Gazkul. Yet when he flexed fingers capable now of crushing adamantium, yet still tracing the exact pattern to activate Terminator teleport homers encoded millennia ago, Calgar tasted not the bitterness of lost self, but the iron certainty of an oath fulfilled. Across 5 fraught solar months measured in void skirmishes and boarding actions against Druckery raiders growing ever more daring, the chapter's dual bloodlines learned to flow as one Primaris squads, adopting traditionalist honor rites during the Feast of Finding, Firstborn devastators eagerly integrating Gravtech suppressors invented by their augmented brothers. The great armory of Hera rang with new rhythm every battle cycle, the resonant thrum of plasma incinerators charging alongside the satisfying clank of old-pattern bolt gun slide mechanisms, symphony of past meeting future. Not all accepted this bridge. A handful of veterans still clad in Heresiero wargear requested reassignment to Terra's defense, rather than undergo the procedure rebut when statues across Ultramar began depicting Calgar with one foot upon ancient Macragge stone and the other upon Belisarius Call's schematic scrolls. None dared protest. By the time Hive Fleet Leviathan's vanguard tendrils brushed the Pharaoh system, breaking against integrated defenses where Primaris fire support and Firstborn ambush tactics worked in flawless harmony, the sound that rose from the ranks bore no factional dividingly the unified war cry of Ultramar Ascendant. In rare solitude before deployment, Marneus Calgar would sometimes stand before the great oculus of the Arx Macragge, gazing at stars now veiled by the ominous warp storms of the Cicatrix Maledictum. There, amid swirling nebulae that mirrored the genetic helix recently burned into every cell of his being, he meditated on the fundamental truth written not in his enhanced muscles or ossified bones, but in the terrified faces rescued civilians wore when looking upon his transhuman visagia, face now indistinguishable at distance from any Primaris, yet softened recognizably when administering the oath of moment to new scouts. They would endure. Not merely because call sciences made them faster or harder to kill, but because while genetics had fractured the legions once, this new divergence sought reconciliation. The unnumbered suns might bring salvation from without, but the true salvation flickered alive every time a grizzled tactical veteran clashed plastrons in greeting with a towering Gravis-armored warrior whose chromatic heraldry mirrored his own, twin stars united. As storm clouds gathered for the Indomitus Crusade's next phase, promising horrors that would make his transformation ordeal seem trivial, Calgar felt no dread, merely the same quiet anticipation preceding every boarding action. They were the Ultramarines. Tradition would be their shield, adaptation their sword, and Guilliman's legacy, the indestructible core that held firm against whatever cosmic fury awaited beyond the Imperium's bleeding borders. The echoes of war rang hollow in the aftermath, the cries of the vanquished swallowed by grim silence and the fading groan of toppled stone. Yet where brother legions saw only the finality of ruin, the warriors in sulfuriello plate found purpose rising like smoke from cooling ashes. Selection had forged them not the random cruelty of genetic lottery, but deliberate design like tempered steel plunged into icy brine. The agony of the genocides embraced demanded souls as unyielding as ceramite, and the VII Legion endured where others shattered, their bodies transmuted into vessels of emperorate fury. They emerged not merely as soldiers, but as paragons, their spirits annealed in suffering's crucible, their minds honed to comprehend conquest as other legions comprehended slaughter. For these warriors, victory was no transient spasm of annihilation, it was an architecture. Where blades fell and tanks ground defiance into mud, they saw frameworks for dominion, blueprints etched in blood. Before the final echoes of bolter fire faded, they raised bastions upon scorched earth, mingling plasteel with shattered bone, binding rubble into ramparts that would outlast memory itself. 600 citadels scorched the skies from Himalaya's glass-shard peaks to the phosphorescent shallows of the Crystal Sea. In their first decade alone, each fortress, a clenched fist hammered into the throat of rebellion, each battlement's of a covenant. The Imperium's grasp could not be pried loose. Theirs was a duality lesser warriors mistook for paradox creators, whose artistry flourished only after apocalyptic wrath. On Kenstar's wind-scoured plains, 50 land raiders birthed a storm, their charge-churning dust clouds vast enough to choke the sun. Yet once the tyrant's Werengans lay as molten slag, surveyor teams mapped foundations where his palace had burned. In Galbar's molten underrealms, tectonic charges cracked the planet's skin like eggshell, and yellow-armored phalanxes descended through continents of falling stone. Yet before celebratory braziers guttered out, earth-movers reshaped the rubble into redoubts deeper than catacombs. Observers whispered awestruck that the Emperor's own hand must have closed upon those worlds, a metaphor hardening into name when the master of mankind declared them imperial fists. Laurels were bestowed, carved onto pauldrons still reeking of promethium, accepted not with triumphal roar but silent nodshunner acknowledged, then set aside like tools awaiting next dawn's labor. For the fists' new symbols mattered more than glory. Their fortresses weren't mere strongpoints but sermons in stone. To the conquered they promised order's shelter, to the defiant, annihilation's inevitability. Yet no citadel, however adamantine, could outshine the bedrock upon which the Legion's soul was anchored, the glacial wastes of Inwit, that tomb world haunting the galaxy's frozen edge. Death ruled there unchallenged, skies blackened by a dying star's emberglow, seas congealed under ice miles where pallid leviathans slithered through abyssal ink, mountains sculpted not by tectonics but by despair. Unshielded flesh crystallized in moments. Survival demanded more than strength, it demanded collective will sharpen to a razored edge. Weakness murdered kinsfolk as surely as crevasses or ice sharks. From this crucible of perpetual dusk emerged Rogel Dorn, his origins of voidark mystery even to himself, clutched in the frost-rimed robes of House Dorn's patriarch. Bloodteas meant nothing on unwittingly duty's iron grammar. He learned governance not through treatises, but by calculating starvation ratios amidst blizzards, warfare not as glory him, but as grim arithmetic ensuring clan vessels didn't fracture under ice pressure. The fur-lined robe of his grandfather became his shroud and standard, a relic whispering that survival was the only sacrament. When his hands first grasped a forge hammer, he didn't ornament Palasish rebuilt reactor conduits so orbital drydocks wouldn't bleed air. When he commanded armies, it wasn't for territory, but to secure ice trawlers against xenos predations. Inwit didn't soften him. It sculpted his soul into something as merciless and necessary as the dawnless cold. The Emperor found him not upon frozen wastes, but aboard the Phalanx's star fortress older than the Imperium, pitted by stellar winds, its halls echoing with the groans of dying suns. Dorn hadn't built it. No forge world could replicate its ossified majesty. But he'd mastered its labyrinthine corridors, its star-furnace heart commanding the Inwit cluster's fleets from its stratagem throne. Recognition between father and son was instantaneous, wordless. No theatrics of revelation, just a gaze, exchanged across the Phalanx's command deck, two titanic wills mirroring perfectly. The 7th Legion's history might have been woven for Dorn's arrival. Their doctrine of calculated obliteration followed by steadfast reconstruction mirrored his own soul. Where other Primarchs had reshaped their legions into quirks of their personalitas blood madness or esoteric artistry, Dorn found his sons already sculpted to his hand. They shared the glacial focus that saw fortresses not as ends but as keystones for imperial truth. His first act, observing them in battle, motionless as statues, absorbing the fractal precision of their bolter drills, the machine-like synchrony of voidboardings. Only when Castellan Matthias, warriors secured a burning space hulk without a single deviation from protocol did the Primarch speak a single, hoarse syllable of thanks. Promotion followed not with fanfare, but anointment as High Castellan, steward of Inwit's domains. Then immediately orders, 30 new regiments to be drawn from ice-locked hive cities. There was no feast, no pageantry, only the turning of gears toward the next war. 16 decades of unbroken compliance campaigns followed, the Fist's reputation crystallizing like Inwit's permafrost unyielding, inevitable. Their methodology became dogma: analyze, annihilate, rebuild. On Necromunda's ash-choked battlefields, they broke orcish hordes with methodical gunlines and countercharges timed to the microsecond. Hivalords groveled with offers of governance, desperate to bind the Fists as overlords. Dorn refused, consecrating a fortress-chapelle spire-deep in toxic rock. "I want recruits, not vassals," his voice like glaciers calving, embodying the Legion's creed. War was their purpose, not dominion. This pragmatism, this refusal to conflate conquest with rule-ignited embers of discord, however, embers that would blaze into the heresy's inferno. For among the Primarchs, one alone mirrored Dorne's mastery of siegecraft Perturabo of the Iron Warriors. Their kinship was poisoned at its root by twisted reflections. Both wielded math and massacre as one instrument, but where Dorne raised citadels as hymns to permanence, Perturabo's bulwarks were brutalist equations of expediency. The schism sparked from a courtier's jest Fulgrim's serpent inquiring if Perturabo could crack the fists, fortifications to which Dorne replied with infuriating calm, he cannot. Perturabo, whose psyche festered with perceived slights, absorbed this not as fact but insult. The Iron Warriors seethed, the fists endured philosophies hardening into mutual contempt. Dorne's idealism enraged Perturabo's pragmatism, the latter seeing not nobility in eternal bastions, but weakness-wasted resources on Vanitistone. The Emperor's appointment of Dorne as Praetorian, architect of Terra's defenses, plunged this rivalry into darkness. As the Imperial Palace ascended a zenith of defensive artistry, its walls threaded with anti-orbital lasers and psychic wards, Perturabo saw only favoritism. Dorne's quiet declaration that even the Fourth Legion couldn't breach them drew volcanic fury, bitter rants echoing through Olympian halls. The fists bore their estranged cousins' glares without comment, fortifying terraces and gunnists, unaware how deep resentment's roots could worm. Buried beneath this mounting tension lay Dorne's silent burdens, gnawing grief of lost brothers, a Primarch's loneliness that no fortress could exclude. He channeled sorrow into vigilance, doubt into over-engineered kill zones and redundant void shields. When the Legion sallied forth from the phalanx, descending upon rebellion-cankered worlds like architects of apocalypse, they bore not just bolters and breacherams, but their father's unspoken creed, that humanity's unity was worth any sacrifice. Even creation's splendor, the vaulted cathedrals they built was simply another weapon, striking awe into allies and terror into traitors. Theirs was the resilience of the unyielding, stubborn granite beneath civilization's mantle. As galactic dusk approached, as brother turned on brother, the fists would need every iota of that strength, every lesson etched into their marrow by Inwit's cold and Dorne's indomitable will. For the coming storm wouldn't test their ability to build but to endure when everything burned. The clanging of war echoed through the smog-choked void of a campaign whose name would be lost to all but the iron-handed architects of its brutality. Ferrus Manus, a titan of calcified resolve and merciless calculus advocating strategies that would see mountains of dead piled high in service to swift victory. Against him stood Rogel Dorne, Praetorian unbowed, whose measured cadence spoke of a different arithmeticone, where the weight of each life extinguished held tangible gravity, where unnecessary sacrifice was not strategy, but blasphemy against the Imperium's sacred charge. Their disagreement, though brief as a bolter's burst across command holographs, reverberated through the strategic cores of both legions, etching into the minds of attending captains the immutable truth of Dorne's nature, a warrior, forged in violence, yet one who wore the mantle of loss as a penitent bears chains, each life surrendered carving fresh furrows into the bedrock of his duty. Far from that caustic debate, amidst the swirling biohorrors of the Adonis cluster, where the Zahel breed's resurgence clawed at the Imperium's throat with talons dipped in existential dread, Dorne's rare fury ignite not the wild conflagration of Angron's berserk abandon, nor Magnus's psychic inferno, but a glacial storm, a diamond-hard wrath that crystallized the resolve of his warriors. It was said his silence before battle was more terrible than any war cry, that the ice-cold certainty in his eyes, as he surveyed the ravening tide, steadied trembling hands upon fortress walls. His criticism of the tardy reinforcements at Castor's delivered not in shouted recriminations, but in a voice like crumbling granite burned itself into the fleet commander's souls, a lesson seared with the acid of truth. To fail in duty was to spit upon the Emperor's vision, to grind sacred oaths into the mud of complacency. Victory at Anner would ascend like a pyre consuming the grotesque empire of Overlord Uruk, an empire vast enough to drown sectors in tides of feral green, crushed beneath the mechanized heel of the Imperium's greatest muster-own 100,000 legionaries, 8 million souls of the Imperial army, a constellation of warships blotting out starfields. Amidst this titanic assembly, the Imperial fist stood apart, unyielding as ancient bedrock, while Luna Wolves shattered defenses with radiant heroics and Blood Angels painted epics in orcish viscera. Dorne's sons specialized in the unglamorous algebra of endurance, reinforcing spearheads, buttressing crumbling lines, transforming footholds into unbreakable bastions, their contributions less sung, but no less vital as Uruk's hordes shattered against their discipline. Triumph at Anner rang like a clarion across the stars, yet within its echoes lay the seeds of dissolution, the moment the Great Crusade's trajectory warped toward calamity. The Emperor's withdrawal to Terra, the ascension of Horus Lupercal as Warmisterthes' axe sent seismic fractures through the fraternity of Primarchs, where once camaraderie flowed like brother blood. Sanguinius and Fulgrim embraced Horus's elevation with genuine warmth, their regard for his charisma a balm against dissent, while Angron's simmering resentment boiled like a poisoned geyser and Perturabo's envy calcified into spiteful silence. Dorn observed the fractures with the stoic detachment of a mason surveying cracks in a foundation yet to bear its load. He accepted the decree without demur, for he understood in his marrow that Horus possessed the fluid grace of leadership. He himself lacked where the War Master could weave loyalty through laughter and subtle compromise. Dorn's unbending truths often erected walls no siege could breach. Their consultations became studies in contrast. Horus, ever the radiant diplomat, painting grand stratagems with words that glittered like stellar nebulae, Dorn responding with terse certainties, each syllable hewn from mountain stone. Aboard the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet's flagships across Windark scarab tables, their dynamic crystallized in Horus's jest, "If I ever laid siege to a bastion commanded by you, dear brother, the war would last for all eternity." A quip layered with the unvarnished truth of their natures. Dorn the immovable anvil, Horus the unstoppable hammer. Yet even as the Warmaster's star ascended, the Emperor entrusted Dorn with a counterweight burden Praetorian of Terra, defender of the throne world. As the Imperial fists withdrew from Crusade's glittering frontiers to the heart of Imperial power, their role transmuted from conquerors to custodians, their victories now measured not in planets claimed, but in fortifications raised, in killzones plotted, in void shields humming overhead like mechanized choirs. The palace that ossified labyrinth of ancient supremacy became Dorn's canvas reforged it into a masterpiece of defensive horror, every parapet and sublevel a stanza in a symphony of deterrence. Walls grew thicker than starship hulls, their surfaces etched with kill funnels and murder slits, gargantuan gates, their mechanisms buried deep within armored bowels, groaned shut with finality. Void shields crowned the spires, their ozone tang permeating the rarefied air. Beneath the earth, tunneling networks spiderwebbed into a subterranean hellscape, where defenders could bleed attackers dry even as the surface burned. Night after night, Dorn paced these emerging battlements, the grit of new-cut stone beneath his boots, the weight upon his spirit deepening with every completed redoubt. He knew with the prescience of a Primarch that these stones would weep blood one day, that his labors were not prelude but premonition. And as Terra's defenses hardened, the galaxy beyond curdled into chaos. The bright certainties of the Crusade corroded, brotherhoods fractured, and ideologies mutated into heresies, while Dorn maintained his vigil. Until the Eisenstein came limping from the void, a battered frigate vomiting atrocities into the phalanx's stratagem. Nathaniel Garrow's haunted testimony, and Euphrates Keeler's prophetess ramblings unraveled Dorn's disciplined composure. Furiprimal and Skorking erupted within him, a volcano breaching ironclad restraint. Horus, the beloved, the radiant, Warmister traitor. The concept tore at sanity's fabric, yet the survivors' wounds, their hollowed certainty, were irrefutable. Disbelief curdled into resolution. In that moment, the Praetorians' path crystallized. Terra must become unbreakable, for the storm was coming. Dispatching Sigismund and 4 companies to claw salvation from Mars's burning forges was but the opening gambit. Captain Kobernix's desperate last stand at Mondus Gamma. Zagreus Kane's loyalist forges hammering out Mark IV plate amidst the screams of collapsing orbitals. Sigismund's reluctant retreat under the shadow of traitor Titansol to salvage the weapons and armor that would one day arm the defenders of the Lion's Gate. Dorn returned to Terra with the Eisenstein's refugees, his psyche now reforged into an engine of absolute defiance. As the heresy's cancer spread, as Istvan's butchery birthed a million fresh nightmares, the Praetorian turned his full wrath upon the palace's fortifications, every bastion perfected, every approach measured and mined. The celestial sphere around Terra transformed into a labyrinth of death under his lord's castellan's command. And beneath the architect's focus, beneath the cold equations of defensing depth, the human truth festered, the knowledge that these walls would be tested not by xenos horrors, but by brothers once beloved, their hands still wet with loyalist blood. The siege loomed, and Dorn unyielding, relentless, armored in duty, awaited it upon battlements that were not stone and steel alone, but extensions of his own indomitable will. The air above Terra thickened with the scent of burnt ozone, and the silent screams of voidshields straining under anticipation. Rogel Dorn's will had shaped the very bedrock of the throne world into a concentric nightmare for any who dared assail it, layers of defiance carved in adamantium and faith. The outermost sphere, a vast and merciless perimeter where the void itself became a killing field, fell to Sigismund the Black Templar, the crusader whose blade had tasted the blood of more traitors than any living soul. Here, in the cold dark where stars offered no comfort, the enemy would first taste imperial resolve. The second sphere coiled inward like a serpent, engineered by the stoic genius of rhetoric to bleed the foe through labyrinths of razor-wire trenches and artillery emplacements, each step forward purchased with rivers of traitor blood. Edger's domain, the third ring, was a cage of fire and wrath encircling the Martian battle zone, where the dark Mechanicum's demon engines roared against containment, their blasphemous forges casting hellish light against Terra's night. And at the heart of it all, beneath Dorne's unblinking gaze, the Imperial Palace rose not merely a fortress now, but a living entity of stone and wrath, its walls humming with overlapping void shields, its battlements pregnant with enough firepower to scour continents. Yet deeper still, beneath mountains of armored plating and psychic wards, the Sanctum Imperialis waited in tombsolence. Here, where golden light bled from the cracks in reality itself, the Emperor twirled upon his throne, guarded by custodians whose armor gleamed like frozen blood and sisters of silence whose presence choked the warp itself. This was the unbreakable core, the final truth of the Imperium. If this fell, all light in the galaxy died with it. But treachery, that patient poison, had already seeped into the roots of Dorne's perfect design. While the Imperial fists labored over bulwarks and kill zones, the Alpha Legion moved like phantoms through Terra's shadowed veins. Sleeper agents, buried in bureaucratic crypts and labor hive underbellies decades before the heresy's first breath, stirred to life. Their target was no military bastion but a temple to Memorithon Vesturi, where the stone effigies of the Primarchs stood frozen in triumph. Two plinths lay perpetually empty, voids where forgotten brothers had been scrubbed from history. 9 others bore statues shrouded in black mourning cloth, traitors made monument. With meticulous mocking cruelty, the Alpha Legion's blades reduced these idols to rubble all save 2. Alfreus' own likeness stood untouched, pristine in its duplicity, beside the unmarred image of Rogel Dorn, the Lord of Iron himself. A message carved in symbolic defiance. We see your pride, we know your weakness. The insult was a scalpel to the heart of the VII Legion, a deliberate desecration meant to fester in Dorne's meticulous soul. Not even Malcador, the Sigillite, that shadow among shadows, could fully pierce the veil of this crime. The legends whispered. He sensed the corruption's tide through means no mortal could comprehend. Dorne's vow cracked the air like thunder when he learned of it. Every Alpha Legion worm would be dragged into light and fed to the Phosphex furnaces. Vengeance, however, would have to wait. Long before Terra's defenders could root out the infiltrators, the Hydra struck its first true blow. Alfreus led his fleet of 200 warships into the Sol system not as a hammer, but as a virusilent, cold, undetectable. For a full Terran year, their vessels drifted on minimal power, slipping past sentry moons and patrol auspexes like ghosts through fog. Their target, Pluto's moons, the outer sentinels of Dorne's first sphere. Hydra Cordetus, a frozen rock encased in fortified voidomes, housed the astropathic choir that served as Sol's outermost psychic watchtower. Alfreus took it personally, leading a boarding action so precise it resembled a surgical extraction. Linnean terminators materialized in the moon's nervous centers, slaughtering tech priests and severing vox lines before alarms could sound. Amidst the carnage, the Imperial fists, master of the Huskarls, Fafnir Ran, pierced the Alpha Legion's design. Hydra was the linchpin, the eye through which the traitors would blind Terra's early warning systems. With the grim acceptance of a man walking to the gallows, Ran led a counterattack into hell. The battle for Hydra Cordetus became a microcosm of the heresy's savagery. Alpha Legionnaires, masters of ambush, bled Rand's forces in icy corridors rigged with meltabombs and neural shredders. Huskarls fell to barbed harpoonfare, their armor peeled open like tin, yet the loyalists pressed onchain blades howling, bolt shells carving geometric kill zones in the dark. It was on the blood-slick command deck that Rand faced Alfreus, the twin serpenthelm gleaming with frost-reflected starlight. The Primarch fought as though dancing, every thrust of his pale spear a hypnotic feint, every twist of his body a vanishing act. Ran, all brute force and relentless focus, carved a path through the Hydra's elitist but not unscathed. A backswing from the spear tore through his chest plate, ceramite splintering like glass. As death's cold fingers closed around his heart, Ran did the unthinkable. He hurled himself between Alfreus and the flickering astropathic relays, buying seconds with his dying breath. Salvation erupted from the void above. The Phalanx, Rogel Dorn's mountainous fortress monastery, slingshotted through Pluto's gravity wells like a god's hammer. Its arrival shattered the Alpha Legion's careful choreography. Imperial fist-strike cruisers vomited boarding torpedoes onto Kerberos and Karen, reclaiming moon after moon in scenes of apocalyptic violence. Void shields flared and died under the Phalanx's Lancer batteries, their detonations silent blossoms of fire in the airless dark. But the killing stroke came from below. Dorn teleported directly into Hydra's command sanctum, Storm's teeth roaring in his grip. Alfreus met him with a duelist's grace, the pale spear a silver blur seeking crevices in golden plate. They fought amid the ruins of the astropathic arrays, machinery sparking like dying stars around them. For all his guile, Alfreus could not match the raw, tectonic fury of Dorn, a force of nature given purpose. With a roar that shook the chamber's frost from the walls, Dorn seized the pale spear mid-thrust, wrenching it from his brother's grip. One blow severed Alfreus' hands at the wrists. Another drove the spear through his chest, pinning him to the deck like a specimen. The final stroke came from Storm's teeth, the chainblade's teeth chewing through oromite and bone, silencing the Hydra's voice forever. Yet even as the Alpha Legion's fleet fractured into retreat, the taste of victory turned to ash. Omgan the twin never acknowledged, emerged from the shadows to don his brother's mantle. Alfreus lived again in 100 fractured lies, his legion's war of whispers unstoppable. Pluto's moon stood ruined, their defenses shattered, their halls choked with loyalist dead. Among them, Fafnir Rand's broken form was borne back to Terra, his sacrifice a bitter hymn sung in the stratagem. The respite was fleeting. Horus' shadow stretched across the galaxy, his fleets clotting the warp as they descended upon Sol. The War Master's pause at Beta Garmin was no hesitation, but a serpent coiling Mars had already fallen, its red sands choked by traitor titans and dark mechanicum hellfoundries. The lodges of the IV Legion, experts in the murder of worlds, whispered siegekant over Terra's stolen defense schematics. News came in shattered fragments. The iron hands mauled at Istvan could not answer Dorn's call. The Ultramarines burned in the fires of Calth. The space wolves bayed at the Hydra's many throats in distant stars. Only the Blood Angels, fresh from Cygnus Prime's nightmare, and the White Scars, harried but unbroken, raced to Terra's aid, a thin crimson line against the storm. Dorn turned his mind to the final geometries of defense. The palace walls grew teeth, volcano cannon emplacements sunk into mountainsides, mile-high bastions studded with missile silos, killzones calibrated to funnel traitors into lakes of promethium fire. Every street in the outer precincts became a shooting gallery, every hablock a necropolis waiting to be baptized in xenos blood turned traitor. Refugees flooded the inner sanctums, their eyes hollow with tales of worlds burning. Custodians paced the thoroughfares in silence, their auric armor daring the coming damnation to test its edge. Beneath it all, the air grew thick with psychic static, the Golden Throne's power waxing, its light casting cyclopean shadows that danced at the edge of mortal vision. When Horus came, he did not knock. His fleet tore through the Sol blockade like claws through rotten meat, Luna's orbital plates crumbling under sustained lancefire. For 30 solar days, the Loyalist fleets died in flaming arcs across the skyfrigates, exploding into shoals of shrapnel, battleships venting atmosphere in final death rasps. When the last defense platform fell silent, the bombardment began. Terra's skies burned. Continental plates shuddered under macrocannon impacts that left craters like bleeding wounds. Hive spires melted like wax, rivers boiled to steam, and the atmosphere itself became a storm of radioactive soot. Dorn's palace held, its void shields flickering, but holding beneath the apocalyptic rainiate. Every man, woman, and child knew it was only the overture. In the lull between bombardments, the darkness above Terra parted to vomit forth droppods, an avalanche of ceramite and hatred. The first wave of world eaters howling for blood, Death Guard trudging through radstorms with graveyard patience, Emperor's children descending in orgiastic splendor. The siege of Terra, that grim crescendo of mankind's folly, began not with a declaration but a snarly legions against the last ember of light. And somewhere in the palace's deepest vault, where reality thinned to a shivering veil, the Emperor bent his will upon the Golden Throne, his grand design a heartbeat from extinction. Hope, that frailest of illusions, clung to the barrels of bolters and the edge of chainsword soon to be drowned in the tide. The thunderous roar of artillery shook the very bedrock of Terra, as the War Master's wrath fell upon the Eternity Wall and Lion's Gate, twin bastions that stood as sentinels against the coming storm. These towering spaceports, their shields glittering like false constellations, were the first teeth in the maw of Horus, ambitioned footholds from which 5 traitor legions vomited forth their corrupted might. Through choking clouds of promethium smoke and the howl of turbocharged engines, the scions of darkness descended, world eaters howling hymns to Khorne, Death Guard shuffling with pestilent purpose, Emperor's children lost to senseless excess, iron warriors methodical in their malice, and word-bearers chanting curses that scoured the air. Behind them swarmed tide upon tide of mortal heresy chaos cultists, with eyes bleeding ruin, renegade Auxilia, whose loyalty had curdled to zealotry, and the Mechanicum's lost sons piloting war machines fused with screaming demon flesh. Against this apocalyptic vista stood the golden defiance of Terra's last sentinels. The Imperial fists formed an unyielding wall of crimson and saffron, their bolters spitting disciplined fury alongside the crimson-clad Blood Angels whose battlecries soared like choir hymns, and the White Scars who flowed across the killing fields like silver lightning. The spaceport walls became slaughterhouses of twisted metal and liquefied stone, every parapet a graveyard where men died standing, their boots fused to ferrocrete by rivers of their own clotting blood. For hours that felt like eternities, the Loyalists held until the sheer weight of corruption ground their resilience to dust. When the Warmaster's banners finally clawed their way atop shattered bastions, dyed black with soot and gore, the Lion's Gate fell with a groan that echoed in the bone marrow of every defender. Then the Eternity Wall crumbled, its proud name now a sick jest, as the enemy poured through ruptured gates like pus from a lanced wound. Terror's surface writhed in sympathetic agony. From the ashes of fallen districts rose the cobra hiss of cultist incantations, their voices weaving a tapestry of damnation that slithered through rubble-choked streets. Sacrificial pyres bloomed like obscene flowers, where once market squares thrived, each charred corpse thinning the veil between realms until the air itself birthed nightmares. From rippling gashes in reality emerged greater demons Belacker's kin, monstrous juggernauts of rage and cunning, whose very footfalls birthed firestorms. A bloodthirster raised an axe the size of a tank, its blade drinking the light as it carved through a platoon of Astra Militarum, their lasguns as futile as spit against a volcano. Yet still the golden lights of defiance burned. Sisters of Silence moved like vengeant ghosts, their nullfields extinguishing warpspawn with silent finality, while custods in auric armor spun through the maelstrom, their guardian spears puncturing demon flesh with surgical precision. Victory, if such a word could flavor this rancid feast, merely opened fresh arteries of horror. With the spaceport secured, Horus loosed his true filth upon the throne world. Massive landers, bloated as necrotic organs, weathered the gut-punch fury of Terra's defense lasers. Many detonated in the upper atmosphere, raining molten shrapnel across continents, but countless others vomited their corrupt cargo into the burning plains. From their rancid bellies spilled columns of traitor legionnaires, their armor defaced with obscene glyphs, followed by herds of possessed tanks whose treads oozed sentient pus, and Titanso, the titans whose cathedral-sized frames now housed gibbering demons. The Legio Mortis marched, their god machines weeping black oil from joints fused by warp sorcery. The Dies Irae, an imperatorcless behemoth crowned with skull turrets, leveled its armaments at the palace's outer bulwarks. Its first plasma volley turned a kilometer of adamantine ramparts to slag, the screams of incinerated fists swallowed by the roar of collapsing architecture. And yet, in this hell of fire and failing hope, the defenders clenched their teeth and bled the enemy white. Rogel Dorn, his face a mask of frozen granite, orchestrated a symphony of attrition from command bunkers choked with vox static and the coppery stench of fear. His strategy was a blade drawn slowly across the traitor's throat, every redoubt a tooth, every trench a vein ripped open. At the Delphic battlement, bloody-handed blood angels under Sanguinius met, wave after warp-twisted wave, their angelic Primarch a shining spearhead in the gloom. To the west, Jagatai Khan's white scars harried the flanks, their bikes skimming over mud made from pulverized bone, hit-and-run strikes leaving trails of burning transports in their wake. But the sheer relentless press of corruption squeezed them backward, inch by screaming inch, until the outer wards ran scarlet as arterial spray. From the front ranks of this tidal darkness came a roar that liquefied weak men's bowels. Angron, the Red Angel, his once noble form swollen to demonic grotesquerie. Chain axes fused to meatslab arms, wings of flayed skin beating the ash-choked air. He slammed his fists against the hegemon's wall, each blow birthing seismic cracks that spiderwebbed through rockery. Lay down your arms, little loyalists. His voice was a landslide of grinding teeth. Your corpse Emperor forsakes you. The words carried psychic rot, and even veteran fists felt doubt's cold fingers squeeze. Their heart-suntal radiant wings cast a halo of defiance over the ramparts. Sanguinius descended like wrath-given form, his blade gleaming with impossible light. No words passed between the brothersonly, a heartbeat of shared grief for what Angron had been before the demon Primarch's snarled retreat, his promise of slaughter deferred but undimmed. 3 times the Black Legion's fury breached the Sanctum Imperialis. 3 times Sanguinius hurled them back, his presence alone reigniting crumbling resolve. At the dolorous spire, a Terminator claw ripped through his ivory breastplate, yet he still crushed a World Eater's champion's skull with his bare hand. In the shattered remains of Lion's Gate Plaza, he dueled a squadron of mutated obliterators, their flesh guns sputtering impotently against his speed. But Horus, festering in orbital dominion, grew impatient. His final gambit lumbered forth the Dies Irae, flanked by a coven of Warhound Titans vomiting phosphorus doom into the defenders' lines. Entire companies vanished, not even ash remained. Jagatai Khan saw the death stalemate grinding the palace to dust. Vision piercing through the crapulent smoke, he turned his lightning towards the Lion's Gate spaceport. Horus rotten lifeline. At dawn's bruised light, a tsunami of white scars bikes and Chagorian rough riders tore through cultist cordons, chainblades reaping a harvest of spines and diesel fuel. By noon, Loyalist colors flew over reactivated defense lasers, their beams shearing through troop landers like godly scalpels. The counterpunch at Eternity Wall faltered beneath concentrated demonic fury, but the blow was struck Horus. Infinite Tide now flickered, strained. No respite came. As voids buckled and bastions fell, the Loyalists retreated inward, fighting through colonnades where fine murals depicted triumphs now trampled under blood-caked boots. The Eternity Gate loomed last barricade before the Sanctum. Here Sanguinius stood haloed by muzzle flare, his feathers singed black, as cabined immediatest of corns, Bloodthirsters manifested in a geyser of boiling ichor. The demon spun a whip forged from fused vertebrae, its crack-splitting ceramite like eggshells. Angel of Light, taste the darkness. Their duel shook the foundations. Sanguinius, already bleeding from a score of wounds, took blades meant to sunder worlds thin rows, ribs shattered, to seize the monstrosity. A sound like continents colliding split the air as he broke Cabanda's spine across his knee, hurling the fading abomination into its cringing worshippers. The gates sealed with the shriek of dying hydraulics. Behind them, Rogel Dorn surveyed his shattered brother's fists with missing limbs still clutching bolt guns, blood angels weeping blood tears over their genocide's wounds. Guilliman's reports lay heavy in his mind, the Codex's cold logic a dirge for Legion glory. Soon the Emperor would strike a boarding action on the vengeful spirit that would shatter Horus' soul but break the Imperium's spinal cord. Sanguinius dead by the Warmaster's talon, the Emperor enthroned in charred agony, and Dorn Architect of the Unbreakable left to dismantle his own masterpiece, his fists, into scattered chapters. As dawn bled across Terra's corpse, he stood before his wrathful captains, their fury beating against his resolve like siege hammers. In his chest, pride warred with Dudith's same battle that had scorched the star sands somewhere. Amid rancid smoke and the keening of widows, he wondered when the bleeding would stop. The answer, whispered by the ghost winds of dead titans, was simple: never. For this was the victory they had purchased at a future cloven in half, held together by scars and sorrow, its every breath drawn in the shadow of a broken throne. Loyalty curdled into defiance as Rogel Dorn stood firm against the breaking of his legion, that adamantine resolve forged over centuries of crusade, now trembling beneath the crushing weight of necessity. Across the Imperium, still reeling from Horus' betrayal, brother turned against brother over Guilliman's code's not merely doctrine, but an open wound where the legions, sundered identities, bled out. The Imperial fists, they who had endured the hellish siege of Terra as the Emperor's unbreakable shield, now faced dissolution for the Imperium's salvation. Dorn's refusal was a thunderous silence shaking the halls of the Phalanx, every instinct howling that to dismantle his sons was to dishonor their countless sacrifices upon the anvil of war. Yet deeper than pride ran the bitter truth: the fractured realms of mankind could not withstand another civil war. He tasted the specter of it in the acrid tension between chapters, saw it in the battle readiness of fleets not yet demobilized, felt it in the tectonic pressure building within his own geneforged bones. Visions of Terra burning anew haunted his nights, not from traitorous ambition this time, but from the very protectors who'd saved it. And so the stubborn mountain moved not in capitulation, but in excruciation. For the first time since the Emperor's interment upon the Golden Throne, Dorn yielded. His blessing upon the second founding was less decree than dirge, each newly birthed chapter a shard of his legion's soul splintered away. The Black Templars tore into the void under Sigismund's zealous banner, their eternal crusade a blazing comet scorching heresy from the stars. Alexis Pollux's crimson fists rose as the younger siblings, their cobalt gauntlets soon to be stained legendary in desperate last stands that would etch their names into imperial hagiography. Then came the battle-scarred excoriators, forged in the siege's cruel fires and wearing their pain like a cloak of thorns, and the enigmatic Fists Exemplar, entrusted to Dantleon, the captain whose foresight had once sparked rebellion in Dorn's own halls. Each founding carved another sliver of living history from the Legion's heart, and amidst the hollow echo of the Phalanx, Dorn stood alone, his heart still beating in the chests of 10,000 sons scattered beyond the reach of his command. But scars fester when left untended. The iron cage awaited a poisoned seed planted millennia before, when two masters of siegecraft first locked gazes across a stratagem table, respect souring to rivalry, then curdling into undying malice. For Chirabo's betrayal had transformed him into a living mockery of what they'd once shared, crafting the eternal fortress on Sebastus Iv, a blasphemous eight-pointed sprawl of trenches and slaughter alleys screaming its corruption into the void. To Dorn it was more than stronghold, it was profane testament to his brother's fall. What followed was not strategy but catharsis. The Imperial Fist's assault was a volcanic eruption of pent-up anguish, Dorn's pristine discipline buried beneath the weight of Horus, betrayal, Kerr's sadism, and now Thith's ultimate desecration. For Chirabo, the architect of broken dreams, had birthed a labyrinthine hell where walls wept rust and every corridor breathed ambush. Trapped in that steel intestine of Bastion IV, The sons of Dorn fought not for victory, there was none to be found but for the purity of their extinction. Ammunition spent, warriors with mangled fists and shattered armor clawed at rusted iron with blood-slick fingers. Bolt rounds gave way to combat knives, knives to ceramite-lead teeth, the choking stink of promethium and void-scorched corpses thickening the air into a miasma. At the heart of the carnage stood Dorn, his warplate scoured to bare metal in patches, hammer rising and falling in the unsteady rhythm of desperation. Perturabo, perched somewhere in the fortress' mechanical bowels, watched his brother drown in attrition, savoring each Imperial fist death like fine Amescuntal Gilliman crashed into the crucible with Ultramarine sirens wailing. Robot's pragmatism severed the death grip, sparing Dorn only to brand him with survival's shame. The retreat was silence deeper than any Voxdead void, bitter with unspoken truths. Decades later, Dorn met his final reckoning not in the embrace of his legion, but amidst the dying light of the Imperium's first Black Crusade. Abaddon's horde tore from the eye like a tidal wave of teeth, Warmaster's ambition made manifest in corrupted hulls and howling demon engines. The Phalanx interposed its selfless fleet, the mobile bastion-wielding not rescue but grim calculus. Reports whispered of Dorn transmitting fleet dispositions with mechanical calm even as Gothic-class cruisers imploded around him. On the bridge, alight with the electric stench of ozone and ruptured conduits, the Primarch spoke his final order, boarding action against the sword of sacrilege. Not tactics, but repentancy of Primarch's atonement cast in blood and the certainty of oblivion. The claustrophobic innards of the Despoiler-class flagship reeked of charnel pits and ruptured sump tanks as Dorn's strikeforce carved a red road through the writhing dark. Mutant crewmen burst from shadowed bulkheads, their flesh sown with screaming faces. Possessed armor clanked with the discordant laughter of bound Neverborn. Plasma discharges scarred battle plate and illuminated grotesque murals daubed in excretions older than Terra. When the last Voxlink died, Dorn fought in eerie silence, his chainsword snarl the only requiem for the warriors dying at his heels. Records suggest he breached the bridge alone, the door seals blasting open to reveal Abaddon's throne room swirling with empiric lightan then nothing. Fleet sensors registered a detonation that peeled the sword of sacrilege open like rotten fruit. What the rescue crews found amidst the derelict's corpse-strewn decks was not a body, but a relic clutched in the rigor mortis fist of a dead apothecary. Dorn's skeletal hand, severed cleanly at the wrist, ceramite fused to bone. Brought back to the Phalanx gleaming under funerary oils, the hand was more than mortal remains. It was scripture cast in ivory. The Chapter S scrimshaw priests descended upon it like carrion saints, etching tiny reliefs into its ossified plaints storming of the Iron Warrior's bastion, the defiant silhouette of the Phalanx against Abaddon's shadow, the Primarch's last stand rendered in painstaking filigree. It is these bones that hold the Legion's soul, both literal and metaphorical. The Imperial fists, genocide flawless, alabaster pure, rejecting mutation with Dorn's own blunt, Obstinacibar's subtle betrayals, the missing Betcher's gland denying them venomous spittle like cursed birthright, the absent Susan membrane stealing the mercy of hibernating coma. Yet it gifts them the scrimshaw need, an ancestral murmur echoing through their genetic helix. Ritualized bone carving binds their chronicles to the fallen, marrow-deep memoirs of loss, transmuted into acts of meditative remembrance. Battle brothers spend off-watch hours hunched over rib fragments or finger bones, etching miniatures of void battles or sacred texts onto ivory canvases. Chaplains wear vertebrae gorgets etched with the names of wall breachers who died at the siege's eternity gate. Even the Tech Marines concede to it, servorms delicately incising the armor of the dead with geometric scarchistry rendered imperishable. Deep within the sanctum oculus of the Phalanx, lit only by guttering corpse candles, rests the greatest relic, the scrimshawed hand of Dorn himself. Each microsculpted scene whispers a testament to Primarch on the Iron Cage's bloodfields, Gilliman's arrival at Sebastus rendered in sapphire dust inlay, the phantom outline of the Emperor's throne upon Terra. Yet one knuckle remains defiantly bare. The keepers of the reliquary say it awaits the final engraving, the moment when their lost Primarch strides anew from the storm-racked edges of the Imperium to reclaim his shattered legacy. Until then, the hand grips an invisible sword, forever poised in stoic defiance, a skeletal metaphor for the chapter itself, unyielding even in the agony of doubt, its faith etched not in stone, but in the marrow-deep certainty that duty outlives death. To be an Imperial fist is to exist within a crucible of self-flagellation, where the relentless pursuit of flawlessness borders on divine madness, a ceaseless war waged not against external foes, but against the whispered specter of inadequacy that haunts every battle brother's soul. This is no mere chapter. Culture rate is a sacred pathology, an obsession etched into their genetic fabric by the stern hand of Rogel Dorn himself, transforming even the faintest stumble into a heresy demanding purgation. Every microsecond lost in deployment, Every millimeter of defensive miscalibration, every fractional lapse in bolter discipline becomes a wound upon the honor of the Legion, flayed open by their own unforgiving scrutiny. Such wounds fester unseen by others, but to the Sons of Dorn, they scream with the intensity of Phosphex burning flesh, demanding penance. Enter the pain Glovia sacrament of agony, a biomechanical confessional where failure is exorcised through neural fire. To don its synaptic tendrils is to drown in a holocaust of memory, every error relived in screaming clarity as the device feeds upon agony, coursing white-hot through nerve bundles like molten lead poured into the marrow. Some inquisitors name it barbarism, a madness birthed from toxic pride, yet to stride from its torturous embrace, skin blistered, muscles quivering, eyes ablaze with rekindled resolves to emerge reborn, a phoenix purified by self-immolation. This same indomitable spirit bleeds into their battle doctrine, where retreat is a blasphemy carved deeper than any Narthesium scar. Witness them at the breach, yellow ceramite fused black by promethium, gauntlets welded to storm bolters as waves of heretics crash against their bulwark. To yield ground is to desecrate Dorn's legacy, to spit upon the sacred stones of the imperial palace they once shielded with mountains of their own dead. Thus, they plant their banners in blood-soaked earth and die standing, voxcasters howling the litany of sacrifice until their final breath steams in the cold void. Yet hidden beneath this adamantine exterior lies a genetic poison Dorn's darkness. Though it rarely claims the imperial fists directly, it festers within their successors like rot in a fortress wall. The excoriators bear its cruelest touch, warriors frozen mid-stride, clarity replaced by waking nightmares where they drown anew in their Primarch's ancient anguish. Trapped within the psychic echo of Terra's darkest hour, these cursed souls relive the siege's despair thunder of Warhound Titans collapsing the Lion's Gate, the stench of burning Astartes' flesh clogging the Helios corridors until their minds fracture, leaving hollow shells that neither eat nor speak nor heed the drums of war. Among the living, however, another fire burns, the cult of the blade. Duels reverberate through the Phalanx's cavernous training decks, a thunderous ballet of chainblades and combat shields, where honor is etched in scar tissue. These are not mere sparring matches, but rites of self-creation, each clash a sermon in steel, where brothers dissect their weaknesses under the pitiless gaze of Dorn's stone effigies. The resulting scars jagged across pauldrons, furrowing cheekbones worn as scripture, physical testament to lessons carved in pain. Such trials begin long before the black carapace, amidst the howling voids where the phalanx drifts like a continent of gunmetal. Here, in this nomadic colossus that scorns planetary ties, recruitment chapels thrive as gardens of agony. No homeworld coddles these aspirants. They emerge from deathworld crucibles where survival is a prayer screamed into blizzards or ganger wars. In Wit's glacier-strangled hives spawn youths who chew frozen lichen to silence hunger pangs, their bones tempered by cold that cracks plasteel. They come bearing frostbite and stoicism, kneeling on chapel decks still stained with the blood of predecessors who shattered under genocide torments. Beneath Necromunda's toxic skies, hives come claw their way from sump pits to the spire's chapel, lungs seared by chemfogs, eyes narrowed by perpetual betrayals. Survival here breeds the cold pragmatism Dorn cherished, loyalty forged not by idealism, but by the certainty that only the chapter's embrace offers escape from the endless knife fight of existence. The chapels accept all, for the fists care not for pedigree, only endurance. Those who expire during selection are left where they fall. Carrion for servitors to clear weakness has no burial rites in the Emperor's shield. The survivors, hollow-eyed and trembling, face the true ordeal aboard the phalanx. Neophytes are broken upon the anvil of fortification drills, their minds rewired to see not landscapes but kill zones, not rubble but redoubt potential. They memorize pressure points in bastion walls, calculate fields of overlapping fire while last burns blister their skin, and learn that defense is not passivate, is an act of controlled fury, a masterpiece of slaughter sculpted beforehand. All beneath the gloom of lumen strips and Dorn's brooding statues, whose stone eyes seem to track their every stumble. Culture here is dictated by memory not just of Dorn's vanished presence, but the siege itself, an event etched into their collective soul like a brand. Shield companies bear gate names from that apocalyptic struggle hemispheric wall, Lion's Gate, Saturnine invoking not history but holy writ. Battle brothers shed birth names like Useless Skin, reborn as Defiance or Unbroken, titles earned by surviving trial combat where bone shields splinter under power mauls. Yet this unbending pride courts annihilation, as adamantly as it forges victories. Adamantio's near erasure proved Thistiburnus ossifying into dogma until catastrophe shattered their ceremonial chains. Now they wage wars anew, though their souls remain bound to Terra's scarred soil. In rare moments of quiet, when the guns fall silent, a different siege begins. Scholars of war dissect the Codex Astartes with Ultramarines' diligence, tracing defensive formulae across hololiths like monks illuminating grimoires. They embrace the junker correct and archaic, pitiless doctrine from ancient Terra demanding perfection in minutiae, boltrons stacked in rhomboid patterns, bootlaces triple-knotted, auspex sweeps timed to the millisecond. For in these tiny obediences lies the marrow of their creed that no act is too small to escape the shadow of Dorn's expectation. Hierarchy weaves through all facets of this brotherhood, merciless as a guillotine. From the lowliest neophyte scrubbing corrosion from deck plates to the high lords encased in relic Terminator plate, absolute obedience binds them not to abstract ideals, but to the unbroken chain stretching back to their Primarch's vanished hand. At its apex, gleaming like a dagger, stand the Templars 1,000 blades sworn to the Temple of Oaths where granite walls weep with centuries of inscribed vows. These grim paladins exist beyond standard company structures, a spiritual razor's edge whose zeal melts ceramite. Templars duel not for honor but transcendence, seeking that perfect moment where skill, fury, and faith intersect like targeting reticulous a union, named the Fury of Dorn. Their induction requires not mere prowess but ecstatic devotion, proven by walking unscathed through neutron flames in the temple's heart, emerging with skin blistered into golden sigils. Such extremes birth legends, yet some whisper that the chapter's greatest battle has already been fought not against xenos hordes or warpspawn, but against the crushing weight of their own legacy. Every Panglove session, every defiant last stand, every recruit gasping his life out on the Phalanx's decks is both an act of worship and desperation, a scream into the void that they are still Rogel Dorn's unbroken wall, that decay has not yet claimed them. They are the Emperor's shield, yes, but also their own most merciless judges, sentencing themselves daily to trials no other legion could endure. And in that endless self-immolation, they find not peace, but purpose, for in a galaxy screaming towards oblivion, the Imperial fists alone refuse to bend, even should the act of standing straight shatter their very bones. The Imperial fist stood as a bastion of unyielding discipline, their hierarchy forged not in the cold halls of political favor, but upon the searing anvils of Warech leader, a blade tempered by merit alone. The roles within Rogel Dorn's inner circle were not gifts bestowed by bloodline, but honors carved from the bedrock of battlefield valor, earned by those capable of rising to meet the galaxy's unrelenting trials. Below these senior captains, the Legion's structure descended into a meticulously ordered tapestry of line captains and centurions, each commanding battalions and companies with the precision of a master craftsman. Yet two ranks soared above the rest, embodiments of the Legion's unmatched mastery over specific domains of annihilation. Fleet masters, their minds sharpened by the infinite calculus of void warfare, steered the colossal armada of the 7th Legiona Leviathan force, numbering 1,500 warships at the heresy's dusk, its arsenal a symphony of destruction unrivaled in the Imperium. Siege masters, conversely, were architects of terrestrial apocalypse, orchestrating the grueling ballet of fortress breaking and trench warfare with cold, methodical genius. Though specialists, their authority was a thunderclap second only to Dorn himself, their voices shaping the fate of worlds. Within the labyrinthine keeps and bastions scattered across Imperial space, the titles of Castellan and Legion Seneschal burned bright emperorary crowns, worn by those entrusted with the sacred duties of fortress stewardship and recruitment, fleeting honors that nonetheless carried the weight of ancient oaths. Far from the booming orchestration of drills and the sanctified clamor of forges, deep within the heart of the fortress monastery on Malecha, night-shrouded orb lying perilously close to the eye of Terror Librarian Galen bent like a penitent over his sacred task. Enveloped by the librarious cavernous gloom, its vaulted ceiling lost to shadows, he hovered above a time-battered tome bound in leather so aged it resembled cracked earth. Around him, the air hung thick with the ghosts of knowledge. Endless shelves groaned under crumbling scrolls and grimoires, their pages whispering secrets brittle as bone or humming with wards older than the stars above. The light danced fitfully from swaying looming globes, painting serpentine shadows across gilded spines and carved runes, each flicker granting the illusion of movementward slithering, symbols pulsing as though alive. The chamber's atmosphere was a tangible thing, dense with the perfume of decayed vellum and mineral bite of oxidized iron bindings, undercut by the coppery tang of sealing wax long dried to bloodust. Galen breathed it in, the musk of centuries settling upon his armored shoulders like a mourner's cloak. Beyond the soundproofed walls, the muted thunder of distant drills and the nasal chants of mechanicum liturgies seeped through as a dull resonance, a reminder of the ceaseless preparation for war. But here in the cryptquiet, only the scrape of his quill broke the silency etched stroke deliberate, each flourish a sacrament as he inked the chronicles of the Death Watch, the long vigil given form. It was said that of 100 Astartes, one possessed the iron willand, the singular dread wisdomto, answer the call of the Death Watch. A shadow brotherhood bound not by blood but necessity, These warriors abandoned their chapter's colors to don the solemn black and silver of the Long Watch, pledging fealty to the Inquisition's Ordo Xenos. They stood as a blade in the dark, a final wall against the ravening horrors that slithered from the void's abyss. Born of no single world or lineage, they were a living mosaic of the Adeptus Astartes Ultramarine and Space Wolf, Dark Angel and Iron Handshoulder to shoulder beneath the inquisitorial sigil, their original heraldry reduced to a muted badge on their pauldron, a ghost of loyalty subsumed to higher duty. Their mandate was vast as it was dire, the eradication of the alien in all its multifarious vileness, greenskin hordes bellowing mindless fury to the uncaring stars. Tyrannid swarms consuming worlds in a grotesque mockery of life cycle. Necron legions rising from silent tombs, metal bones clicking with Aeon-souled malice. Each foe was a unique damnation, and the Death Watch met them not with blind hatred but studied predation, for to kill the Xenos, one must first dissect its soul. None in the Imperium commanded such harrowing expertise, nor bore the burden of such profane knowledge. While other chapters crusaded for conquest, the Death Watch waged a silent, perpetual war for survival, deploying not in battle companies, but in kill teams, surgical instruments honed for precision extermination. Should the threat exceed even their lethal prowess, entire chapters or the uncountable masses of the Astra Militarum would be summoned. But it was the Watch who struck first, who delved deepest, who returned scarred by truths too lethal for common minds. Their genesis was a riddle wrapped in myth. Some chroniclers pointed to the time of rebirth, when the Imperium quaked beneath the apocalyptic boots of the Beast of Warboss. Of such monstrous cunning his horde seemed less an invasion than a crude parody of the Great Crusade itself. With Terra itself trembling, Chapter Master Corland, last son of the shattered Imperial fists, beseeched the High Lords to sanction a desperate gambit. Kill teams drawn from every chapter, united under the Inquisition's gaze to execute decapitation strikes no army could deliver. Reluctance curdled into assent, and from the ashes of Armageddon the first Death Watch arose, their ranks filled by broken men clinging to purpose like shards of glass. Other whispers, older and fouler, spoke of the apocryphal conclave on Orate Iva Cabal of the Ordo Xenos, highest lords gathering in dread portent, foreseeing a day when every Xenos breed would unite to drown mankind in a tide of fang and claw. Their answer was the Watch, an eternal sentinel forged from the finest blades of 100 chapters, its warriors sworn to secrecy so profound even their genefathers could not pierce it. Two tales diverging and entwining like serpents, yet both ended in the same oath, vigil. Those who took the black returned irrevocably altered, their minds vaults of forbidden lore, their souls forever apart from the brothers they once called kin. Clad in the livery of mourners, they carried with them the cold comfort of duty, knowing that should they fall, another would step into the shadows, another hand take up the silvered blade. For in the end, the long vigil was not a choice but a chain, its links forged from the simple, terrible truth that without the Watch's silent war, there would be no Imperium to burn in daylight's fire. In his dusty sanctum, Librarian Galen inscribed these truths with reverence, each word a ward against oblivion. The cold light flickered, the shadows convulsed, and somewhere in the void beyond Malech, a kill team moved black against black, hunting a horror only they could name. The vigil endured. The Death Watch endures as a silent blade poised in the galaxy's shadowed veins, their existence a paradox of unity and secrecy and alliance, forged between the uncompromising will of the Inquisition and the unyielding resolve of the Adeptus Astartes. No other brotherhood in the annals of the Imperium has walked such a razor's edge, their autonomy preserved even as they bend to the whispered directives of the Ordo Xenos. Watch captains stride into the colliginous frontiers of known space, their blackened armor a void against the alien horrors they hunt, guided not by overt command, but by the cold calculus of Xenos' intelligence parsed through 1,000 auspic-scarred data looms. They are the unseen sentinels who trespass where the light of the astronomicon flickers and dies, who study the clickdung dialects of hive-dwelling monstrosities and the fractal tactics of crystalline star predators, all to sever threats before they coalesce into invasions that might bleed into humanity's trembling heart. Theirs is a legacy etched in the oldest oath sworn by Corvus Corax and the apocryphal conclave in an age when the stars themselves seemed less cruel and upheld now by warriors drawn from 100 chapters, their heraldry obscured beneath the argent pauldron of the long vigil. For centuries beyond count, they have waged war without witness, their triumphs unheralded save in the sealed archives of watch fortresses, their dead mourned only by brothers who dare not speak their names aloud. They are bound not by glory but by purpose, a purpose that now frays beneath the calamities of the 41st millennium. This is an epic of unraveling, of entropy's ghastly crescendo, where the shield of the Death Watch trembles beneath blows from a dozen galactic wounds. The Imperium fractures under the Great Rift's baleful scream, its halves severed like a butchered carcass, and in the resulting darkness, ancient and novel monstrosities surge forward, hungers whetted by humanity's vulnerability. Like carrion birds descending to a dying beast, the xenos cometh Eldari of Craftworld Elatok, their once-stately grace sharpened into desperation, waging war with a fervor unseen since their empires collapse, not for territory, but for resurrection, a final flare of pride before their species winks out into myth's cold embrace. Their venomous kin, the Druckery of Komorog, descend in predatory tides upon fractured imperial worlds, not to conquer but to harvest, spiriting away entire populations to pain-engine coliseums where agonies are refined into art. Cities are left as hollowed husks, their streets echoing with the after-silence of screams, all to slake a thirst that has turned the Dark City's lords into something even the demons of the warp might shun. And yet these predations are but facets of the doom closing in. Beneath dead planets, where tomb dust chokes vaults older than the Imperium itself, Necron dynasty stirrers of living metal reassembling from scattered atoms, phasing through reality as though the Death Watch's bolter fire were but minor annoyances. Destroyer cadres vanish into teleportation mist, only to rematerialize seconds later, Gauss flares reducing battle brothers to ash before the Watch can recalibrate tactics. Each foe slain is a fleeting victory, for Necron cryptechs labor in sunless forges, drawing fallen warriors back across the Veil, their legions swelling faster than kill teams can cull them. And amidst this, like a virulent infection, the orcs of Tharka swarm under the banner of Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka, a prophet whose very name ignites primal terror. His WAGH is no mere green tide, but a tsunami of rusted iron and fungal flesh, his clans unified in aberration. Under a cunning that outpaces even the beast of legend, this Korkan Albert name carves through sectors with mechanized hordes, dropping asteroidrum ships onto hive cities and deploying graviticrumpas that crumple titans like tin. Death Watch strike forces melt into his peripheries, planting vortex mines and sabotaging fuel stills, but against such numbers, even the Astartes are but pebbles hurled against a flood. In the galactic east, cold stars watch the Tiao Empire's insidious advance at their Xenos Horizon engines slipping past Imperial blockades, their rhetoric of the greater good, a honeyed poison that turns governors into puppets. Whole systems succumb not to fire but to flickering holograms of prosperity, their populations lulled by pulse rifle diplomacy, until the Aquila is quietly replaced by the Sept emblem. The Death Watch answers with surgical decapitations, vanishing ethereal leaders mid-speech, yet each halted expansion bleeds the Watch's reserves thinner, their warriors recalled by desperate chapters to bolster homeworlds buckling under other fronts. And through it all, silent but omnipresent, the Tyranid swarms encroach Hive Fleet Leviathan, a shapeless dread oozing from beneath the galactic core. Its vanguard is not mere bioforms but tectonic horrors. Capillary towers piercing continents like weeping needles, spore chimneys exhaling synaptic mists that dissolve the will to fight. Where Hive Fleet Behemoth roared and Kraken slithered, Leviathan suffocates, wrapping tendril fleets around Segmentum Solar itself, forcing the Death Watch to choose between saving Holy Terra's approaches or abandoning 1,000 peripheral worlds to the digestion pools. It is in this hour of midnight despair that the Battle of Venner is remembered less a battle than a crucible, where the Death Watch's nascent might faced its first inferno. Anner Prime, a barren rock transformed by orc ingenuity into a pulsing green fortress, its surface shielded by a crackling energy dome that turned orbital bombardments into firework displays. Lord Commander Korax, flanked by the grim specter of Vulcan Hermit Primarch of the Salamanders, cloistered aboard the Alcazar remembered, his silence await his brothers mistook for Wisdomald the assault. Drop pods fell like steel hail, only to crash into labyrinthine kill zones, where Gretchen sappers detonated seismic charges beneath advancing Astra Militarum regiments, while commandos emerged from sludge-swers to drag space wolves into ambushes. Every step toward Gagod, the beast's capital, cost oceans of blood. Orcs fought not with mindless fury but with the cruel precision of hunters herding prey, their traps baited with imperial dead. Mega-gargants, towering idols of grease and rivets, stamped through maniples of Skidarai, while shock attack guns teleported Cybernetica into molten slag. By the time the Imperial spearhead reached the temple palaces, half the fist's exemplar lay broken, and the Blood Angels, sanguinary priest, could scarce keep pace with the butchery. It was Esed Wire, assassin of the Venenum Temple, who pierced the inner sanctumsonly to find not one beast, but a conclave of warbosses clad in scavenged Terminator plate, hulking in the flickering shrine light of Gork and Mork. His mission impossible, Wire seized a rickety orc fighter, its engines coughing promethium soot, and careened through AA fire to bring warning. Korax, battered but unbroken, shifted strategy with a predator's grace. Strike not at the beast's heart, but his belly. Death Watch kill teams, their existence not yet formalized, but their tactics already ghosting into being, slipped behind orc lines. They torched fungus vats swollen with squigmeat, detonated rampant energy cores powering the shieldome, turned greenskin supply depots stocked with cannibalized Captivacinto radioactive craters. Famine did what bolters could not. The beast's tide faltered, clans fracturing into warring warbands over dwindling food. The victory was brutal, pragmatic, a mirror of the Death Watch's Futuria victory written in ash and silence, its architects unthanked, its cost etched only in the blackened armor of the fallen. As the Imperium's darkness deepens, the Watch stands at the precipice, warriors recalled to dying chapters, their strength a slow bleed. Yet still they light candles against the night, each kill team a spark refusing extinction, their war eternal, their names forgotten, their oath unbroken. The air crackled with the acrid stench of ozone and scorched iron, as the greenskin tide erupted from Gagad's depths, an avalanche of howling flesh and rusted metal that shook the very bedrock beneath the Imperial lines. Like some primordial force given form, the Orc horde crashed against the human defenses gargants, the size of city blocks, slammed into Legio Ultima Titans in collisions that sent shockwaves tearing across No Man's Land, toppling soldiers like toy soldiers beneath a child's tantrum. Shells screamed overhead, detonating in spheres of orange fury that illuminated the nightmarish tableau. Waves of orcs clambering over the smoldering husks of lemon rust tanks, their crude axes rising and falling in sprays of crimson, while Imperial engineers, faces streaked with grime and desperation, bolted together the last hope of the vanguard, a jury-rigged ordinatus cobbled from a capital Imperialis, shattered frame, and the gutted plasma core of a fallen starship. Each discharge from the monstrosity carved a corridor of screaming green bodies, the superheated air itself seeming to wail. But for every 100 orcs vaporized, 1,000 more scrambled over the corpses, eyes blazing with manic glee. Then the earth trembled not from artillery, but from revelation. The temple of Gorkin Morkin obsidian ziggurat that had absorbed weeks of orbital bombardment without yielding suddenly unfolded. Stone shrieked as colossal plates slid aside, revealing ocular lenses larger than baneblades glowing with malevolent sentience. The Megagargant did not merely rice it uncoiled, a god machine of scrap and spite that pulsed with the raw psychic hatred of 100,000 orc souls bound into its reactor core. Its first footfall cratered the earth for half a mile. Its arm, a piston-driven wrecking ball studded with shrieking buzzsaws, swept through the Imperial left flank, sending tanks pinwheeling through the air like discarded playthings. In that final, choking hour, Vulcan emerged from the smoky fortifier in the darkness. 3,000 Space Marines assembled at his command, boarding Thunderhawks and Stormbirds with faces set in stone, each knowing this flight led only to the pyre. They screamed through flak so thick it blackened the sun, ramming through the Megagargant's hull in explosions of molten plating. Within, the air burned with the stink of fermented fungusoil and scorched wiring. The corridors shook with the thunder of klaxons and the stomp of elite Nob bodyguards. Chainswords met power claws in showering sparks as the Astartes fought room by room, hallway by hallway, until only the Primarch and his honor guard remained, breaching the sanctum where a titanic effigy of the beast himself loomed, a statue of scrap iron and hatred that turned its creaking head and roared. Armor the color of clotting blood encased the warlord, his bulk straining the Megarmor's joints as he hefted a power claw crackling with stolen Voidshield energy. The beast's laughter was guttural, wet a sound felt in the bones more than heard, his Gothic mangled but merciless as he boomed of mankind's extinction, of Terra drowning in tides of green. Vulcan answered only with hammer raised, the drakeskull cloak billowing behind him like wings. Their clash split the air, every impact sent shockwaves spiderwebbing through the chamber's groaning superstructure. The Primarch's armor buckled under blows that could have felled a warhound, but his strikes began to tell. Ceramite shattered, cables snapped, and still the beast laughed, goading Vulcan onward until the Primarch saw the only path left. With a bellow that shook the walls, Vulcan drove Forgebreaker into the beast's chest, not through flesh, but into the pulsing core of the Gargant's reactor behind him. Corvid's Voxcree to withdraw was swallowed by the detonation of white-hot supernova that ate the Megagargant from within, peeling back reality itself, before collapsing into a column of ash and mourning. The greenskin rout was immediate, their frenzied cohesion dissolving into scattered warbands gnawing at each other in the vacuum of leadership. Yet the Imperial survivors moved like ghosts, their armor still warm from the funeral fire that had claimed a demigod. As the fleet limped toward Terra, the augurs flickered to life not with distress calls, but with a growling chant that oozed from every frequency, every vox beat and cogitator. I am slaughter, a taunt echoing from some unseen throat. Desperation, once a specter, now sat at High Command's table. Corvid, his face etched with grief and the knowledge that brute force had bled the Imperium dry, listened as Inquisitor Veritas unfurled his poisonous salvation. The Sisters of Silence, the outcasts who walked with the Emperor's shadow clinging to their heels, whose Nullera strangled Weirdnergy with a scalpel to gut the orc's psychic sinew, finding them on necrotic niter, was a gauntlet through orc flotillas whose captains, driven by instinctual dread, threw ships into suicidal ramming maneuvers to keep the Null Maidens entombed. When Corvid finally stood before their abyss, a woman whose gaze was colder than the void between starshire refusal was a blade drawn across old wounds. Only at Vulcan's name did her frigid resolve thaw, the Primarch's shadow stretching beyond death to bind ancient oaths. The plan was heresy given form: capture orc weirdboys mid-Waag, chain them in circuits of psychodampeners, and set the sisters amongst their thrashing forms. On Incus Maxima, they unleashed this abomination and artificial feedback that ripped through the orc horde like chain lightning, turning psychers into flesh bombs that vaporized their kin in spirals of green viscera. For the first time since the beast reared its head, orcs ran. The Death Watch was forged in this bitter epiphany, understanding that victory lay not in legions, but in precise, annihilating cuts. Veterans from 100 chapters, clad in black ceramite etched with xeno-killing sigils, boarded inquisitorial black ships alongside Skidara, Kilklades, and Stoneface sisters. Their baptism came at Damnos, but their true crucible was the second battle of Ulanora Crusade bled pale by the first assault yet hardened by sacrifice. Corvid's strike team teleported into Gagod's rotting heart even as the fleet burned above, trusting the Death Watch's knives to carve a path to the beast's throne. What they found was no mere warlord. Seated atop a dais of bolter-riddled Terminator armor, the beast waited, flanked by 6 thrones of bone and plastileech sized for a monstrosity his equal. The honor guard weren't Nobsthi, were living gargants, mech-suited colossi that crushed gray knights into paste with hydraulic fists. Corvid fought like a man already damned, Storm's teeth revving as he sheared through power fields and ceramite, but every wound knitted shut before their eyes, every bolt round flattened against warp-infused plating. Hope was a dying ember when the sisters knelt, their nullfields flaring a psychic backdraft that crumpled weirdboy conduits and made the beast howl in pain. Corvid struck, the blade finding the gap beneath the beast's helmet as the warlord toppled. A final roar shook the chamber. Not from the corpse from the shadows behind the throne. Another beast emerged, identical but larger, its claw closing around Corvid's torso in a burst of ceramite and bone before the teleport flares dragged the survivors back. Lord Commander Corvid died choking on his own blood, cradled by Death Watch hands as the truth clawed at his fading mind that 6 beasts remained, each uglier than the last, and the Imperium had merely traded one extinction for another. The void, it seemed, had only begun to laugh. The frozen winds of Damnos howled across its desolate plains as the Ultramarines' warships pierced the void, engines burning with the fire of vengeance. 25 standard years had crawled past since Imperial boots last desecrated this accursed tomb world, a quarter-century of festering shame that clung to the blue armor of every Ultramarine like frost on ceramite. Chapter Master Marnius Calgar stood upon the bridge of the Lex Talionis, fists clenched so tightly that the adamantium of the gauntlets of Ultramar groaned in protest. Below him spread the ice-glazed hellscape, where his brothers had broken against the implacable metal ranks of the Necronter, where Captain Sicarius had learned the bitter taste of defeat that still twisted his features into a permanent grimace. The High Lord's decree burned in Calgar's mind like a brand, not a request, but an ultimatum written in the blood of failed sentinels. Redeem your honor, or be remembered as the chapter that bowed to soulless machines. The journey through the Necron-patrolled system had been a masterpiece of misdirection written in voidcraft maneuvers and sensor ghosts, a deadly ballet choreographed by tech marines poring over flickering hololiths. Now explosion blossoms bloomed soundlessly on the planet's night side, as the first wave of empty drop pods tore through the upper atmosphere, sacrificial decoys, trailing burning promethium trails to draw the wrath of the Gauss pylons. Sicarius watched their fiery descent from the embarkation deck, his fingers tracing the unfamiliar weight of the vortex, grenade mag-clamped to his belt. Sergeant Imak's parting gift felt heavier than any relic blade, a distilled singularity of trust from a Deathwatch brother who knew what it meant to hunt aliens in the marrow-deep dark. Around him, 4th Company veterans checked bolters with ritual precision, the ship's lumens turning their warplate the color of midnight ocean depths. 30 seconds to insertion. The ship's machine spirit intoned, its binary cant washing over 500 transhuman warriors standing immobile as statues in their launch cages. Calgar's voice rolled like thunder through the vox beads nestled in their auditory implants. Remember Calth, remember the gauntlet. The Xenos thinks us broken, show them the unbroken chain. Sicarius felt the battle cry resonate in his twin hearts, drowning out the whispering ghosts of fallen brothers whose names adorned his armor's scrollwork. Catapult charges detonated beneath the drop pods with apocalyptic force, plunging them toward Damnos, glacial crust in a storm of ionization trails. Impact rattled teeth in Astartes' skulls as the pods slammed into ice permafrost, hatches exploding outward to disgorge their cobalt-armored cargo into a hailstorm of emerald death. Gauss beams sliced through the howling winds with reptilian hisses, flickering beams of annihilation that turned immortal guardsmen to vapor where they grazed, leaving only the faintest scream lingering in charged air. Sicarius was moving before his auto-senses fully adjusted, power sword already arcing through a Necron warrior's spinal column in a shower of necrodermis sparks. Forward, break their lines before they coalesce. His Voxcrawl cut through the storm as the frozen plain erupted in overlapping firestorm stalkers unfolding like monstrous insects from buried vaults, destroyers hovering on antigrav arcs to pour enfilading fire into human ranks. To the west, Calgar carved a path through the mechanical horde, with the gauntlets of Ultramarines ringing like funeral bells against Necron chassis. Each blow cratered the permafrost, sending metallic limbs twitching through crimson-spattered snow. But for every Necron shattered beneath Terminator boots, another rose from the ice, wounds sealing with liquid metal sighs as the tomb complex beneath their feet thrummed to full awakening. The skeletal warriors moved with hideous synchronicity, not ranks but a single entity, a corpse-metal tide washing against the Imperial beachhead. Chapter Master, energy signature spiking from the central monolith. Codicere Venudius, astropathic shout tore through the Voxnit, even as reality screamed around the Tesseract vault. The floating nightmare loomed over the battlefield, its obsidian geometry violating mortal perception as containment fields ruptured in cascading failures. Frozen air crystallized into falling diamonds as a cruciform shape tore through dimensions, its scream scraping at sanity like broken glass. Varulker the World Shaper, namesake plague of forgotten epics, unfolded into reality with a star's wrath, a Cetan shard, whose mere presence bent glacial ridges into screaming faces before it casually backhanded a land raider into molten scrap. Calgar's auto-sensors screeched damage reports as he charged the malfunctioning Gauss pylon, armored boots cracking meter-thick ice sheets with each stride. The war machine's energy sickle wavered in its housing, crippled by overcharged Necron Resurrection's protocols, now flooding the battlefield. With a roar that fused Voxgrill to Gorget, Calgar wrenched the crescent emitter toward the Tesseract vault, just as Varulker brought down a continental plate-shifting fist toward the Ultramarines command group. Energy met energy in a detonation that bleached retinal implants for kilometers the gathered might of Damnos, defenses pitted against the captured fury of a star god. When the actinic flare faded, the vault's shield shimmered and died like collapsing soap bubbles, revealing the shard now hovering fully unleashed above fissures cracking Damnos to its mantle. Beneath the carnage, deep within suffocating crypts that predated human speech, the Deathwatch kill team found their prey. Sergeant Lazarius watched impassively as melta charges transformed the Undying Lord's reanimation chamber into a superheated grave, the Necron Overlord materializing midstride only to shatter like glass under entropy grenade bombardment. Above them, through kilometer-thick bedrock, they felt rather than heard the Cetan's triumphant bellow shaking the planet's core. On the surface, Sicarius fought through flensing particle winds to reach the Maelstrom's heart. Necron flayed ones descended upon his position in a blizzard of rusted talons, their gibbering scrap code nearly drowning out warnings of armor integrity loss. The vortex grenade felt frigid against his palm as he thumbed the activation rune, listening to the warp's rising whisper behind its containment seals. Varulker turned its semi-aware gaze upon the lone Astartes, cold galactic amusement vibrating in the molecular bonds between them, for Guilliman and the throne world. The vortex device spiraled through Archangauss fire to detonate against the Cetan's chest, reality itself hemorrhaging where ancient science and warp-born predation collided. Varulker's rage outshone dying suns as the wound dilated, dragging its cosmic essence screaming into the Empyrean in ribbons of stolen starlight. Sicarius stood frozen in the backblast zone, his sword arm dangling useless from a flayed one's toxin-seeping claw marks, watching the last afterimage of the Godshard vanish like mist. Around him, Necron legions stuttered mid-stride, incomprehension registering in their inhuman architectures, before the Ultramarines fell upon them, with renewed fury absent their animating will. Victory came slow and costly under Damnos, sickly green-tinged auroras. Deathwatch tech savants led purgation teams through crypts with archaeotech flamers, sterilizing tomb complexes with xenocidal thoroughness. When Frostrime Thunderhawks finally lifted the survivors from the permafrost weeks later, Sicarius stared impassively at the world shrinking below. The chapter master's silent nod carried more weight than any laurel wreath absolution etched not in ceremony but shared burden. Above the ravaged planet, aboard watches whose obsidian hulls bore no heraldry, neophytes of the Long Vigil observed the war's final acts through sensor feeds. These initiates bore the hidden scars of 100 xenocidal campaigns already, their freshly painted black armor obscuring original liveries beneath solemn oaths of secrecy. For them, Damnos wasn't redemption's stage, but a living textbook on Necron combat doctrines, another fragment of implacable knowledge to be dissected, memorized, and secreted away behind minelocks aboard scattered vigil stations. The transition from chapter brother to Deathwatch operative began in silence. No cheering crowds lined the embarkation decks when Chaplain Cassius relinquished veteran Brother Pythol to the Black-led envoys. The ritual stripping of his blue warplate took place before the Temple of Correction's grimacing gargoyles, apothecaries recording every genetic marker before the black ceramite closed over his flesh like a second skin. His left pauldron alone retained the Ultramarine symbol, a single cobalt tear in an onyx void. The Tech Marine's chant resonated in the armor's machine spirit as sacred unguents anointed its joints, binding his fate to secrets no fellow Ultramarine would ever divine. Aboard the Watch Fortress Eternal Penance, Pythol learned the true price of vigilance. His introductory days unfolded in vaulted chambers, where holographic xenotypes lunged from every shadow orc genostructure dissections, giving way to Tyranid synaptic wave analysis before circadian rhythms reset to analyze Eldar's soul crystal harmonics. Each lesson ended with the same thrumming neural purgation, preventing remembrance of anything but approved doctrines and targetable weak points. He trained alongside a Black Templar, whose vows of poverty clashed with an Imperial Fist's ritualistic protocols, supervised by a mentor whose Storm Warden's brogue couldn't quite obscure the chapter symbol hastily scrubbed from his own shoulder guard. The immersive indoctrination fused battle data with psychic conditioning until Pythol's nightmares brimmed with unpurged alien vectors. When deployment orders finally came, mission parameters outlined in a data slate as blank, as his ship's transponder no farewells echoed through Eternal Penance's docking bay. Only the hum of teleporters and the scent of ozone as he vanished in crackling energy, already disappearing from records he'd spent a lifetime building. Somewhere halfway across the galactic core, Sicarius stared at fresh scrollwork engraved on his armor, still hearing the Vortex grenade's dying wail. Somewhere in dark between stars, Valkyr raged against impossible geometries. And in 10,000 watch stations, the Templars of mankind's survival continued compiling their anathema archives, writing humanity's defiance one secret at a time in blood and stolen alien knowledge that would never see the light of common imperial day. The long vigil burned eternal, fed by sacrifices like damnos not victories, but desperate stays against the gathering night where even gods could be made to bleed. The galaxy teems with hidden terrors, a vast menagerie of razor-limbed predators and incomprehensible intellects that prowl the void between stars, and the Death Watch knows them all. Through synaptic indoctrination that etches itself bone-deep, through relentless drills that supplant even autonomic responses, every Death Watch Marine becomes a living repository of xenobiological nightmares. When the fighting starts, when chitin scrapes against ceramite and alien warhorns shatter the air, these forbidden archives explode into brutal clarity. Acidic weak points beneath a Tyranid's armored crest, the precise millisecond a Necron's reanimation protocols falter, the territorial aggression pattern of a Kroot carnivore, packed these truths detonate in the Space Marine's mind like gunfire. No matter the foe, no matter how many bladed limbs or howling psychic assaults crash against him, instinct becomes a surgeon's scalpel. He strikes where the alien bleeds, terminates where it breeds, shatters where its incomprehensible biology fractures, a dance of annihilation choreographed long before the enemy crests the horizon. Yet this lethal perfection demands sacrifice. A Space Marine steps into the obsidian armor of the Death Watch, and in that moment, the heraldry of his chapter, the battle honors etched across his pauldrons, even the very name by which his brothers once hailed him, all are cast into the Forge of Fire. The kill team is his brotherhood now, a mosaic of warriors fragmented from 100 divergent doctrines. Here, the methodical siegecraft of an Imperial Fist collides with the wildfire assault doctrines of a White Scar. Here, a Blood Angel's crimson thirst must still itself beside the machine-cum of an Iron Hand. Combat doctrines clash like swords, arguments ignite over suppressive fire patterns and close-quarter tactics, but the long vigil tempers them in blood. Battle after battle against the galaxy's most grotesque predators melts differences into necessity. A Space Marine learns to trust the kill team brother covering his flank as he trusts his own genetically engineered reflexes. He knows, with utter certainty, which of his new brothers wields flamers with purgatorial fury, who can thread a stalker pattern bolter round through a Hormagaunts synaptic ganglia at 900 meters, whose psychic shadow can wither an Eldar warlock's conjurations. In the crucible of ceaseless war, rivalry becomes respect. Respect hardens into kinships forged not in the comforting rituals of a homeworld shrine, but in the shared terror of battling organisms that breathe vacuum, that communicate through telepathic plagues, that weaponize the very fabric of reality. The kill team, once strangers snarling at each other's tactical eccentricities, ceases to be a collection of warriors at all. Under the crucible's hammer strike, they fuse. Squad movement becomes a single organism's breathing. Bolter drills murmur in uncanny unison. The death scream of one xenos breed triggers a choreographed response from all 5 in the kill zone. They are a scalpel, but a scalpel crafted from darkness, edged with impossible knowledge, wielded by hands that know precisely when to cut deep and when to twist. But the Death Watch is more than executioners. They are scavengers of the apocalyptic archivists of 1,000 impossible horrors. As the Ordo Xenos' chamber militant, their mandate stretches beyond eradication into the forbidden, the capture, the containment, the blasphemous study. A howling Necron face sword, still quivering with anti-entropic energies, wrenched from disintegrating metal fingers. A Drukhari agonizer, its neural toxins analyzed in sterile vaults deep within watch fortresses. Even in desperate extremes, the turning of such devices against their creators a tech marine, his sanctified mechadendrites trembling with revulsion and necessity, jury-rigging a captured orc shock attack gun to tear apart its former masters. Such acts are anathema, necessary heresies performed under the cold gaze of the Inquisition and the sterile scrutiny of the Adeptus Mechanicus. To feast upon the enemy's strength is to balance on the precipice one misstep, one overlooked scrap of alien consciousness lingering in the captured weapon, and catastrophe bleeds into the Imperium's veins. Yet the Death Watch endures this sacrilege, bearing the taint so that the countless teeming hives of humanity never need know the razor's edge their shield walks. This burden is not borne lightly. Chapters steeped in zealous orthodoxy, the Black Templars with their unquenchable thirst for annihilation, the Dark Angels clutching their own secrets like poisoned daggers, despise the compromises the long vigil demands. They come as men sentenced, not commended, their oaths of compliance bound in chains of ancient obligation to the Emperor himself. The Space Wolves snarl at inquisitorial oversight. The Iron Hands dissect orders with cold logic, distrusting any directive not arising from binary clarity. The Blood Angels wage inner wars against their own darkness, while Xenocide brews around them. Yet they fight. They fight because ancient writs etched onto Titan-bound parchment command it. They fight because there is no other bulwark capable of meeting the galaxy's monstrosities as equals in slaughter. Even the stalwarts Ultramarines stalwart as fortress walls. Crimson fists with vengeance etched into their genetic code carry silent doubts. To walk this path is to become more and less than Space Marine, a keeper of forbidden truths, a wielder of unholy armaments, an eternal watchman resigned to knowing he can never fully return to the light of the brotherhood he once called home. And when the mission ends, should he survive the incalculable perils, the Death Watch Marine faces his final trial silence. He is relieved of his midnight armor, his seals of joint service ritually burned, his mind purged of certain volatile operational details. He returns to his chapter, his armor repainted, his tongue weighted with oaths stronger than adamantium. No tales of genestealer infestation hatching within segmentum solar bureaucracies. No whispered accounts of Atrud migration corridors coiling through prosperous agri-worlds. No warning of Rangdan psychic echoes still flickering at galactic fringes. He keeps his brothers' trust by betraying them with omission, by smiling grimly at their boasts of Xenos battles while knowing the true horrors gnawing at the Imperium's edge. Some, scarred beyond recognition of their former selves, choose the eternal vigil, sinking into the structure of the Death Watch itself. They become watch captains, their faces obscured by artificer helmets, their voices ground to gravel by decades breathing recycled fortress air. Others become apothecaries of atrocity, tech marines versed in alien desecration, librarians whose psychic hoods hum with secrets lethal to unshielded minds. These secrets fester, corrosive, and sacred. The Ordo Xenos knows well knowledge is the sharpest weapon and the deadliest plague. Let the Imperium's common soldiery learn of the Canib's gravity-warping spore ships, the Slaw's sentient fleshbits manufactorums, and despair would beget heresy, panic would birth betrayal. Thus, ordnance reports become elegies, mission debriefings transform into rituals for the dead. Every Death Watch fortress doubles as a mausoleum for truths too hazardous to be borne. The Long Vigil's veterans become living crypts, their silence a stronger barricade than any fortress wall, their burden sharing space in their genocide alongside the Emperor's holy gifts. Amidst the galactic sprawl, clinging to dead asteroids or drifting unseen in the nebula's heart, the watch fortresses stand sentinel. These are not chapter keeps resonant with hymns and the reek of sacred oils. They are sterile, echoing vaults operating in perpetual shadow. Tassa Prime, fortress world gifted by Robot Gilliman's own hand, once thrummed with initiates from Ultramar's gleaming bastions, now severed by the cicatrix maledictum. It serves as a tomb for lost knowledge. Fortress Fuelo's IX, stripped down to skeletal girders and immense vox spires, listens not for warp transmissions, but for the aberrant harmonics of craftworld gravsails. Griffon Altis is a grim spire orbiting a dead hive, its cells overflowing not with battle brothers, but with cryosailed specimens orc spores in stasis, necrodermis fragments sealed behind nullfields. twitching Tyranid bioforms dissected under pallid lumens. A watch commander's authority here is absolute, surpassing mere military rank. He's a fixture of the fortress, scar tissue giving command some bare bionic grafts restoring anatomy devoured by Atrud temporal rot. Others speak through synthboxes after lictor venom melted lungs. Still others project faint holograms to hide bodies, ruined beyond even Astartes' regeneration. Their council, the stratagem, is a gathering of necessary heretics. The librarian dreads the warp not only for demons, but for the mind-shattering psychona of the enslavers. The apothecary steps beyond healing into abhorrent xenobiology, injecting battle brothers with synthesized Tyranid antitoxins, surgically implanting Eldar shadowfield generators into their own bodies. The tech marine becomes a priest of desecration, worshipping the Omnissiah while calibrating captured Gauss weaponry, knowing each activation risks phasentropy bleeding into the fortress's core. Even the chaplains here preach a distorted creed. Sermons speak not of glory, but of the purity found in absolute silence, the righteousness of smothering forbidden truths beneath oaths sharper than blades. Within these hollowed-out mountains or dangling orbital colossi, watch companies form skeletal things, 50 warriors or fewer. Each company is a mosaic hungry to be broken apart and reassembled, their kill teams shuffled like tarot cards prophesying annihilation. Crimson heraldry stripes on greaves, silver skulls inset on midnight pauldrons. These fleeting sigils mark fleeting brotherhoods. Today's warrior belongs to the company of shattered stars, purging Eldari corsairs from ghost-wreathed void hulks. Tomorrow the silent workings of the stratagem may embed him within the company of Dusk's vengeance, deploying him alongside 2 tech marines and a librarian to desecrate a Tiao communications array. Only the kill teams are constant, and even they exist in flux. Some surge into battle encased in bulky Centurion warplate, their heavy incinerators scouring orc spore-choked asteroids. Others flit through darkness on graveshoots, their blackened armor swallowing lumens as they ambush Necron flayers. Others gather like thunderheads, a stalker pattern bolter's shot cracks a synapse node. Another battle brother severs the limb tendrils of the bewildered bioform with chainsword precision, and before the alien horror crashes down, the plasma cannon erupts, erasing it from material existence. Primaris formations Fortis, Indomitor, Spectrus coil through battlefields as adaptable pathogens, shifting from mechanized spearhead to infantry wall to surgically precise eradication duties. Each fresh atrocity witnessed sharpens their next assault. Every alien mutation cataloged fine-tunes their next barrage. To face a Death Watch kill team is not to face mere transhuman dread, it is to exist in the telescopic sights of 10,000 years of cold hatred, to be drowned in institutional knowledge distributed across weaponized minds. When a watch fortress unleashes an entire company, silence becomes panic. The void shivers not merely from the displacement of strike cruisers, but from the psychic backwash of assassinated horrors. For planetary governors, clutching their writs of desperation before pick feeds showing tendrils erupting from the crust or archaeotech constructs awakening beneath hive spires, the arrival of midnight armored giants offers no comfort. They understand in their gut-deep terror the Death Watch does not come to save worlds. The Death Watch arrives to sterilize. To burn infestation so utterly that not even memory survives. And if that sterilization requires the deployment of vortex grenades, the sanctioning of 10 million souls to halt a genestealer cult spread, the betrayal of Allied Guard regiments exposed to psychic reclamation, it occurs without hesitation. These are the apostasies no chapter banner could endure, made bearable only in the void-black shroud of the long vigil. Time wears on. Missions blur into an endless scroll of devastation across worlds without names. The warrior celebrates no Terran anniversaries. He marks the passage of years in recovered alien relics, in serums injected to combat extra-dimensional parasites, in the slow accumulation of encrypted mission logs his chapter will never access. He may once have clutched beliefs about purity, about the spiritual rod of defiance against Codex orthodoxy. Now he laughs inwardly. Such distinctions belong to those unburdened by knowledge of the slot's fleshcraft, unmarked by the scorch patterns of dark Eldar darklight weaponry. He becomes alien in thought to those who knew him, his rituals interlaced with the death chants of 1,000 xenos civilizations, his targeting reticles calibrated by the death throes of bioforms never recorded in Imperial archives. Should he expire upon a nameless asteroid, choking on biospheriating microbes, his corpse will be vaporized by his brothers. No genocide left to return home, no warcry left to echo from chapter halls, just a void-blackened entry in the fortress logs and another silent vigil ended. This is the Death Watch, not a chapter, but a cancer, a malignant necessity metastasizing in the Imperium's darkest reaches. They wield shadows as weapons and truths as shackles. They sacrifice brotherhood upon the altar of versatility, purity upon the pyre of pragmatism. They endure so that hive worlds may light their gaudy spires unabated, so that merchant barons may squabble over resource rights, so that imperial scholars may somnolently debate heretical texts free of the paralyzing truth that we swim in a black ocean teeming with razored jaws, and only the silent, death-dealing few hold those jaws at bay. The long vigil offers no glory, no monuments, no respite. Only the void, the enemy, and the certainty that extinction is forever a single, unsuppressed xenos breath away. The silence of the void gave no warning before they came, materializing in a corona of coruscating energy that scorched ancient stone and boiled alien ichor where they stood, the scent of ozone sharp as broken glass in the air. 5 ceramite giants emerged from the storm of displaced atoms, Deathwatch black armor drinking in the sickly green light of the Necron tomb, crimson pauldrons bearing the heraldry of forsaken brotherhoods, now united in singular purpose. At their head strode Watch Captain Varos of the Crimson Fists, his auspex arrays painting targeting sigils across retinal displays, the hum of his mastercrafted stalker pattern bolter, harmonizing with the low chant of incantations spilling from the vox grill of Brother Zachariah, the kill team's librarian. Their insertion had been precise, brutal teleportation matrices delivering them into the heart of the enemy's sanctum, before the tomb's sentinels could raise alarms, before synapse shrieks could cascade through the labyrinthine depths. Such was the way of the Deathwatch, a scalpel thrust into diseased flesh, a lance of imperial vengeance wielded with the cold calculus of those who knew extinction was merely one failed mission away. They moved now as they had been trained bootfalls, silent despite their bulk, targeting reticules dancing across holodisplays, fingers resting lightly on triggers honed to hair-trigger reflex. Each motion spoke of centuries of war encoded into gen-enhanced muscle, of neural pathways rewired by hypno-indoctrination, until reaction became instinct. Varro's helm tilted fractionally, the motion caught and mirrored by his squad. Brother Nihilus of the Black Templars shifting his grip on the heavy bolter's gyro-stabilized harness, suspended ammunition feeds gleaming like serpent coils. Chaplain Orton adjusting the grip on his Crozius Arcanum, its disruptor field casting rippling shadows across hieroglyph-led walls. Apothecary Silas cycling bioscanner overlays across his visor, ceramite fingers twitching near the array of specialized rounds sheathed at his waist-crocking penetrators for Necron warriors, Hellfire missiles for the flayed ones swarming tide. The stench struck them first zone, giving way to the thick, metallic tang of necrodermis, the oily undertones of reanimation protocols humming in the air like static before lightning. Figures emerged from the gloom, skeletal warriors carved from captured starlight and hatred older than Terra herself, emerald eyes flaring to life as ancient systems detected their presence. There was no time for hesitation, no space for doubt. Nihilus, bolter roared first, Kraken rounds punching glowing wounds through Necron warriors, their segmented bodies rupturing in blooms of molten metal and green soulfire. Yellow targeter beams sliced through particulate-rich air as Varro's, stalker bolter spoke with lethal economy, each shot detonating a skull-like cranium with surgical precision. Orton's Crozius Arcanum caved in an immortal's chestplate before spinning to intercept a glowing war scythe, the impact sending sparks cascading across the gloom. Their movements were hymns to a choreography of annihilation, bolter reports punctuating the shriek of disintegrating Necrons, the bass thrum of Zachariah's psychic shield shimmering into existence to deflect Gauss flare beams. Yet Varros saw the danger before Auspec's warnings, could chime a nightmare of shifting scarabs flowing like mercury across the floor, coalescing into a Necron overlord whose staff bore sigils that hurt the eyes to witness. The creature moved with unnatural speed, phasing through Orton's defensive swing, its warscythe carving ceramite as the chaplain staggered. No human force could have reacted, but these were no mortals. Silas was already moving, a melta-charge arcing through the air even as Varros snatched the Xenophase blade from his maglock, its alien alloy shimmering with stolen Necron tech. The explosion engulfed the Overlord in purifying radiance, and where its reconstructed form began to shimmer into existence, Varros' blade severed its spinal column, the unnatural metal screaming as it died. Silence fell, save for the hiss of cooling metal and Zachariah's murmured litanies of mental fortitude. No cheers, no exultationally Varros accessing mission parameters through retinal feed, vox-click commands sending the kill team deeper into the tomb's heart. Their mission was clear: find the Nexus Orb, destroy its control matrix, vaporize this festering wound in Imperial space. But Varros felt the weight pressing on them, all 5 Space Marines against a tide that had drowned entire sectors. Once they could count on reinforcements from the Astartes chapters, calling upon sacred oaths sworn in crusades long past. Once. The unspoken truth hung in the stale air between their armored forms as they advanced. The days of blades were ending, the long vigil fraying under the onslaught of an uncaring galaxy. Above the tomb world, unseen by those in the killing fields below, the The void echoed with its own lament. Hive fleet Leviathan's shadow crept ever closer, tendrils tasting the system's edges, a biological doom swelling to eclipse stars. Across the galactic rim, orc hordes under Gazkul's banner ravaged the Scaris sector, war moons blotting out suns while Imperial battle fleets fractured under the strain. And always, the Necrons rose awakening not in scattered tombs, but in legions that blackened worlds with their march. The Deathwatch were spread thinner than ever before, watch fortresses screaming into the astral void for reinforcements that never came, or came too changed, too alien. Varos knew this in the way his kill team's ranks had shifted since the Rift's birth. Brother Casson of the Iron Handscon recalled when Medusa's forges guttered under Tyrannid's siege. His replacement was a Primaris Marine, Brother Kalen of the Nova Marchers, his redoubtable armor thicker, his reactions a nanosecond quicker, but his eyes those unsettled Varos. Not for weakness in battle, Kalen fought like a demigod unleashed but the lack of ingrained instinct against xenos trickery, the hesitation before choosing between melta charges or gravflux shells when facing lictor ambushes. Friction hummed between old and new, tradition and necessity, a microcosm of the Deathwatch itself. Training halls once resonant with the unity of shared purpose, now held simmering tensions, Primaris warriors drilling with transfixed awe at veteran Kilmarines, esoteric knowledge of alien physiologies, chafing under protocols forged in centuries of clandestine war. Veteran Deathwatch, in turn, eyed their augmented brothers with suspicion masked as discipline, resentment bubbling beneath the black carapace at orders diverting precious resources to outfit these newcomers, whose very genetics came from secrets hidden even from their own commanders. And always the departures, the messages received and buried deep, the honor-bound requests from chapter masters with voices like fraying steel. Return our son, our penance is paid, our walls crumble without him. Varos remembered escorting Brother Malak of the Blood Angels to the shuttle docks, the way the Flesh Terror's eyes had burned with sorrowful fury beneath his ceremonial hood. His chapter called him home to Baal, where Leviathan's jaws snapped at their throat, called him even as the Deathwatch prepared a strike against the Necron Cryptek, coordinating the system's demise. Malak had left his oathring on the docking bay floor, a shattering of tradition that echoed through the fortress monastery like a breached airlock. These fractures were not merely logistical, but spiritual of long vigil. Once the pinnacle of honor among the Astartes, now held the bitter tang of conscription. Chapters that had once competed for the privilege to send their finest now clung to veterans like Miser's horde. Even the sacred inquisitorial mandate wore thin as radical ordos exploited the desperation, offering the Raven Guard respite from Hive fleet splinters in exchange for 5 more years of Captain Solari's service, bartering Dark Angel support at the Caliban Nebula for the right to keep Interrogator Chaplain Barbaros embedded in Watch Fortress Iriok. The stench of political machinations clung to briefing rooms like promethium smoke. Varos saw it in the way Watch Commander Gensis now held War Council's tactical hololiths depicting galactic sectors bleeding crimson as incursion markers proliferated, the man's unshakable voice now edged with fatigue when he spoke of allocating forces. They were down to half strength in 7 sectors, forced to deploy kill teams in penny packets where full demi-companies were needed. Strike cruisers retrofitted for stealth insertions now lumbered into full frontal assaults, Deathwatch brethren fighting as line infantry when their talents were wasted on anything but precision decapitation strikes. And yet, they endured, adapting as they always had, survival etched into their bones like the litanies of hate. When Kraken rounds proved ineffective against Genestealer cults warped by Hive Fleet Chronos, psychic evolution, the armories broke open stasis-sealed vaults, deploying stolen Drukhari haywire grenades. When termite drills couldn't penetrate Biotitan-carved Hive cities, Kill Team Thanatos had turned the Xenos' own weapons against them, luring Hierophants into Necron scarab swarms, watching as Biotitans dissolved under metallic corrosion. Even now bolted to Varos' own weapon harness was a Tiao Pulse disruptor salvaged from a Pathfinder's corpse, its overload sequence jury-rigged to fire 3 bursts before melting down. Heresy to Puritan minds, salvation to those drowning in alien tides. Deep in the Necron tomb, Zachariah raised a fist, the kill team freezing mid-stride. Ahead pulsed the Nexus orb, its crystalline structure shimmering with captive starlight, tendrils of energy linking it to pylons stretching into darkness. The chamber reeked of temporal dislocation, air thick enough to choke even transhuman lungs. Nihilus already had the melta charges primed when the ambush struck not from ahead but below, the floor disintegrating into a swarm of scarabs that climbed armored joints like metallic locusts. From shadowed alcoves poured flayed ones, blades weeping contagion, dementia shrieks scraping at mental wards. Varos' world narrowed to the dance of Death Sinafe's blade severing claws, Stalker Bolter coughing specialized rounds into Necron joints. But but their formation was breaking. Orton went down beneath a tide of scarabs, his Croxius crushing one flayed one even as others shredded armor cabling. Kalen roared, emptying his hellfire rounds point-blank into the swarm bioacid melting necrodermis. Zachariah's psychic beacon flared, a scream inside their skulls as he unleashed a telekinetic blast that ripped flayed ones into shrapnel. Silas dragged Orton clear, Narthesium whirring to inject combat stims. Varros saw Athena phalanx of Lichguard materializing around the orb, warsides crackling with dimensional harmonics. They were outnumbered, outgunned, seconds from annihilation. His hand closed over a vortex grenade proscribed, unstable, capable of shredding reality itself. A weapon no watch captain should possess. A weapon this watch captain had bartered from a grinning Ordo Xenos Inquisitor in exchange for 6 months added to his vigil. His thumb hovered over the activation rune. Deathwatch Protocol roared for purity, demanded they die upholding the Emperor's dictums against such abominable arsenals. Necessity whispered of the greater victory, the mission above all. The grenade detonated with a sound like time tearing, a momentary black maw devouring Lichguard, the explosion's backlash hurling Varros into shattered stone. He rose amidst the wreckage, helm cracked, blood mingling with sacred oils leaking from his armor. The Nexus orb lay fractured, Necron constructs collapsing like puppets with cut strings. Mission accomplished. Another star saved, another debt owed. But as he looked at his kill team Orton limping, Kalen's helm visor shattered to reveal eyes bright with fresh trauma, Zachariah's psychic aura flickering like a guttering candle, Varros felt the cost etched into them all. They were becoming what they fought, adopting alien ruthlessness, bending oaths until they threatened to snap. Light years distant, in eternal cold that bit deeper than any battlefield frost, the great library of the Blood Angels, Balite Moon loomed over its lone scribe. Larian's quill scratched across vellum under the watchful gaze of statues weeping frozen blood, their angelic wings spread in silent benediction. Here, under Librarian Arcona's silent vigil, history unfolded not in blood and bolter shells, but in ink and dying firelight. The boy trembled, not from cold though the library's chill seeped into marrow, but from the weight of knowledge flowing through his hand. He chronicled the sanguineous, lineage-glorious victories over traitor legions, the whispered pain of the Black Rage, the recent horror of Baal's devastation under Leviathan's jaws. Each word seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the Imperium, a fragile thread connecting past to unraveling present. The hearth's crackle echoed battles come and gone, flame shadows dancing like phantoms of fallen heroes. Arcona stood immobile, his mind brushing Larian's thoughts gentle, inexorable. Below them, beneath Moonrock and Permacrete, the Blood Angels prepared again for war. Recalled veterans from Deathwatch strike forces brought alien weapon schematics to the armories, their eyes haunted, their allegiances split between star-spanning brotherhoods. Even here, the vigil's shadow stretched long. Larian's ink froze mid-sentence, breath catching as an older pain resurfaced memory of a Deathwatch chaplain who'd visited the Librarium years past, his black armor scorched by Atrud temporal weapons, voice hollowed to a rasp as he recounted fighting beside Blood Angel brethren on the plains of Hesiod. That warrior was dead now, torn apart by Hormagaunts during a Tyranid boarding action. Yet his saga remained, etched in scrolls Larian now touched reverently. Duty was memory, service was legacy. He dipped his quill once more, the scratch of nib on parchment joining the wind's mournful choir outside the diamond glass windows. Thus did the galaxy endure not merely through bolter and blade, but by the recording hand that bound their stories against entropy's tide. Somewhere far away, the iron-bound doors groaned deep within the library's heart, a shuddering gust rattling against ancient hinges, and Laren's fingers tightened around his quill as if it were a blade. The sound was a raw, unwelcome reminder of the world beyond these stone walls, a howling expanse of ice and death, where survival was a duel fought daily against wind and weakness. Here, amidst the towering shelves and the soft, accusing glow of looming globes, the silence felt alive, thick with the breath of generations past. Their voices coiled in the dust-moted air, spectral hands pressing down upon his shoulders, urging him to carve their truth into the vellum before it faded into oblivion. The weight was a physical thing, a mantle of memory heavier than ceramite. He dipped the quill again, the nib scraping like a bone against parchment, and let the ink flow not with the flourish of triumphs, but the ragged truth of beginnings. For Laren had come to understand, through sleepless nights and crumbling texts, that angels could only be captured not in their soaring glory, but in the dirt-smeared roots of their making. The chamber itself seemed to lean closer as he wrote, the firelight flickering like ancestral eyes, transforming the cold air into a living tapestry where shadows whispered tales older than the Imperium's heartbeat. Long before the stars bent knee to the Emperor's dream, when Terra was a festering wound of chemstorms and howling anarchy, the Ninth Legion clawed their way into existence. The old night was not a time, but a suffocating presencia poison seeping through the planet's veins, twisting flesh and shackling hope. While other legions rose as banners of unity and conquest, gleaming symbols of a golden dawn, the ninth were birthed from necessity's grim womb, a scalpel for cancers even the thunder warriors dared not excise. They were not born to inspire hymns but to endure screams. Where cultivation failed, they salted the earth. Their ranks were forged not from noble stock or warlord champions, but from the forgotten Dregscavingers gnawing on irradiated carcasses, slaves whose spines had bent beneath techno-barbarian whips, their bodies warped and blistered by generations of betrayal by air and soil. The Emperor's genetic alchemy was no gentle sacrament. It was a crucible that shattered weak men and reforged survivors into parodies of the divine. Tall they stood, fair as marble statues under a blood-red dawn, features sharpened to a cruel symmetry that mocked the future Primarch they'd never met. Living icons, yes, but also embers of a terrible equation. For every shred of glory, a pound of flesh paid in advance. In the rad-choked wastes, where mutated horrors slithered from collapsed hive cities, the ninth found their baptism. The Amarca nestled in their biology was less a gift than a Shackleyan organ that let them devour the memories and skills of the fallen, sucking knowledge from marrow and brain matter. Survival demanded it. Resupply was a myth in the blighted zones they haunted. When the killing ended, they lingered like carrion birds over fields of corpses, alabaster faces smeared crimson, feasting not out of hunger but grim strategy. Each bite was a stolen secret, a fragmentary weapon against the next abomination. But where their brothers saw pragmatism, outsiders saw predation. Whispers followed them like flies to rot eaters of the dead, a title that clung like a second skin. Their battle cry was silence, their legacy erasure. They fought without the Ultramarines' noble calculus or the space wolves' howling joy, only a cold animal rage that scoured life from the earth as if purging a stain. Even victory tasted ashen. Among the Imperial army, their arrival drew not cheers but averted eyes, the soldiers crossing themselves as if warding off plague. Angels they called them, but angels with teeth bared and hands forever slick. The Emperor had crafted them for this very purpose, yet in his genius, he'd sown the seeds of their exile. Their beauty was a gauntlet thrown in the face of their function-pale skin glowing like funeral lilies amidst gore-streaked armor, features too regal for the butchery they delivered. Paradox sculpted in ceramite and genicode, monsters with the faces of saints. When fleets gathered in the great mustering halls, the ninth stood apart, their storm-great plate daubed with kill marks and archaic runes of mourning. Other legions bonded over shared campaigns. The ninth exchanged only the rituals of the fallen captains consumed, their identities devoured and reborn in the veins of successors. When a warrior fell, his name became an heirloom swallowed whole by the next bearer. To outsiders, it reeked of barbarism, a grotesque pantomime of immortality. To the ninth, it was the sacrament that bound them to duty. Figures like Shizu Aros weren't men but lineages, chains of memory stretching back to unification's dawn. When the Crusade flung them into Neptune's lightless moon sent to die in the labyrinthine guts of xenos-infested colony Rex, the Imperium wrote their obituary. 12,000 revenants in unmarked gray dropped into the choking dark. Months passed. Silence. Then when Imperial fists finally cracked open those blighted vaults, they found not corpses but a legion reborn, swollen with recruits ripped from the mutated wretches scratching a life in the void. The Ninth's apothecaries worked miracles, hammering human wreckage into angels, their armor now adorned with bone trophies and terrorglyphs. They fought barefaced, letting foes behold their blood-masked divinity before the killing blow. Malcador himself dubbed them the Revenant Legion, a title bitter with awe. They'd cheated death, but the cost was written in the way other legions. Officers tightened their gauntlets when the Ninth entered a stratagem. The Warhounds and the scattered of ETH might share their exile, but even those brutal souls hesitated at the edge of the Ninth's shadow. And so they embraced their mantle of Emperor's necessary stain, the darkness against which his light could sear brighter. They asked for no parades, no ballads. Every purged world, every silent battlefield was a hymn to their purpose. Yet beneath it all, in the quiet between war cries, a question festered like an unhealed wound. When the Crusade's fires finally guttered out, when the Golden Age dawned clean and pure, what place would there be for angels woven from shadows? Laren's quill slowed, ink pooling like clotting blood. He could taste their sorrow in the dry library, ira loneliness as vast as the void they'd conquered. The past breathed around him, but the future was a door still sealed, guarded by ghosts not yet made. His hand resumed its work, etching truth into the page, each word a vigil for the beautiful, broken things the galaxy could never quite forgive. In the vast, unrelenting march of the Great Crusade, as worlds burned and civilizations bowed before the Emperor's light, the Ninth Legion stood an enigma amidst the legions of the Adeptus Astartes, a brotherhood, torn between transcendent glory and unspeakable damnation, their angelic visages belying the darkness coiled within their very blood. Their victories were etched across the stars, their heraldry a symbol of hope and terror in equal measure. Yet for every world brought to compliance, whispers trailed them like poison, tales of crimson excesses staining their honor. They were death-defied, yet death's architects, a legion whose legend was written not merely in battle honors, but in the ashen aftermath they left behind, the husks of worlds drained of life in their wake. Even as their brothers hailed them as paragons, the warriors of the Ninth felt the gnawing truth take root: they were outcasts in the making, diverging from the imperial ideal with each campaign, their path forward choked by doubt and the haunting suspicion that there was no redemption to be found, no absolution for what they were becoming. The answers they sought would not come from the cold forge worlds or the stratagems of distant fleets, but from a desolation at the galaxy's edge, where destiny awaited them in the form of a being whose own blood would be their salvation and their damnation, a Primarch, golden and divine, whose arrival would both elevate them to demigodhood and shackle them to a curse as ancient as the warp itself. For Sanguinius, angel of Baal, hawkborn and perfect son of the Emperor, was more than their progenitor, was their mirror, their ideal, and the source of their torment. The Blood Angels, in their soaring majesty and terrible flaw, were not merely warriors remade, but souls transformed, their mortal frames reshaped by the gene seed's touch into living embodiments of angelic grace. Where other legions bore genetic aberrations as marks of grim endurance, the Ninth stood apart, their faces sculpted into masks of inhuman beauty, their movements poetry given form. Yet beneath this radiance writhed an affliction, a duality carved into their bones the moment Sanguinius' blood mingled with their own. To become a Blood Angel was to endure a metamorphosis that verged on blasphemy, a ritual of insanguination where aspirants, drawn from the irradiated hellscapes of Baal Secundus and Tertius, drank deep from the blood of the sanguinary priests, vessels of the Primarch's preserved essence. Their bodies swelled with unnatural vigor, their senses sharpened to preternatural clarity, their very souls straining toward the light of nobility Sanguinius embodied. But for every aspirant who emerged from the crucible reborn, a dozen more perished in agony, their bodies rejecting the gift, their veins boiling with corrupted life. Those who survived bore invisible scars, fissures in their genetic code that whispered of darker hungers, red thirst, first and most insidious of their curses, a gnawing, ceaseless craving for the vity of the living. This hunger was no mere appetite, but an echo of their Primarch's essence, a paradox of their transcendence. In battle, it gifted them ferocity beyond reckoning, strength to rend ceramite and shatter bone, yet it was a storm barely leashed, threatening always to break free. To feel the thirst rise was to straddle an abyss. The noble warrior could become a slaughterer in an instant, pale skin, flushing with stolen life, fangs elongating as the mask of humanity slipped. Some in the Imperium spat that these were the marks of demon blood, that Sanguinius' wings were not divine but the spore of chaos, that the Ninth Legion danced on the precipice of damnation, heresies, all but heresies that clung like a stench to the Legion's reputation. The thirst, however, was but the shadow before the storm. For when a Blood Angel fell not to hunger, but to the black rage, the abyss opened wide, the warrior's mind shattered under the weight of Sanguinius' final moments, the siege of terror replaying in his skull in an endless screaming loop. He saw the vengeful spirit's corridors bathed in betrayal's light, felt the Warmaster's talons pierce angelic flesh, knew the crushing despair of a Primarch robbed of hope. These were no memories but living wounds, time itself collapsing until the present became a ghostly stage for past tragedy. Lost in the rage, the Blood Angel howled with his father's voice, striking down friend and foe alike, his body a puppet for the angel's dying wrath. To witness a brother succumb was to see a star vanish into darkness. Those overtaken were taken by the chaplains, their crimson plate painted black as mourning, as void. They became the Death Company, a sacred brotherhood of the damned hurled into war's hottest crucibles, their madness channeled into one final act of redemptive violence. None returned, none could. Yet even in their damnation, the Black Rage bestowed a grisly gift, afflicted endured wounds that would pulp even a space marine, fighting on with limbs severed and organs pulped, sustained by the phantom vitality of a Primarch's last breath. Commander Dante himself, chapter master and ancient beyond measure, stood as bittersweet testament to this curse-born resilience. Though untainted by the rage, his millennia of life fueled whispers that Sanguinius' blood conferred more than mere strength, it was life stolen from death, a vampiric endurance. Scholars in gilded scriptoria argued whether the flaw sprang from the warp's touch upon the Primarch's gestation, or some impurity in the ancient rites of insanguination, where once the Legion drank directly from Sanguinius' veins. Now they relied upon the Red Grail, a relic holding the dregs of his sacred essency, a thinning potency, many feared, that left each new generation more vulnerable to the flaw's teeth. This duality made the Blood Angels pariahs clad in splendor. Allies revered their martial elegance, the poise with which they waged war as if untouched by the gristle and gore of the battlefield, yet those who glimpsed fangs bared in the heat of combat, or heard the Death Company's dirges echoing from the gunship holds, knew the truth. the Ninth Legion teetered on a razored edge, forever one moment from plunging into bestiality. Their fortress monastery on Baal became not merely a bastion but a gilded cage, its walls thick with the silence of shame. Within its sanctums, sanguinary priests labored to unravel their curse, delving into forbidden genetic lore, scouring xenos' archives, and the whispers of rogue psychers for salvation. Yet for many, the flaw was not a shackle, but the furnace of their resolviach battle a test to master the thirst, each campaign a gamble that the rage would not claim them before their duty was done. The Tower of Amaro loomed over Baal's wastes, a grim sentinel where the most thirstlost were said to be entombed, its obsidian heights echoing with cries that could not be wholly muffled. Rumors clung to the Legion like carrion birds, villages found drained of blood near Blood Angels' musters, battle brothers vanishing after their eyes gleamed too hungrily in the gloom. Was it the flaws clower their enemies' lies? The truth remained buried like the dead of forgotten outposts, and the curse spread. Successor chapters bore the taint like a shared scar. The flesh terrors reveled in brutality barely leashed, their battle cries edged with frenzy. The angels sanguine hid behind masks, fearing their affliction was plain to see. The noble lamenters, whose genocide was painstakingly purified by Martian adepts, found no peace misfortune dogged them like a foe, as though fate itself punished their hubris in defying their blood's demand. When the Primaris Marines emerged from Belisarius Call's labs, their arrival on wings of hope, many prayed the curse was broken. These new warriors, taller, stronger, their sinews woven with arcane science, seemed immune to the Black Rage's grasp. Yet the thirst endured, a serpent still coiled in their veins-cooled, perhaps, but whispering still. The flaw's shadow stretched long, proof that even innovation could not cleanse the angels' legacy, for in their torment lay their strength. The Blood Angels, perhaps alone among the Adeptus Astartes, understood frailty. Their battle cry was not merely for glory, but for survival, a daily war against the darkness within. That struggle birthed compassion, empathy for mortal souls they fought to protect, even as they feared themselves the greater monsters. To stand with them was to stand with angels who knew they might fall yet fought on, wings tattered but unbroken. Nowhere was this dichotomy sharper than the sands of Chiron. In that bleak age, as the Great Crusade clawed into the lawless void beyond Segmentum Solar, the Ninth Legion wore not the gold and crimson of heroes, but the storm-grey livery of executioners, an epithet earned in blood. They were the Revenant Legion then, a name spoken in dread. Chiron was a festering pustule of a world, orbited by silence. 4 regiments of the Viridian Regulars, sent to scout its wastes, had vanished without void signal or final prayer. When Voxelence stretched too long, the Ninth descended, 3 companies plunging in drop pods like falling stars. What they found was no simple rebellion, but a grotesquerie Chiron's tribes, twisted by generations of radiation into pallid, wasted cannibals, worshipping a tyrant sorcerer named Eghaloya and his cabal of warp-touched shamans. To these wretches, war was sacrament, flesh the only sacrament. Their fortresses of fused bone rose like broken teeth from sulphurous flats, the air reeking of charnel pyres and spoiled meat. At first, compliance seemed assured. The Revenant Legion advanced like a scythe, rotor cannons chewing through mutant hordes, blades gutting chieftains in their piston-thrown dens. But Chiron fought as a single, malignant organism. Eghaloya's sorcery thickened the air with miasmas, turning brother against brother in hallucinatory fog. Mutants swarmed not as rabble, but in disciplined tides, hurling themselves upon the Astartes in waves of mangled flesh, their warcries ululations to a dark god gnawing at reality's edge. In those claustrophobic tunnels, beneath skies bruised with warp light, the Blood Angels, though they bore not yet the name, faced a foe worse than death. Chiron forced them to see their own reflection fangs, fury, the hunger beneath their disciplining amidst the slaughter. Something within the Legion shifted. The thirst, once a secret shame, became a weapon. They drank deep from foe and friend alike, the battlefield turning crimson not with spilled blood but consumed blood, their pale faces glistening, their eyes fever-bright. Here in the crucible, the flaw's ugly truth was laid bare. It was the source of their endurance, their victory, and their soul's erosion. Chiron was not merely a battle, but an omen, a foreshadowing of sanguineous gift and its pricey a keynote in the symphony of damnation that would echo through 10,000 years of war. The air screamed, not metaphorically, not poetically, it screamed, a physical tearing of reality itself as the warlord's weapon unraveled existence. Where moments before there, deep in the roar of chainswords and the guttural howls of Chiron's mutant horde, now there existed only an impossible shriek reverberating through bone marrow as the sky bled. Monstrous shapes coalesced from the ripped, half-formed nightmares given claws and gnashing teeth, falling upon Astartes and mutant alike with mindless hunger. For creatures bred for war, engineered to withstand horrors beyond mortal comprehension, even the warriors of the Ninth felt something cold and unfamiliar flicker in their geneforged hearts. This wasn't war. This was the warp made flesh. They'd pushed deep, a spearhead of crimson ceramite hacking through tides of malformed flesh, their every stride a symphony of violence. Chainteeth dulled from overuse spat sparks as they punched through sinew and bone, yet for every mutant felled, a dozen more swarmed forward, numberless, endless. The superhuman precision of the Astartes began to mean less than sheer endurance, muscles screaming under armor dented by crude blades and blunt projectiles. Then came the rip in the world, the warp-spawned horrors descending, and the calculus shifted again. Survival became the only arithmetic that mattered. Retreat. Not orderly, not glorious, a desperate scrabbling backwards through rivers of viscera, using the shattered husks of fallen brothers as bulwarks, as weapons, as shields. 2 companies sacrificed to the red calculus, their sacrifice buying a harrowing withdrawal for 380 warriors who no longer resembled the Emperor's angels. They resembled survivors, scavengers, predators. Lesser legions would have shattered. Lesser legions would have starved, withered, died under the uncaring void where Imperial supply lines should have stretched. But the Ninth remembered older hungers. They remembered Terra before Unity, before the Emperor's light, when survival meant taking what the enemy possessed and making it yours by right of fang and claw. Genocide became currency, lifeblood, the future carved from the unwilling. Apothecaries, once healers, became butchers, harvesters, alchemists distilling strength from death. Haran's mutants, those twisted but resilient, found themselves collared by necessity, their bodies reshaped in the Ninth's grim forges. Their offspring would not weep beneath radioactive skies. They'd stand tall in modified plate, the Legion's genicode etching angelic might into brutish flesh. And the fallen fed the Legion. Flesh denied to the enemy, flesh recycled into sustenance. There was no ceremony, no sacred rites, only the wet sound of consumption beneath Quran's poisoned stars. 12 years. A dozen cycles of bloody sunrises across poisoned sands. Precision became obsession. Small-scale raids bled the enemy, hit-and-fade tactics perfected over years of grinding attrition. The Legion moved like ghosts now, no longer the gleaming hammer of the Imperium but a knife in the shadows, rusted yet lethal. Numbers dwindled, then stabilized as the mutant thrall novitiates swelled their decimated ranks, yet whispers traveled faster than vox signals. Regiments marching beside them saw the gauntness in Astartes' eyes, the too-long glances at wounded warriors, the stains around the mouth grills that no solvent could fully erase. Recovered journals spat venomous truths, the charnel feast, a title hissed with fear and revulsion. Stories of verdant rifles, soldiers vanishing from triage tents, of broken men drained dry, their husks discarded like empty ration tins. Saviors, yes, the Ninth had shattered the mutant warlords. But what manner of savior feasted on those they protected? Victory, when it came, tasted like ashes. Yaya's spaceport fortress fell not to righteous might, but to relentless, knowing pressure. The warlord's final sorceries lashed out, but the Ninth met hellfire with cold, hardened pragmatism. Warbands led by Geneforge novitiates swarmed the battlements. Chainblades rose and fell. Eloya fled skyward in a rattling voidship, only to disintegrate beneath the macrocannons of the 7th Legion fleet newly arrived in orbit. Salvation had come too late, and bearing judgment. Rogel Dorn descended to a world baptized in horror. Buren's ruins stank of old death, its soil black and cloying where blood had pooled and congealed over years. Imperial banners hung limp where they should have snapped proud in victory wins. Dorn's face, stern as carven stone, betrayed nothing as his gaze swept over the Ninth survivors. Their armor patched with scavenged mutant bone and corroded plating. Their eyes hollow yet burning with a defiant pride. He saw necessity, he saw atrocity. His censure was thunderous. Buren burned a second time, purged by phosphex and sealed by imperial decree. No chronicles would record its fall. No remembrancers would etch tales of Quran's banquet. Only ashes remained, and the Ninth. They stood amidst the pyre's smoke, battered but unbowed. Scorn flowed now like a poisoned tide within the Imperium. Whispers in the stratagem, averted gazes in the muster halls. At Jant's siege, the 14th Company butchered prisoners upon the ramparts, feasting openly as defenders retched in terror. Intelligence gathering, they claimed. Psychological warfare. The excuses curdled even Astartes' stomachs. Malegnant rifles dying were given the Emperor's mercy by having their throats slit. Then their veins drained for later genetic recycling. Pragmatism, the Ninth argued, because broken men could not march, and the Legion could not let its future wither. Yet each grim act tightened the noose of condemnation. Resupply dwindled. Advanced armor marks went to legions whose honor remained untainted. The Ninth adapted, scavenging like carrion birds, their war gear a patchwork monstrosity. Victory remained their only creed, the respect of brothers long since discarded as naive. Jealousy some warriors spat, jealousy of their adaptability, their resolve. But in the quiet moments between battles, even the hardest legionaries felt doubt's icy touch. Was this survival, or slow, inexorable damnation? Salvation came not as a beacon of light, but as a whisper in radioactive winds. A scout vessel, straying far off the Crusade's beaten paths, stumbled upon a graveyard planet bathed in the sickly glow of dying stars. Baal Secundus, a name spat with dread by rogue traders. A hellscape where poisonous cyclones scoured flesh from bone and mutant legions warred amidst ruins older than Old Night itself. Yet amidst the carnage, survivors clung to existence as tribes of the blood they called themselves, broken, scarred, yet enduring, and among them stories, legends, tales of a winged child battling red scorpions barehanded, of a youth shattering stone with his fists, of a leader whose wisdom banished tribal strife, whose wings carried him above the wasteland's horrors like a promise of better days. The ninth, drifting ever closer to the abyss, paid little heed at first. Scouts' reports spoke of unusual genetic markers, potential recruit stock, nothing more. Yet slowly, trickle by trickle, other tales filtered through stories not just of strength, but of compassion, of unity forged not through terror, but through hope. A winged leader who turned tribes from cannibalism, a warlord who healed as swiftly as he slew. On Baal Secundus, beneath skies choked with perpetual dust, the child who fell from the stars never spoke of his earliest dazed screams echoing through gestation pods as the wombship fled unspeakable forces, the impact that shattered ancient ruins, the decades wandered amidst scorpion nests and howling mutants. He remembered the ache of radiation on skin that refused to blister, the coppery tang of mutant blood in his mouth. Survival etched itself into his bones, but so did sorrow. They found him at last not as a conqueror, but as prey. A blood-hunting party, gaunt from famine, encircled the winged youth. Their spears trembled not from fear of his strangeness, but from the madness of starvation glittering in their eyes. A spear thrust meant for his heart met empty air as wings, bone-white and vast, unfurled in a thunderclap of displaced dust. He could have slain them. It would have been effortless. Instead, he offered the scorpion corpse he'd dragged for miles, its venom glands carefully excised. "Eat," he'd said, voice cracking from disuse. "There is no honor in this death, only waste." He never claimed to be an angel, even as his wings bore him laughing above the dunes while tribesmen gaped. Even as his fists shattered mutant warlords clad in scrap iron, he spoke of unity, of shared strength, of protection. Tribes fractured for centuries under poisoned skies found themselves following a youth who moved like the desert windswift, untouchable, yet leaving life in his wake where before there'd been only dust. And when the nightmares came, visions of a golden giant cloaked in shadow, of brother turning upon brother in endless war sanguineous, for the blood had named him thus. Sanguine, the protector. Eos, the storm, took his fears to battle. His fury became a radiant thing, a nimbus of light wreathing his brow as he cut down entire warbands, leaving corpses smoldering under Baal's pale sun. Live by example, die by example. Devotion spread like wildfire. Blood elders muttered of old Terra's myths resurrected. Warriors bearing scars older than their chieftain's birth pledged blades to his cause. Still, the dreams worsened. Golden giant, betrayal, wings torn, blood, endless blood on the eve of his ascension as master of Baal Secundus, a title won not through force, but through every tribe chief bending knee freely. Sanguineous stood atop the highest spire of ruins older than mankind's exile from Terra. Behind him, lights flickered in caves repurposed into homes. Children laughed where once only mutant howls echoed. Below, his people thrived. Ahead, the stars beckoned, cold and uncaring. He knew a greater war awaited beyond the wasteland's embrace. A war where his sciences hardened, loyal blood would need to become more than survivors. He would need to become more than their protector. On distant Quran, unwatched by imperial eyes, the ninth burned the last bodies of their mutant thralls. Their own genetic legacy, now stabilized, pulsed with stolen strength, yet a hollowness remained. No word from Terra, no Primarch to shield them from censure. Only the bitter certainty that survival demanded ever greater sins. They did not yet know of Baal, of wings unfolding in desert sunlight, but fate's gears turned. The blood's angel stirred, and across the void, the Revenant Legion's downward spiral shuddered, paused, and waited for destiny's touch. Stars, though he harbored no certainty of their provenance, Sanguineous, could not extinguish the longing those visions ignited within him. Burning brighter than the twin suns that withered his poisoned homeland, his time upon Baal was merely the threshold of an odyssey destined to stretch beyond the irradiated wastes and blood-soaked sands that had cradled his haunted youth, as the tribes of the blood gathered beneath wings that shielded them from the worst of their cursed existence, as the twisted and the malformed were cast. Into shadowed exile, a new legend began its inexorable weaving. The saga of the angel who ascended from damnation became a resonant hymn of survival and salvation, carrying across Baal's desolate moons. Even as Sanguineous lifted his broken people from anguish, the heavens beckoned a future unfurling beyond the sickly clouds of their blighted world, where the Emperor of Mankind waited patient and immeasurable, his gaze settling upon the Ninth Legion's fate. The Emperor's fleet descended upon Baal Secundus. Not as conquering heralds, but as the first light of dawn piercing, a sun-blasted waste, a revelation cast across a realm steeped in eternal dusk. This barren moon had long been dismissed by Imperial surveyors, its cracked surface, deemed devoid of strategic worth, no resources to plunder, no armies to muster, only silence and sorrow festering in isolation. Yet in the turning of 843 M30, the master of mankind veered his course toward this forsaken orb, drawn not by material ambition but by a psychic resonance, faint, yet undeniable, the muted cry of a stolen sun shrieking across the void. The Emperor's armada breached Baal's poisoned skies, expecting to find ruins, and the remnants of despair. Instead they beheld the fragile glow of tenuous order kindled by the great angel Sanguinius, had wrought an improbable peace upon his scorched cradle. The warring Pharaoh's tribes, fractured by generations of brutal conflict, and tormented by the creeping horror of mutation, now knelt. United beneath his radiant wings, not through the fire of conquest, but through the gentle strength of wisdom, his mighty sinews tempered by mercy, he had forged a sanctuary amidst the wastelands, a fragile kingdom, where the damned clutched hope like a blade against the throat of oblivion. Sanguinius had dreamed this moment, as he had dreamed so many others. The visions that once tormented his youth now unfolded before him, with the terrible clarity of prophecy. Forsaking crown and retinue, he walked alone into the endless sands to meet destiny. Clad in the humility of foresight, the radiant being who haunted his dreams now stood incarnate, and Sanguinius knelt, not as a king, but as a supplicant, his wings folding like a penitent's shroud, his soul plea a fragile mercy for his blighted people. The Emperor beheld in this divine son a mirror of his own impossible aspirations, and granted the boon Baal's tribes would endure untouched. Their fragile existence, shielded, no imperial ship would violate their sands without the angel's blessing. With that covenant sealed, Sanguinius ascended, abandoning the only home he had ever known, to embrace his celestial birthright, soaring into the void, to stand at his father's side. His initiation into the Imperium's grandeur unfolded under the tutelage of Horus, first among sons Warmaster and Paragon. Together they carved paths through the stars, Sanguine Blade and Lunar Wolf, learning the vast terrible scope of the empire they were forging. But even as Sanguinius fought beside his brother, his soul turned toward the scattered shards of the Ninth, the sons he had never known, the Revenant Legion, a name etched in blood and ignominy, fractured into disparate bands of survivors, each a testament to endurance and horror. The Emperor's summons dragged these tattered remnants from 100 battlefields, a gathering that spanned weary years, until at last they assembled upon the storm-racked hell of Teghar Pentus, a world as shattered and tempestuous as their own fractured spirits. They came not in glory, but in grim silence, armor scarred by centuries of war, faces hardened into masks by scorn and betrayal. And it was here, amid the maelstrom, where rain fell like shrapnel and winds howled the dirge of dead worlds, that Sanguinius first beheld his broken children, descending from a stormbird wreathed in lightning wings of impossible white, unfurling against the bruised heavens. His visage was their own sculpted perfection, made grotesque by the lineage of scars each warrior bore. He stood luminous amidst their battered ranks, met not with adoration, but with cold silence, arms crossed, defiance burning in eyes that knew only the sting of distrust. Sanguinius did not command them, did not invoke his divinity or demand their fealty. In an act that shattered the heavens themselves, the angel bent his knee to the damned, his wings embracing the mud-stained earth before his sons. An unspoken pact forged not by decree, but by sacrifice. Rising from that abased moment, Sanguinius led them not as a general, but as the foremost blade, charging into the teeth of the abhuman hordes, defiling Teghar. The carnage that followed baptized them in fire, a whirlwind of violence that tested the Revenant Legion's marrow, and tasted their Primarch's soul. Sanguinius fought among them, no leader aloft, but brother in arms, his sword parting monstrous flesh wings. A tempest of deathblood, Grace's blood mingling with theirs in the churned gore of the battlefield, claiming the pelt of a slain Carnadin as a sacrament of shared ordeal through the crucible of slaughter. Sanguinius glimpsed the abyss lurking in their hearts, the gnawing hunger, the ravenous thirst for annihilation. He saw his own shadow reflected a darkness, mirroring the light he so fiercely embodied. Yet amidst the carnage, he discerned a flicker of something finer, a stubborn ember of nobility. These warriors fought not merely to destroy, but to claim something. Tasted victory not as thralls, but as men starved for recognition. They clung to their own desperate codes, discipline hammered from despair. Sanguinius saw in their ragged honor a foundation to build upon the silent fields of Teghar. Slicked red beneath a brooding sky, Sanguinius stood before his sons, the weight of their shared destiny crushing his winged shoulders, and declared them redeemed not by empty platitudes, but by blood and blade, and the covenant of that fatal kneeling. They were no longer revenants doomed to haunt the Imperium's fringes, they were blood angels, and their name would ring as a clarion of hope and absolution. Sanguinius granted them more than title. He bestowed purpose, vowing to temper their fury and their hunger into a force that served the Imperium through creation as much as destruction. Thus the Blood Angels ascended, reborn not in a singular epiphany, but through the slow alchemy of ordered struggle, their shadowed natures held at arm's length by the radiance of their Primarch's faith. Sanguinius understood the burden he now bore, the flaws and fears of his sons etched into his own soul. Their redemption would span stars and centuries, but here upon Teghar's Corpse-strewn plains of vow had been woven into history, sealed in blood, as enduring as the angels' wings the blood angels. Rebirth was less a transformation than a pilgrimage, a metamorphosis mirroring their sire's own arduous climb from Baal's ruins to the pinnacle of imperial glory. The name Blood Angels rang as a clarion, but remaking these war-scarred revenants into paragons demanded decades of deliberate trial. Under Sanguinius's watchful gaze, the Legion turned toward Horus, the War Master. Mentor who had guided Sanguinius through his own galactic apprenticeship, Sanguine Wisdom, held that service alongside the hallowed Luna Wolves would forge his sons into true instruments of the imperial truth. Thus the Ninth was divided company by company, each embedded within the Lunar Wolves. Ranks campaigns meticulously chosen each battlefield, a crucible to anneal their brutal, passed into gleaming discipline upon Anai's Xii. The Blood Angels held the line beside the Imperial Fists. When year-long siege against a seething tide of Rudd barbarians, they learned the steel-born worth of Brotherhood shields, locking as one against the crushing onslaught on Cambria's fog-choked hills. They met the Eldar's Wraithbone Legion's deadly dances of blade and shadow, that demanded not berserk fury but surgical precision, honing their savagery into a weapon of controlled wrath upon Caris. Beta Sanguinius showed them another path leading a bloodless pacification, where mercy proved sharper than any chainblade victory achieved. Through presence rather than slaughter, through these arduous trials, the Blood Angels slewed off the stigma of their birth. They emerged from the Crusade's shadowed margins, as warriors reborn, their Ansa-Revel name now whispered with respect by friend and foe alike. Sanguine teachings planted in them a new pride not rooted in carnage, but in the transcendent belief they could rise beyond their damned heritage. They became more than killers, they were artists of war, scholars of destruction, and guardians of fragile truths. When finally they returned to Baal's irradiated embrace, the Blood Angels were unrecognizable from the broken things that had fled Teghar's storms. The desert's welcomed warriors transformed, their bloodlust sheathed by discipline, their rage tempered into a honed edge. They found a new generation awaiting them, sons of Baal, handpicked by Sanguinius youth scarred by radiation, yet unbroken, their faces etched with the same fierce nobility as the great angel himself. These initiates merged with the scarred veterans, forging a legion where radiant hope and grim experience intertwined, a living tapestry of crimson devotion. Yet no amount of redemption could excise the legion's shadowed heart. The bloodthirst that once defined them lurked coiled and venomous beneath noble facades. Sanguinius armed them against this inner beast, taught them to wield their fury as dual-edged sword, not merely descending upon battlefields like wrath incarnate, but maneuvering with the lethal precision of scholars. They embraced feigned retreats, orchestrated gun lines, coordinated assaults across multiple vectors, embodying the Emperor's vision of war as an art requiring both savagery and intellect. Among their brother legions, the Blood Angels carved a singular niche, rivaling even the World Eaters in fearsome reputation. Yet where the latter embraced raw carnage, the former fought with an angelic grace that elevated slaughter to the sublime. Sanguine himself ascended to eminence among his brothers, radiant and peerless, his noble bearing and unshakable loyalty rendering him beloved by siblings. The air around Sanguinius hummed with a sacred stillness, as if the universe itself paused to witness his radiance. Closest among all his brothers to the Emperor's divine vision, he walked through the ashes of old night, not merely as a conqueror, but as a living promisee, a golden figure whose wings caught the light of dying stars and turned it into hope. Bonds forged on battlefields, still echoing with the screams of fallen empires, tied him to Horus, Rus, Jagatai Khan. Threads of mutual respect pulled taut with the weight of shared purpose. Even the Wolf King, whose pride was as vast as Fenris' frozen seas, lowered his gaze when the angel passed, recognizing in those sorrowful eyes a purity that scalded his warrior's soul. And so the Legion marched, the Blood Angels' saga unfolding in symphonies of blood and rebirth. Worlds trembled at their approach, not in terror, but in desperate relief as thirsty soil drinks the rain, until they came to Anactor. Anactor, a blight hidden among the carcasses of forgotten systems. While other realms had crumbled during the long night, this festering starcluster survived by feasting on the weak, its void fleets sharpened into predatory claws that tore into refugee ships and bleeding colonies. When Imperial heralds entered its dominion bearing the Aquila's light, they were answered not with diplomacy, but with lancefire, alien alloys, and the mocking laughter of scavenger kings drunk on stolen power. Word reached Sanguinius as his fleet glided through the interstellar currents near the Gordian Reach. No anger flickered across his face, only a deepening sorrow, as if each act of defiance pained him like a physical wound. 12 companies turned as one, crimson prows slicing toward rebellion. The Angel deployed his forces with the cold precision of a duelist unsheathing a blade. The first engagement was swift, brutal, beautiful. Blood Angels' strike cruisers fell upon the marauder flotillas like raptors, reducing their hulls to spinning ruins in moments, boarding torpedoes piercing their guts before their engines cooled. The void cleared, the Legion descended upon the outposts girding Anactor's throne world. On Anar Extruse they met the Iron Bulls. Cybernetic brutes encased in piston-driven armor, their courage twisted into fanaticism. The Blood Angels fought them beneath the planet's surface, in dripping tunnels where lumaglobes cast long shadows that danced like specters. Here, the Ninth Legion's grace met grinding, ugly Defiancia war of inches, fought in darkness, Geneforged fists crumpling plasteel, chainswords howling as they bit through reinforced bone. Bulls lured them into ambush after ambush, detonating magmavants to drown whole squads in liquid fire, collapsing tunnels on warriors who died without a sound. Anactor medias became a charnel ballet. Acidic seas churned beneath hovering ort frames, their surfaces studded with jagged islands where bulls waited in rusted redoubts. They charged across makeshift bridges with suicidal fury, their warcries choked by chemfog, forcing the Astartes to fight knee-deep in corrosive brine that ate at their ceramic. Sanguinius watched from above, wings spread against the sickly green sky. There was no contempt in him as he observed their Tennessetianly grief, heavy as a tombstone. After 7 weeks of slaughter, he commanded the guns to fall silent. For 6 hours, the ash-clouded skies of Anactor's throne world, Annos Andalis, hung empty of death. The angel offered mercy through every vox channel, every pick screen, his voice a somber counterpoint to the ruins below. Lay down your arms, he urged. Join us in the light. Treachery answered him. Under the white flag, the bulls sent barges toward the red tier, their holds crammed not with treasures but with fusion mines disguised as offerings. Scans showed no life signs, no weapons, only the cold bulk of dormant machinery. The first barge breached the flagship's ventral docks. Then the universe tore itself apart. The explosion ripped through 3 decks, flames swallowing engine seers, servitors, and a full company of blood angels at muster. Oxygen feeds ignited, turning corridors into blast furnaces. The Inheritor, a battle-scarred cruiser that had fought at Sarosh and Dwell, vanished in a silent flower of plasma, her hull peeling open like rotten fruit. On the bridge, Sanguinius did not roar, did not rage. He went terribly still, his wings trembling, face pale as funeral marble. When he spoke again, it was with the finality of a tomb ceiling. No quarter. What followed was not war, but revelation of divine wrath that scoured Anactor from the stars. The Blood Angels' fleet descended like the hand of an angry god, cyclonic torpedoes turning outpost worlds to glass, neutron bombs purging biodomes in flashes of actinic light. On Centrales, the last bull's stronghold, they deployed weapons forbidden since old nightphosphex that ate through bunkers like liquid agony, rad munitions that left survivors gibbering as their flesh slewed away. The Iron Bulls fought with the frenzy of the damned, hiding behind civilians, implanting prisoners with rigged explosives. It made no difference. Sanguinius led the final push himself, a streak of gold and crimson through the toxic smoke, his blade and carmine shearing through exosuits as if they were parchment. In the throne room, he found their Kinga shivering wretch swaddled in robes sodden with fear sweat. Without a word, the Primarch dragged him to the balcony, forcing him to witness the fire he had wrought. Fields boiled beneath blackened skies. Cities lay eviscerated, their spires reduced to twisted skeletons. The few survivors stumbled through ruins, already bound in chains for the prison hulks. Sanguinius' voice when it came was hollow. See what your pride has birthed. Then he flung the wretch into the flames below, yet victory tasted of ashes. In the silent aftermath, something stirred in the Blood Angels, a twitch in the fingers of weary warriors as they cleaned gore from their armor, a too quick movement when a serf approached with wounds still weeping. The red thirst whispered, not sated by slaughter but awakened by it. Sanguinius knew. He saw it in the way his sons averted their eyes, the way chaplains lingered near the apothecarian with heavy flamers ready. Still, they rose above it. By the Annar Crusade, they stood as paragoncheros whose names were etched into the heart of the Imperium. When the Orc Empire of Urak-Urg vomited its green tide across 12 sectors, it was the Blood Angels who sang the loudest hymns as the legions mustered. Horus directed the campaign with hunter's cunning, his Luna wolves carving the path to victory. Sanguinius remained on Baal, rebuilding, fortifying, yet his absence was a palpable thing, the angel's name invoked by soldiers who'd never seen him in the flesh, as though faith alone could turn back the darkness. Then came the triumph of Ulanor and the doom that followed. The emperor, clad in golden majesty, stood before his assembled sons. All knew what was coming. The great crusade needed a single blade to lead it. A war master. Sanguinius did not step forward. He didn't need to. It lingered in the air, the unspoken truth that the angel was the sword's finest edge, the brightest soul. Horus Lupercal knelt instead. The galaxy held its breath. The wrongness of it crashed like thunder through Sanguinius' heart, though his face showed only joy for his brother. He clasped Horus' shoulders, spoke words of loyalty, and in that embrace felt the cold seed of betrayal take root. Years later, that seed flowered in the Cygnus Clustera trap woven with venomous patience. Horus, his soul now a hollow vessel for the Pantheon's laughter, sent the summons himself. Come to Cygnus, brother. Here lies the cure for your son's affliction. Hope, that most poisonous of lies, led Sanguinius into hell. The system greeted them with screams. Navigators clawed their eyes out as warp-tinted starlight speared their minds. Astropaths burst into flames, their last psychic shrieks painting visions of a realm where flesh was clay and pain was worship. Sanguinius met the terror with perfect calm. "Form battle spheres," he ordered, blade already shining in his fist. "We break this sickness or die baptized in it." Cygnus Prime was no mere xenos hive, it was a cancer. Mountains pulsed with swollen veins that bled phosphorescent pus. Rivers of liquid lamentation wound through forests of bone, their waters thick with sobbing faces. Above it all loomed Kairos the Perverse, her voice a honeyed razor sliding between the ribs. She met Sanguinius atop a pyramid of living slaves, their bodies fused into writhing brickwork. "Little angel," she crooned, 100 mouths blooming across her distended torso. "Why chain your children to mortality? Let them feast." The Primarch's sword flashed at her laughter, followed him as he tore skyward, wings shedding gore. The battle was a delirium. Blood angels fought demons that slid through bolter fire like smoke, only to solidify with claws deep in power armor. Brothers turned on brothers, the red thirst roaring up in the presence of so much carnage. One moment they were warriors, disciplined and lethal; next, frothing beasts ripping throats with their teeth, only to wake from the feud covered in their comrades' blood. Sanguinius rallied them again and again, his presence a beacon, but each hour eroded him. Then came Kabentha. The bloodthirster descended on wings of flayed skin, its axe death scream trailing fire like a comet's tail. "I claim your soul for the blood god," it bellowed, and the very air trembled. Their duel shook the planet, Sanguinius weaving through strikes that could sunder continents, his blade chipping the demons' brass armor as they spiraled above burning legions. At the climax, he severed Kabentha's wing, sending it crashing into a lake of boiling blood. The Primarch stood panting over the beast, his own chest laid open to the bone, knowing this was but the first peal of the coming storm. In the lull, truth dawned. Horus hadn't sent them here to cure the thirst had sought to drown them in it, to make Sanguinius watch as his legion devolved into monsters. The angel stared at his hands, sticky with demon blood that sizzled where his tears touched it. Somewhere beyond the warp's veil, his brother waited, a puppeteer reveling in the unraveling of the noblest thread in the Emperor's tapestry. And in that moment, wings torn and heart breaking, Sanguinius understood his destiny, not as War Master, not even as savior. Redemption, if it came, would be written in scars and defiance. Above the battlefield, surrounded by the howls of the damned and the fading cries of his sons, he raised in Carmine once more. The heresy had begun. He would meet it not as an angel, but as vengeance made flesh. The grace of the Emperor's design manifested in Sanguinius, as his blade carved through the demonic horde like a silver comet, its gleaming edge a testament to celestial craftsmanship honed in the forges of lost ages. Yet Kabentha's power was an earthquake made flesh, a tempest of ruin that shook the very foundations of Cygnus Prime. When the greater demons fell, Mace descended in a single catastrophic arc. 500 sons of the Blood Angels dissolved into crimson mist, not merely slain, but unmade, their essence torn from the materium in a scream that echoed through the warp. The psychic backlash of their annihilation hammered Sanguinius to his knees, wings buckling under the weight of shared agony as every extinguished soul tore through his spirit like shrapnel. And in that terrible moment of shared brokenness, the Ninth Legion fractured. The red thirst erupted not as mere battle lust, but as a primal tsunami, drowning reason in a flood of crimson need. The black rage followed a darkness deeper than the void between stars, twisting noble warriors into howling berserkers who rent demonic flesh with bare hands, their weapons forgotten in the ecstasy of destruction. They became a storm of teeth and talons, an avalanche of ceramite and fury that even Khorne's legions could not withstand, a force of nature, embodying both salvation and damnation, as they tore through the Neverborn with savage, weeping abandon. In defiance of ancient edicts and the cold shadow of Nicaea, the legion's librarians cast aside restraint, their hooded faces gleaming with psychothermic ice as they funneled their collective will into their fallen Primarch. The angel stirred beneath their efforts, golden lashes fluttering open to behold his sons, reduced to ravening beasts, their humanity buried beneath the beast's crimson hunger. With a voice that rang like clarion bells over the din of slaughter, Sanguinius called them back from the abyss, his presence a lighthouse piercing their shared nightmare. And Rissingo, how he rose, wings unfurling like dawn breaking over a damned world. Sanguinius embraced divine fury. His vengeance upon Kabentha was a ballet of ruin, a crescendo of strikes that cracked the demon's brass armor like eggshell, until at last the bloodthirster collapsed, its essence screaming back to the warp. Even Kairos the Faithless, architect of Cygnus Prime's damnation, fled before the Primarch's wrath, the fabric of its reality-rending schemes unraveling like rotten thread as the angel's blade banished it to the well of eternity. Yet victory was ash in their mouths. The black rage did not recede but coiled in their genicode like a sleeping serpent, a psychic scar mirroring their father's deepest Anguisha heritage of madness that would stalk their bloodline for 10,000 years. The flight from Cygnus was a dirge sung in steel, their ships limping through the ruinstorm's howling maelstrom, where the light of the Astronomicon guttered like a dying candle. Navigators clawed at their eyeless sockets, psychers collapsed bleeding from their orifices as Sanguinius steered them by faith alone. Following the faintest glimmer in the Tempesta beacon he prayed was Terra's guiding radiance. When reality stabilized, the vista beyond their viewports was not Saul's golden embrace, but the ordered constellations of Ultramarines, its worlds gleaming like sapphires strung across velvet night. The ferocious device pulsed its alien welcome, its unknowable light bridging galactic wounds, as Robot Guilliman's fleet parted the stellar sea in cobaltan gold splendor. Grief hung between the brothers as they embraced Gillian's relief, a raw, exposed nerve beneath statesmanlike poise, Sanguinius gratitude tempered by the corpses haunting his wake. For a fleeting moment, Ultramar's sanctuary soothed fractured spirits, the 13th Legion's crisp fortifications offering respite to warriors whose armor still wept blood from unseen cracks. Here in Guilliman's meticulously ordered realm, Imperium Secundus took root a desperate dream sprouting from galactic ashes. Guilliman the architect envisioned a meticulously ordered redoubt. Sanguinius, the reluctant sovereign, became its beatific figurehead, crown heavier than any mortal could comprehend. The Lion's arrival with his shadow-cloaked dark angels brought martial might, but fractured the fragile unity, El'Jonson's glacial pragmatism clashing with Guilliman's civic ideals and Sanguinius' merciful heart. Into their discord dropped Conrad Kurz like a poison slug unleashed from the Lion's flagship to paint Macreg in terror's palette. The Night Haunter turned idealism into quagmire for 2 bitter years, his atrocities a pitch-black mirror forcing each brother to confront their starkest selves. When cornered at last upon the windswept stones of Tsagualsa, Kurz hissed truths like a viper challenging its charmer. Executioner, I am the completion. The Night Haunter spat, broken ribs grating with each laugh. Father made me his knife in the dark. Ask yourself, brother, why your precious Imperium needed one. The Lion's blade might have silenced him forever had Sanguinius not interposed himself between Primarchs, wings flaring like a heraldic tapestry. Guilliman's own rage found voice in the crack of the Lion's sundered sword that sounded a death knell for their fragile conquered. Banished from Macrag yet undeterred, the Lion returned unbidden to the trial chamber with his prisoner, spinning prophecies of imperial survival that stayed Sanguinius' hand. For the angel knew the bitter wine of foresight had tasted his own death in waking dreams, and so Kurz lived, shackled in lightless cells beneath the invincible reason's belly. But Ultramar's sanctuary could not last. As the ruinstorm's fury waned, the call of Terra pulled the blood angels from respite to apotheosis. Before the Eternity Gate they made their stand, Sanguinius at their head, Cabendha's leering visage resurrected before him amidst hecatombs of dead. The walls shook under demonic artillery, 3 times breached and 3 times reclaimed in oceans of blood, until at last the bastions fell. Holding the retreat became a symphony of sacrifice, the blood angels buying every second for fleeing loyalists with geneforged lives. Sanguinius himself became the bulwark, meeting Cabendha upon the gate's precipice where a single strike could doom holy Terra. Here the angel understood his visions full, and not merely his death, but its necessity. Behind him, the Emperor's light flickered in the throne room's heart. Before him, the Warmaster's shadow swallowed stars. Between these absolutes stood Sanguinius with wings unfurled, every feather etched in the agony of foreknowledge. He breathed deeply of the charnel stink wafting from Cabendha's furnace breath, felt the black rage stirring in his genesons even now as they fought and died beside Rogel Dorn's golden giants. His legacy would be salvation bought through broken Essa Legion, cursed to bear his psychic wounds as their banner. Yet as his blade met Cabendha's hell-forged mace in sparks that cast shadows like fluttering ravens against the Eternity Gate's adamantine surface, Sanguinius felt neither despair nor fear. Only certainty, bright and terrible as the Astronomicon's beam. Let the black rage come. Let the blood tide rise. They were his sons, and they would endure. The 2 titans clashed amidst a swirling maelstrom of fire and ruin, their epic struggle casting jagged silhouettes against smoke-choked skies, where the ruins of orbital plates still smoldered like dying embers. Cabendha's roars shook the very air with demonic thunder, each sweep of its rusted axe unleashing gales that tore screaming mortals from their feet miles below. And Sanguinius, oh Sanguinius, angelic plumage stained with ash and ceramite scored by 100 wounds, wings trembling with exhaustion as he met each onslaught with fading light. That final sickening blow fell like a collapsing fortress, the crack of breaking bone echoing across dead plains as the beloved Primarch struck Earth, creating a crater where once Imperial tanks had rolled. Demonic laughter congealed the very air, 1,000 vile tongues rejoicing as the blood angels faltered, their battle cries strangled by despair at their father's fall. But from that pit of ash and blood rose impossible defiancy, a golden blur, moving faster than mortal eyes could track. Sanguinius seized Cabanda's scaled ankle, with hands that glowed white-hot, muscles straining as he hurled the greater demon skyward, before launching himself after it like a vengeful comet. The crack that split reality when he snapped Cabanda's spine over his armored knee could be heard from the outer spires, the broken carcass hurled contemptuously into retreating demonic legions, now scrambling backward through the shuddering warp portal. As the Eternity Gate's adamantium jaws slammed shut behind him, every throat from Terra's dusty soil to orbital gun decks roared the Angel's name, weapons flashing renewed fury against the recoiling darkness. Chaos faltered in that crystalline moment. Horus Gambit, born of desperation, vulnerable pride, laid bare, as the vengeful spirit's void shields flickered and died above Terra like a guttering candle. The Emperor's teleportation strike unfolded in nightmarish fragments, corridors warping into screaming viscera underfoot, custodians swallowed by walls that bled, the stench of burnt ozone choking lungs as reality dissolved. Sanguinius alone emerged unscathed by the psychic maelstrom, his very presence burning through illusions until he stood before the War Master's sanctum. What passed between the brothers in those final moments echoes still in the soul of every blood angel Horus resplendent in corrupted majesty, armor crawling with living sigils, offering Sanguinius a universe remade in exchange for fealty. The angel's refusal carved fresh wounds in the fabric of destiny itself, his golden blade meeting Horus' talons in explosions of warplight that scarred the bulkheads forever. They fought as only Primarchs could, a hurricane of blows, exchanging lifetimes of brotherhood and betrayal in every strike. Sanguinius' spear found its mark even as Horus' claw tore through his chest, that blessed weapon lodging deep in the War Master's armor, weakening its unholy integrity just enough, just barely enough, for what came next. The Emperor's arrival shattered what remained of the chamber's gravity, his grief as potent as his fury upon seeing his radiant sun broken upon the deck. What unfolded next birthed 10,000 years of Myth Horus' final moments, the Emperor's mercy sacrificed at the altar of necessity, all made possible by the crack in the War Master's defenses Sanguinius had carved with dying strength. Yet victory tasted of ashes and blood. Aboard the Pharos beacon ships fleeing Terra's orbit, blood angels tore crimson gauntlets across their faces in mourning, the psychic backlash of their father's death igniting the black rage in scores who now had to be shackled like beasts. Guilliman's cold practicality during the Second Founding scraped raw nerves still screaming from loss. Ultramarines' elegant arguments about preventing another heresy meant nothing to warriors who felt their genetic father's absence like phantom limb pain tearing at their souls every waking moment. The breaking of the Legion tore asunder bonds forged in the fires of Cygnus Prime and Baal's wastes, though none could deny the wisdom of Centaur Jewel whispering through the outcry, his voice cutting through the pain fog with Sanguinius-like grace, urging the split not as surrender, but as multiplication of their angel's legacy. Among the newly birthed chapters, the flesh terrors under Nasir Amit's savage command became wrath incarnate, Chainax's gutting fleeing traitors long after Horus' death scream faded, Nuceria's river valleys running red where their ships made planetfall. Yet others like the Carmine Blades walked subtler paths, their golden artistry belying inner torment as they hid their cursed thirst even from themselves, until Astoreth's grim revelations, decades later, forced painful reckonings under alien stars. Through all these fractures pulsed Sanguinius, enduring light a legacy, tested most profoundly when Raphin of Baal Secundus first crawled from Radicerts into legend. His trial's birth was no heroic ascension, but desperate necessity. A Thunderhawk's wreckage blazing under radioactive sandstorms, wood aspirants screaming as Baal's feathered serpents coiled around their throats, until Raphin's crude blade hacked them free despite having been cast out hours before. Brother Captain Corvus' gauntleted grip hauling him from carnage felt less like triumph than destiny's rough mercy. Raphin's rise through the newly formed chapters echoed his father's noble restraint until Sabian's skies rained blood. There his brother's corrupted form hovered above cathedrals, Ario's borrowed flesh radiating false divinity that swayed even veteran sanguinary guard, until Raphin saw the demon glow behind his twin's eyes. Their duel shattered stained glass depictions of Sanguinius himself, each clash echoing through psychic corridors as Ario whispered promises only a brother could weaponize so cruelly. When Raphin's blade finally pierced borrowed flesh, the keening wail that escaped his lips held more grief than any black rage scream. Yet this hard-won resolve would be tested again when Fabius Bile's Chirurgeon talons violated the Archangel's sanctum, stealing drops of Sanguinius Vitae preserved since heresy days. Dante's orders came edged with funeralbel finality. All chapters would answer Raphin's call when his hunter squad scented Bile's trail through graveyard hulks and dead forge worlds. Dinius V's oceans boiled with dying kraken as Raphin fought through Bile's new men-grotesque parodies of Space Marines groan, in amniotic sludgetaire chittering hordes overwhelming even Astartes' discipline, until capture seemed inevitable. Strapped upon slabs of amniotic glass, while Bile monologued about perfected empires, Rafin's gaze never left the vial of shimmering crimson held tauntingly overhead. The cloned emperor thing awaiting implantation in its throne of synapses didn't flinch when Rafin broke his bonds, nor when the Angelus bolt gun's roar obliterated its unborn divinity. But as the lab complex collapsed under Hive fleet tendrils, and genuine sirens wailed through buckling corridors, Rafin's final act, injecting those stolen sanguinary drops directly into his own vein-signated golden fire in his eyes, as he tore apart Bile's last clone with bare hands, the primogenitor's mocking laughter still ringing through Vox static as escape pods jettisoned. These echoes of sacrifice ripple endlessly through the sons of the angel Dante's vigil upon the golden throne, Mephiston's wars against his own darkness, the lamenters' doomed crusades beyond the galactic rim. Each generation inherits both the gleaming heroism and the cracks beneath the marblered thirst simmering behind noble facades, black rage visions of Horus, Clad descending anew. Yet when battle horns sound across another forgotten warzone and gold-helmed warriors descend on wings of fire, something miraculous flickers in the eyes of fleeing mortals. Not just transhuman dread, but luminous awe as sanguineous defiance reignites 10,000 years beyond his death, his broken sons still writing their father's unfinished elegy across the stars, one bloody stanza at a time. The bitter tang of betrayal lingered in Ron's mouth like the aftertaste of poisoned wine, his final gambit against the swarming tides of Chiton and Claw a grotesque sacrament, a desperate reclamation of blood-secreted oaths that allowed him and his shattered brothers to slip through the gnashing jaws of the hive mind, escaping the ruined husk of B's fortress as the world crumbled behind them beneath the Tyranids' relentless hunger. The scars left were not merely physical, they carved canyons into his soul, the weight of brothers lost, the ghostly echo of treachery whispering through his dreams, the ever-present red thirst coiling in his veins like a serpent waiting to strike. Yet for the chapter, for sanguineous, sullied glory, Ron carried it all, his deeds etched into the blood angels, annals in ink as crimson as the vidi that sustained them, a testament to salvation scraped from the teeth of annihilation. But the galaxy, cold and merciless, spared no respite, spinning its indifferent dance as the blood angels' wargaliz tore through the warp's writhing gut, their arrival in the door system not a conquest, but a plunge into a maelstrom stitched together by malicious fate. The stars above burned like distant, uncaring sentinels, their light frigid and mocking, as the first and second companies converged with the fifth in a meeting that was less reunion than sentencing. A cruel orchestration unveiled the moment Chaplain Dinner's voice crackled across the Vox. A psychic tempest had ravaged the fifth's fleet. No ordinary voidstorm, but a weaponized blasphemy that scraped bare the chapter's darkest flaw, the black rage bursting forth like a dammed river of insanity, drowning nearly the entire company in the red haze of their Primarch's dying echoes. Crewmen cowered in pitch-black corners, their prayers swallowed by the cacophony of chainblades and bestial roars as the afflicted tore through decks once sacred, their noble minds reduced to shards of the angels' final, anguished moments on Horus' bloody flagship. First, Captain Karen's face, a mask of stoic granite, betrayed nothing as he unleashed his own chaplains and the gilded specters of the Sanguinary Guard. Their grim procession through the slaughter, a macabre ballythums of absolution sung over the scream of teeth on ceramite, mercy meted out with sacred bolters, and the sorrowful silence of warriors who knew each thrashing body they subdued was a brother damned to relive an eternal death. Amidst the carnage, Dinner stood unbowed, his Crozius a beacon in the gloom, rallying the scraps of the fifth still clinging to sanity with the steel-threaded faith that had carried the chapter through millennia. Beside him, Astera, High Chaplain, Redeemer of the Lost, added his ironclad will to the forge of defiance, hammering the broken remnants into a spear aimed at the heart of their defilers' crimson slaughter, those traitors who had orchestrated this gen-accursed desecration, who fouled Dor's skies with warpspit and sought to despoil the forge world of Amthil, where Mechanicus secrets festered like necrotic wounds beneath ashen plains. Speed was their sacrament now, vengeance their litany. The blood angels descended upon Amthil, the war zones baptized in blood carnage, cruelty, hatred, malice, perdition, each name a prophecy etched in Prometheum fire. Beta Secundus swallowed them whole, its smoking ruins a tableau of madness as Dinner and his death company fell from the heavens in drop pods wreathed in atmospheric flames, their black armor drinking the sunlight, their minds shattered yet bound by the vengeful specter of Sanguinius' last breath. They hit the ground as primordial wrath incarnate, chainswords howling, Boltron stitching the air with righteous fury, the cloying stench of blood and ozone mingling with the metallic reek of ruptured conduits. Amidst the shattered bulkheads of Mechanicum defenses, Dinner's Crozius blazed like a fallen star as he drove his maddened brothers deeper into the heretic hordes, their howls not of pain, but of anguished remembrance. Horus, name torn from throats raw with fury, their fragmented psyches clawing at the ghost of betrayal. Around them, the traitors recoiled, brass-clad demon engines belching ichor and flame only to founder on meltagun salvos, and the thunderous kiss of hammers swung by sanguinary guard, who carved precise arcs of ruin, Asath and Luris directing the carnage with minds as sharp as their blades, the crimson slaughter crushed between the Death Company's undying rage and the Mechanicus' cold wrath. Yet even as demonic flesh slewed from the bone and buildings collapsed under orbital barrages, Karen's thoughts Chernethys was not the natural failing of the curse, but a calculated assault, a defilement poured into their veins by the Crimson Slaughter's wretched sorceries, a blasphemy that sought to twist sanguineous, noble sacrifice into a grotesque puppet show of damned brotherhood. When the last heretic fell in Beta Secundus, its plains a scorched graveyard of twisted metal and charred meat, the Blood Angels stood amid the ruin, not triumphant but hollow-eyed, the knowledge of their corruption's weaponization hanging heavier than the stink of death. Dinner's gaze swept over his fallen Death Company, their black armor slick with gore, their voices finally silent, and in his heart sorrow and pride wore at thee had been madness given purpose, their sacrifice stitching shut a wound in the chapter. But the victory was a fragile bauble. Above Amthel, the warp convulsed, birthing fresh horror-dread clopods screaming through the atmosphere like blood-soaked comets, the butcher horde of Khorne descending in a tsunami of chain axes and frothing rage led by the betrayer himself, Karn, his bellowed challenges shaking the earth. The Death Company, already fraying at the edges of sanity, met the charge headlong, Dinner leading them into the Red Maw, his faith a battered shield against Karn's maniacal laughter. Their clash was tight-knit forces of unbridled fury, one cursed, one damned, the air itself trembling as Crozius and Gorchald met in sparks that could ignite worlds. Blood painted the dusky earth in streaks of arterial crimson, bodies broken and discarded like refuse. The Death Company fought with the final, desperate strength of men clawing at the edge of oblivion, Dinner's voice a ragged roar above the din until even he faltered, Karn's axe biting deep. Salvation came not from angelic grace but the god machines of the Legio Metallica, a Reaver Titan's plasma annihilator bathing the field in cleansing fire, forcing the betrayer's snarling retreat. Asath dragged Dinner from the carnage, the chaplain's lifeblood seeping through fingers clenched over ruined armor, while 90% of his Death Company lay still, their madness extinguished in martyrdom. The Titan's thunderous advance fractured the horde, but red tide still lapped at Amthel's carcass. Packs of demon engines, fleshy blasphemies spat from the Hex Infernium's warp-forged bellies, rampaged unchecked until golden light split the smog-choked heavens sanguiner, glorious and terrible blade aflame with holy fire, his presence reigniting embers of hope in blood-rimmed hearts. Guided by the avenging angel's wrath, the Blood Angels spearheaded a suicide charge against the Hex Infernium, bolters chanting hymns as they swept through its tainted halls, the Manufactorum buckling in a cataclysm of cleansing flame. Yet triumph bled to ash on the tongue of the corpse-strewn fields. Sorcerer Zorus unfurled his true design, the Banshee Stone drinking deep from rivers of spilled blood, its malevolent pulse swelling towards a rift that would drown Dor in the warp's cancerous embrace. Exhausted but unbroken, their crimson armor stained black with soot and brotherly blood, the sons of Sanguinius steadied their blades, ready to sell their lives anew beneath stars that would forget them by dawn. The sons of Sanguinius stood unbroken amidst the carnage of their curse, crimson armor stained black with ash and ichor, as the burning skies of Amthel rained molten debris upon broken continents. This final act of the Doré campaign unfurled not as strategy, but symphony, a threnody of bolterfire and chainsword screams reverberating through the gravegold void, each note etched in the ruin of stars themselves. Amthel, once Mechanicum workshop world, now bore the eternal brand of war, its Ruskinians reshaped into charnel trenches, its orbital plates shattered and dangling like broken chimes above plains where Titan carcasses smoldered in mountains of scrap. The burning of the Hex Infernium and the purging of Line had bought but a breath of reprieve before the Black Legion's shadow swelled, drawn like war predators to the bloodspur of the Angel's defiance. Beneath the irradiated sands of Hub Beta Secundus, the earth trembled not from bombardment, but from the waking hunger of trapped gods, the Banshee Stone, its prismatic facets weeping rivulets of liquid shadow, pulsed to the rhythm of sorcerous incantations that curdled the air into clotting blood mist. Zorus, archtraitor clad in whispering ceramite and sorceress sigils, channeled the throat song of demons through his staff's writhing serpent head, each syllable fraying the ancient wards that cage what mortal minds dare not name. A prison and weapon, the tech priests had gasped through voxgrill static before their forges fell, their warning dissolving into screams as much machine as mortal. For Abaddon's grand design, this was the keystone, the fracture point where reality would bleed its ichor, drowning the system in a birth scream of demonkind. Above ground, the Black Legion's hammerstrike fell without quarter. The Legio Metallica's war machines, still bearing fresh heraldry from their triumphs at Razzus Gate, crumpled under fusion beam barrages, their plasma cores vomiting fire into sulfurous skies. Yet where living steel failed, sanguineous legacy endured. Blood Angels advanced through the hellstorm not as soldiers but forces of nature, death-masked assault marines descending like scarlet comets into traitor phalanxes, tactical squads holding molten ground under overlapping tower shields. Even as the earth split beneath them, vomiting geysers of warpember, their battle cant rose not in desperation, but revelation. For the true battle lay beneath, in the dripping archaeotunnels where the Black Legion had burrowed like corpseworms seeking carrion. The descent into hell was lit by muzzle flare and suicide charge, every meter paid in geneforged flesh, until the vault opened a cavernous tomb lit by the Banshee Stone's corpse-alike, its seismic song shaking teeth and jaws, prying at sanity. Zorus awaited them, flanked by Terminators become shrine monsters, their armor grafted with shrieking faces torn from Imperial saints. When the sorcerer moved, reality cracked a psychic tsunami shearing through Blood Angels like wheat before sides. Yet from the maelstrom rose Ismail, his librarian hood billowing in ethereal gales, Crozius' hammer blazing with the trapped fire of dying stars. His mind is the gateway, the psyker roared above the warhowl, and through blinding pain the suns matched will to will, their souls kindling the lost light of Balsecundus, where once an angel walked mortal. Zorus screamed, not in pain but outrage, as the ritual's geometry frayed 57.3 seconds from apotheosis, the chrono rune later confirmed, and the sorcerer chose survival over sacrilege. His teleportation flare scorched retinal imprints into the Blood Angel's vision, leaving behind the stone's prison facets bruising black with contained riots, its tremor now a seismic death rattle. They fought not xenos or heretic then, but manifestations, a weeping child made of severed hands, a loping horror with artillericial teeth, all collapsing into smoke when blade or bolter pierced their hearts. Ismail's barrier of light buckled under the stone's death song, its harmonics peeling ceramite like rotten fruit, until the choir of psychers lent strength not through unity, but sacrifice. Brother Lamedon's eyes burst into searing flame as he chanted the ninth canticle. Veteran Sergeant Goriel took a screaming vortex sphere meant for the librarian's heart, his body unraveling like frayed thread. When silence fell at last, it was the quiet of a tomb ceiling. Above ground the battle still roared, traitor forces disintegrating into animal ferocity without their master's will, the last frenzied hours a blur of Bladenfang savagery, untempered by strategy. Final victory painted the sky with firestorms that outshone the system's star for 7 solar days, scouring Amthil to glass and bone. Yet their tread was heavy as stormbirds lifted from the corpse world. The Banshee Stone's crackle played beneath Vox traffic like static. Every Blood Angel present felt its imprisoned malice shift, a serpent coiled in hibernation, not slain. Ismail remained with his Scouchadode vigil, watching Obsidian Sands spiral against containment wards already thin as childhood memory. They will hunt you, Zorus' parting sneer echoed in synaptic recall, the way wolves hunt wounded prey. No purer truth could be spoken, for as Baal's defense mounted, the void trembled not with war cries but silenced the great unnatural hush as Leviathan's shadow drank all vox waves, astropathic screams, even the cosmic whisper of solar winds. The Cryptus sacrifice bought only moments, warrior worlds dying with the dignity of suicide bombs to slow the gnawing tide. Baal's fortifications, relic bastions older than the chapter itself, seemed child sandcastles against that infinite hunger. Dante's gambit fractured their might flesh terrors howling through fang strikes against biotendrils, night squadrons herding bioships into gravity shoals, yet for every capillary tower felled, 3 sprouted in its place. The toxic sand seas of Baal Primus drank deep that day, their irradiated dunes turned to sucking bogs by spilled tyrannid acids, the very air shimmering with spored death. When the Dome of Angels fell, taking Chapter Master Haruspex and the Sanguine Paladins into its collapse, the last retreat echoed the rite of pure blade 500 steps backward, each one paid in 10 brothers. Their fortress monastery, that last cradle of Sangui's heritage, became killing ground where Terminators held stairwells choked with chitin flesh and guardsmen corpses. Dante fought as avatar of vengeance, his axe wearied not by hours but grief, its edge dulled from hewing mountains of alien bone. Blackened sands drank their blood as though Baal mourned through bedrock, and then the great rift tore the night asunder. Leviathan's shadow recoiled from Empyrean fire, only to reveal planetary graveyards smothered under 60 billion carapace corpses. Robot Gilliman's arrival was sunrise after 10,000 years of night, ultramarine prows cleaving spore clouds as Primarch liturgy shook Vox channels long given to death rattles. The counterstrike unfolded with clockwork annihilation bioships bursting like overripe fruit under Nova cannon volleys, the last swarmlord beheaded midroar by the avenging sun's flaming blade. Yet no true peace followed. Upon Baal Primus corpse deserts, victory monuments rose in macabre parody 8 sculpturecles arranged with infernal precision, stitched together by sinews still twitching with stolen life. Cabinha's laughter echoed through voxcasters long after they fell silent. Rebuilding was penance, not renewal. Fresh Primaris blood welcomed as both salve and salt in ancestral wounds. The Nephilim, when remembered in forbidden conclaves, haunted still, their glass forms fracturing sanity to prism shards, living masks whispering where should be only void. For such is the unbroken legacy: no victory, only respite, no peace, only the pause between hammer blows, the curse eternal, the defiance undimmed. Crimson armor gleams anew, but beneath the heraldry old cracks widen. The air itself seemed to recoil from the Nephilim's blasphemous existence, their leechlight chapels piled high with withered husks that once pulsed with human life, no mere parchment-skin effigies of devotion. Drained vessels gazing skyward through orbits empty as coin slots in a cosmic beggar's bowl. Each shriveled form screamed silent testament to faith's perversion. A gallery of martyrs turned meat puppets swaying in invisible currents of eldritch adulation. To Sanguinius, his golden wings trembling with unuttered fury, these defiled temples weren't merely strategic targets, but obscene graffiti scrawled across his father's dreamed emperor's austere vision of galactic reason drowning in a swamp of xenos sacrilege. Beside him on the vengeful spirit's stratagem deck, Horus Lupercal's armored fist clenched, ceramite groaning like tectonic plates settling before an earthquake. Their brother Primarchs might debate compliance's gentle calculus elsewhere, but here amidst the psychic stench of desecrated souls, both sons understood this crusade had calcified into sacrament. This would be no compliance, it would be cauterization. Horus' plan unfurled between hololith projections, like poison blooming in Winia Brudiforce avalanche of legion, might to bury the Nephilim beneath the 9th and 16th's combined wrath. Sanguinius felt his lips part to voice caution, the angel's eternal preference for grace over force trembling on his tongue, until Horus turned, eyes lit from within by stellar conviction. "We shall be the ocean, brother," the War Master's voice rang, a warship's hull bell tolling midnight. "Let their alien pretensions break upon us, thy tide leaves only purity in its wake." And Sanguinius, who'd watched continental glaciers calve into seas on icy Didacus, understood the terrible beauty of irrevocable motion. His nod was feathers brushing stone noiseless, inevitable. Meller's silver wastes became an amphitheater for apocalypse. First came the Luna Wolves' Advancia continent of gunmetal gray flooding across diamond dust plains. Horus himself, the lodestone, dragging the Nephilim's crystalline hosts from their iridescent bunkers. The Xenos came singing, their warchants vibrating at frequencies that liquefied sandstone, thrall swarms moving with hypnotic synchronicity, until bolter reports commenced the counterpoint symphony. Everywhere Horus trod became an oasis of annihilation, his mace Worldbreaker converting alien commanders into glass powder mid-victory diatribe, void shields flaring like miniature supernovae under nephilic energyllips. Above this tableau, the sky screamed. Blood Angels' drop pods fell as divine hailstones, meteor trails crisscrossing the stratosphere in crimson latticework, before impact tremors hurled silica dunes skyward like frozen geysers. Sanguinius descended not via Thunderhawk, but on pinions of Venging Singelis ex machina, shredding nephilic skirmish lines with each wingbeat, his blade tipping delicate balances between battalions wherever it kissed Xeno's carapace. For all their corpsechapels and soul harvest hymns, the Nephilim learned fear when the 9th Legion sang its battle cantus. A golden angel pirouetted above carnage, every sweep of his sword birthing novas of shattered crystal, while below him crimson-clad demigods moved in kill patterns so precise they transformed slaughter into sacred geometry. The War Master's oceanic metaphor proved prophetic where Luna Wolves drowned resistance in relentless wave after wave. The Blood Angels were depth charges detonating beneath the enemy's keel. Nephilim flank collapses rippled inward, crystalline towers of command imploding under pressure, until their very cohesion glittered into fatal fractures. When Sanguinius' blade found the last commander, the Primarch held its twitching thorax aloft an insectal sistine fresco of refracted sunbeams before, reducing millennia of alien evolution to prismatic confetti. Silence fell, thicker than voidshield hum. Across the Bludgelay's sands, Luna Wolves and Blood Angels stood shoulder to pauldron nephilic wreckage crunching under their boots like celestial detritus. And yet, within victory's gilded cage, Sanguinius tasted ashes. Those hollowed eyes still watched from memory's ossuaries. Compliance 14,020's true name coiled in legionary hearts like a hibernating serpent. Murder. Murder where imperial ambition curdled into funeral shroud. A prison world wrapped in atmospheric chains, its skies howling with Interrex-forged tempests. The name didn't emerge from tactical logs, but from Captain Farron's final voxgurgle, as megarachnid scythelims punched through his Terminator plate like rotten fruit rind. Such bitter poetry that a world quarantined for containing horrors beyond imagining, would be opened like a celebratory amphora by warriors who mistook warning runes for invasion invitations. 3 Blood Angel companies descended through murder's roaring womb, storm-befitted drop pods scattering across poisonous grasslands like crimson seeds sown on barren soil. What sprouted wasn't conquest. Megarachnids erupted from murder's loam-shattering obsidian deities, with killing claws tuned to sever space marine genetics. They moved not as animals, but as murder philosophers, tactics unfolding in fractal patterns that turned heroism into hemorrhage. Isolated squads called for reinforcements that couldn't navigate the maelstrom, each vox scream a puzzle piece revealing annihilation's mural. Imperial arrogance withered under acidminable kisses, Farron's companies reduced to red smears, adorning murder's endless fields of razor grass. When the Emperor's children arrived their plume and gold heraldry, slicing through storm walset wasn't rescue, but additional courses for an insatiable feast. Tech divinations later revealed these weren't mere beasts, but a civilization ritually broken by ancient Interrex architects. What the legions faced was less fauna than self-replicating revenge. Horus' arrival came not as reinforcement, but reckoning. 10 Luna Wolf companies descended like silver comets, their landers scorching murder grass into kilometer-long runes of retribution. Behind came Titan Skodengins from Legio Mortis, turning Nephilim Chapelle equivalents into biomechanical pyres. The Warmaster marched beside sanctioned psychers, siphoning storm energy into targeting solutions. Each weather tree's collapse peeling another layer from murder's defensive epidermis, until Sanguinius himself could descend through clearing skies. Blood Angels found their Primarch not on command balconies, but knee-deep in butchered initiates, his golden wings drooping under grief's invisible weight. "Show me how vengeance bleeds," he told Horus, and the Warmaster needed no Lectitio Divinitatis to recognize Holy Writ. Final engagement unfolded with the aesthetic of slow-motion detonation megarachnids gathering into galaxial formations. Each spoke 1,000 cythelims wide, while Imperial forces compressed into diamond-tipped spears of retribution. Blood Angels painted murder crimson anew, chainswords chewing through chitin in buzzing clouds of shell fragment and hemolymph. 6 terrestrial months the grinding wheel turned, lunar wolves methodically disassembling swarm intellect nodes, while Sanguinius jeweled empress drones in hanging jungles, where bioacid rain dissolved ceramite between heartbeats. Just as total victory palpitated within reach, the Interrex arrived arbiters in vessels sleek and cruel as surgical tools. Ceasefire tasted fouler than defeat. Sanguinius, wings still vibrating with combat lust, forced angelic civility through clenched teeth as Interrex diplomats resurrected the very quarantines his sons had died dismantling. Murder stood not as compliance monument, but as slaughterhouse eternid classroom, where hubris graded its own examination papers in legionary blood. Withdrawal became funeral procession, the 9th Legion carrying not relics, but genetic ghosts, first stirrings of red thirst whispering through their ranks like trench fever melody lines. Post-heresy epics found the Blood Angels unmoored Sanguinius. Martyrdom burned their guiding star to cinders, leaving only event horizon grief. Asa Elon watched the Legion fracture with the clinical despair of a healer selecting amputation over gangrene. No more would Crimson Host march united. Instead, successor chapters blossomed like bloodspatter patterns, flesh terrors roaring their anguish, angels in carmine singing loss into litany. Division as survival strategy, unity sacrifice to outlast damnation. Were the split painful, more than 1,000,000 megarachnid wounds, essential as oxygen to suffocating men. In the howling quiet after dissolution, veterans dreamt of murders, tempests, and Mellor's hollowed corpses, and wondered if the Emperor's secular galaxy hadn't always been another beautiful lie, papering over the void's hungry truths. Through such nightmares, the Blood Angels endured not as legion but as myriad reflections, each shard catching Sanguinius, light differently, yet all pooling the same crimson promise across stars awaiting their angel's return. The Blood Angels emerged from their restructuring not merely diminished, but honed into a blade of lethal efficiency. Their adherence to the Codex, Astartes, a strategic dance between necessity and rebellion. 10 companies formed the skeletal structure of this new incarnation, each commanded by captains whose faces bore the grim etchings of unnumbered wars, their voices carrying the rasp of vacuum-scarred voxgrils and the weariness of command that had outlasted star systems. The first company stood as an obsidian monument to endurance, warriors whose ceramite bore the patina of centuries, their terminator plate scarred not merely by alien claws or heretic blades, but by the slow erosion of time itself, an honor guard for the chapter's soul. Each battle brother a mirror held up to the aspirants below, reflecting what could be achieved and what might yet be lost. Below them pulsed the restless heart of the 2nd through 5th companies, engines of war flexible enough to adapt to the galaxy's infinite cruelties, their ranks intermixing tactical discipline with the thunder of assault squads and the methodical ruin delivered by devastators. These warriors formed the primary fist of the chapter, a microcosm of its philosophy elegance married to devastation. From the 6th to 9th, the reserves waited like coiled springs, each company a specialist instrument tuned for a singular, brutal purpose, whether the surgical strike or the grinding siege. And at the foundation, the 10th Company, where neophytes underwent their baptism in blood, guided by grizzled sergeants whose lessons were etched not on parchment, but in the screams of the dying and the slick warmth of arterial spray. When the Blood Angels went to war, they did so not as a monolith, but as a constellation of shifting strike forces, each formation an intricate tapestry woven from disparate threads of the chapter captain's command squad, stripped from the hushed halls of the 1st, assault marines drawn howling from the 3rd, their jump packs still reeking of promethium and ozone, devastators from the 5th laden with the weight of heavy weaponry like penitents bearing sacred burdens. These ad hoc brotherhoods bore names as brutal as their purpose: Blood Spear, Primarch's Wrath, Liberator. Each was a fragment of the whole, yet each carried the full weight of sanguineous legacy. To behold such a force assembling was to witness something akin to divinity preparing for venging Segold and Crimson, blending in the gloom of a launch bay, the staccato rhythm of bolters being blessed by crimson-clad techpriests, the scent of sacred oils clashing with the metallic tang of fear, sweat from serfs scurrying beneath war machines. These machines were as much an expression of the chapter's soul as the warriors themselves. The humble Rhino, its hull stripped of excess plating, engine modified to scream towards the brink of catastrophic failure, shrieking into battle like a comet with its tail aflame. The Bale Predator, twin-linked assault cannon spinning with a low, hungry whine, a predator's purr before the roar herald of the Red Ruin to come. Even the Furioso dreadnoughts abandoned the stoic practicality of their cousins in other chapters. Instead of stoic gun platforms, they were frenzied berserkers encased in adamantium, clawed fists whirring with malicious energy, their pilots' muffled howls echoing through the chassis as they ripped through fortifications, shedding masonry like dead skin. But it was the Land Raiders that embodied the Blood Angels' mystical relics older than most imperial dynasties, their surfaces a labyrinth of sacred sigils and repaired battle damage. Rumors swirled through Imperial command like toxic fog. How did the chapter maintain so many of these hallowed beasts? Some spoke of pacts forged during the heresy, written in Martian blood and sealed with shared trauma. Others whispered of a genocide craft long thought extinct, preserved through ritual and obsession. Regardless, the Blood Angels unleashed these behemoths not as rarities, but as instruments of mundane apocalypse thundering across No Man's Land, not merely as transports, but as battering rams crowned in holy fire, their assault ramps lowering to unleash a tide of golden death. Yet beneath the precision, beneath the reverence for tradition, the flaw festered, the red thirst, the black rage. Every battle brother felt it, a serpent coiled in his blood, whispering promises of ecstatic slaughter. They fought it with rituals as intricate as their warplants' chanting of sanguineous final hours, the burning of incense thick enough to choke a mortal, the careful tending of the sanguinary priests. These white-armored custodians moved through the ranks like ghosts, their narthecium gauntlets as much spiritual instruments as medical ones. A priest's touch could seal a sucking chest wound. Yes, but it could also siphon off a filament of the thirst, a siphoned cup of darkness temporarily purged. Their role transcended the corporeal. They were confessors, surgeons of the soul, tasked with ensuring the genocide passed to the next generation carried less damnation, not more. Often their sanctuaries echoed with the growls of brothers bound in stasis fields, veins bulging black as the rage took them, the priests murmuring litanies of calm until the storm passed or ended in merciful silence. The chapter's way of war was a dance on the edge of this abyss. Once during the Great Crusade, they were angels of compliance, sanguineous descending from the heavens to offer worlds a choice knell before the golden light of unity or burn beneath wings of fire. Their days of revelation were lessons in celestial wrath. Flame and melted dissolved fortifications, not merely to kill but to terrorize, the screams of the dying a psalm to future compliance. Against xenos there was no poetry, only annihilation worlds scoured to bedrock, alien cities reduced to glass plains under suns they'd never see again. Post-heresy, that elegance became edged with desperation. Their assaults were still lightning strikes, razorbacks screaming ahead of the main force, engines pushed past red line, disgorging tactical marines who became anchors for the assault squads hurtling from the skies. Death Company formations, swathed in funeral black and crimson X's, served as both spear tip and tragic necessity brothers lost to the rage unleashed as weapons of last resort, their berserk fury tearing gaps in enemy lines wide enough for the discipline to exploit. For Imperial commanders, the Blood Angels were a double-edged sword begrudgingly summoned. Their victories were absolute, their collateral damage often apocalyptic. To fight alongside them was to stand in the shadow of a cyclone inspiring and likely lethal. In the librarious dome of the Chalice of Heaven, the scratching of Laren's quill finally ceased. The sound a relentless metronome for weeks left, a void filled only by the soft susurration of suspensor globes overhead, their light casting the chamber in hues of aged ivory and molten gold. The hearth at the room's heart lay dormant, but for embers whispering of extinction, their warmth a ghost against the chill seeping through stained-glass windows. Beyond the armaglass, a ballite blizzard shrieked, its fury muted by meter-thick stone yet felt in the marrow a primal counterpoint to the sterile calm within. Laren leaned back, knuckles popping as ink-stained fingers uncurled. His muscles screamed, but worse was the weight settling in his chest, the way the leather-bound tome before him seemed to pulse with the lives it contained. The cover, a deep sanguine, bore the chapter's sigil in gilded drop of blood caught in amber, frozen mid-fall. The scent of the librarius enveloped him vellum, sacred oils, the iron bite of bloodstone relics lining alcoves like silent sentinels. It was the smell of ghosts given voice. From the shadows, a figure coalesced librarian Arconia, his psychic hood casting his eyes into pools of fathomless black beneath the rim. His armor, an artifact from the days before the heresy, creaked softly like a timber ship in high wind. He moved without sound, robes whispering secrets against the stone. "It is done," he intoned, the words vibrating with warp-forged resonance, trembling the dust motes dancing in the light. "Yes, master," Laren croaked, throat raw from days of silence. "Every battle. Every sacrifice, all contained." His voice faltered. How could mere ink encapsulate the howl of a death company marine lost to rage, or the angelic sorrow of a priest administering euthanasia to a brother he'd trained since childhood? Arconia's gauntleted hand scarred, the deep violet of old plasma burnscupped the tome. Suspensor light glinted off his silver-threaded tabard as he lifted it, a gesture that transformed scribbled ink into reliquary. Long moments stretched, broken only by the groan of the storm beyond and the embers' dying hiss. The psychic pressure in the room tightened, Laren's breath frosting as Arconia's mind brushed against his own, tasting the edges of his exhaustion, his doubt, his fragile pride. "Well-wrought chronicler," Arconia murmured at last, and the words unknotted a cord in Laren's chest he hadn't known was pulled taut. "In these pages they will outlive their flesh." The librarian turned, placing the tome upon a lectern wrought to resemble sanguineous, angelic wings. "See now the shape of forever, Laren." Compelled, the scribe stepped forward. The pages seemed to breathe beneath his gaze, names rising like specters Centican, lost to the desolation of Xantra, Maldor, who held the breach of Ceres against the greenskin tide for 3 days without rest, Varnus, whose land raider plowed through a tyrannid biotitan's heart just as the black rage claimed him. Tears blurred the not grief, but the crushing weight of bearing witness. "I see them," Laren whispered, the names a litany resonating in his marrow. "The glory, the pain," Arconia exhaled a sound like a tomb ceiling. "Good, then you've grasped the truth. We are not warriors who dabble in myth. We are myth distilled into blood and gunfire. Remember this when the thirst sings, when the rage burns. Remember this is the legacy you carry." Outside, the storm redoubled its assault. Within, the librarius held its breath, the chorus of thousands dead, and yet unborn hanging heavy a single teardrop poised upon the edge of oblivion, glinting gold in the quavering light. Fire's warmth finally seeped into Larian's bones. As he approached the towering iron-bound doors, its flickering glow casting long shadows across the worn stone floor, like spectral sentinels bidding him farewell, his robe whispered against the flagstones. A soft counterpoint to the storm's distant howl beyond the walls, he paused, one hand resting on the ornate handle carved with sigils of remembrance, and looked back into the chamber where the hearth's embrace cradled the silence like a reliquary rest now old. "Friend," he murmured, his voice barely more than a breath stirring the air, "the work of remembrance is sacred as any battle." And just as eternal, the doors groaned open with a sound like aged bones, protesting the weight of centuries, letting in a rush of icy wind that snatched at his robes and sent eddies of dust swirling in frantic spirals before the heavy slabs boomed shut behind him, sealing the scribe once more into the embrace of solitude and whispered histories. Larian sank into the high-backed chair by the hearth, its leather creaking familiarly as he leaned forward, drawn by the play of firelight across the tomes. Embossed cover the gilded lettering seemed to writhe in the dancing flames, each twist of light revealing fresh layers of meaning to eyes that had pored over them 1,000 times before his fingers traced the weathered edges of the pages, feeling the subtle ridges where countless hands had turned them before him, generations. Yet unborn rose vividly in his mind's eye, their hands ghostly upon the same vellum, their voices. Lent echoes in this eternal chamber. A faint smile touched his lips as he reached for the goblet of recaf long gone cold beside him. The ceramic felt strangely comforting in its chill, a tangible anchor to the present moment. The bitter scent of forgotten warmth still clung to its rim as he sipped, letting the sharp tang rest on his tongue like an old confession, the weight of ages, the burden of all he transcribed and preserved, settled around him not as chains, but as a mantle woven from the threads of memory. In sacrifice beyond the frost-rimed windows, the storm lashed the fortress walls with elemental fury, but here in the librarious heart, the silence stretched vast, and profound the vaulted ceiling swallowed sound like a beast starved for quiet, the only movements the slow dance of dust motes in slender shafts of pale light, drifting down from arrow-slit windows high above time, seemed suspended in the amber of perpetual twilight. A thousand spines of leather-bound wisdom marched endlessly into the gloom each. Toma's silent sentinel guarding secrets older than the stars themselves, scribe Jarth, moved through the colonnades of knowledge like a pilgrim in some whispering cathedral, the soles of his boots barely disturbing the patina of dust that lay thick as snowfall across the flagstones. The air tasted of parchment and ozone, with the faint metallic tang of ancient data stacks humming in their alcoves. The librarius stood apart from the clamor of the fortress monastery's martial rhythms, a sanctuary built not for swords, grenades, but for the fragile preservation of memory. Here in these silent isles, entire wars were reduced to elegant calligraphy, rebellions became inked annotations, and the rise and fall of dynasties occupied less shelf space than cookbooks around him. Other keepers of the word moved with ritual slowness, acolytes bent like penitents over scrolls, so ancient their edges crumbled at a breath, their quills scratching out urgent copies before entropy claimed the originals further along green-tinged luminescence. Bathed the faces of those communing with crystal and data, stacks their fingers dancing across glowing keys, like priests performing some arcane rite. All sounds blended into a low symphony of devotion. The rustle of fragile pages, the drone of machinery older than the Imperium itself, the occasional dry cough muffled by a robed sleeve. Even the air seemed thick, with reverence pressing against Jarth's skin like a second robe. His task today sat uneasily in his mind, a stone in the boot of his thoughts, the Alpha Legion, that most elusive of horrors. Their name felt dangerous even to shape in the silence of this sacred place, like invoking some profane saint from the forgotten corners of the Imperial Creed. They were phantoms haunting the margins of history's ghosts, who slipped between the lines of every campaign record and after-action report. As he moved deeper into the stacks where the light grew thinner, and the dust lay undisturbed for centuries, the familiar titles gave way to more obscure references, treatises on warp madness. Nestled alongside accounts of xeno-civilizations that shouldn't exist, data slugs documenting century-long sieges, pressed against scrolls detailing troop morale and forgotten garrison. Worlds his fingers trailed along the spines of massive codices, each bound in leather tougher than ceramite, until his hands stilled between two monolithic volumes, their titles long since faded into illegibility. There, tucked away like a secret behind them, lay a small data crystal unmarked and furred with dust, it seemed. Almost a cower in its hiding place, afraid of the light his breath caught. As he reached for it, feeling the sharp edges bite into his palm, unsettled by how cold it remained despite the years. It must have lain nestled between its larger siblings. Glancing over his shoulder, he half expected to see the stern visage of Master Chronicler Vorlis glowering disapproval, but only shadow met his gaze, shifting slightly in the draft from some unseen crevice. He moved to a nearby console, its surface pitted with age. Slotted the crystal home, ancient machinery awoke, with a reluctant whine flickering to life in stuttering bursts of emerald light. The glow spread, washing over worn stone and dancing across ceiling frescoes depicting long-dead librarians in contemplation for several heartbeats. The screen remained stubbornly dark, then letters burned into existence, sharp and sudden as a blade thrust. Notes on the Alpha Legion by librarian Jonah Varus. The words declared their starkness at odds with the surrounding whispers of history. The text unfolded before him line by relentless line. The text spoke of a legion birthed in twilight during the fading embers of the Unification Wars, the last of the emperors. 20 sons dragged screaming into existence, not amid fanfare and gleaming banners, but in secrecy and misdirection. Unlike their brother legions, the Alpha Legion never marched beneath open skies. Their heraldry stayed, shrouded, their numbers purposefully lean, a mere few thousand, where others counted tens of thousands. Jarth leaned closer, feeling the console's chill seep through his robes. The screen's glow cast his face in sickly hues as Varus words unraveled mysteries like threads from a burial shroud. They were not meant to break fortress gates, but minds not to slay armies, but certainty itself. Operative cells moved like poisoned needles through the body, Imperial appearing as loyalists bearing immaculate credentials, only to vanish after civil wars ignited from nothing. Operatives infiltrated cult hierarchies, twin brother plotting against twin across 100 worlds, never present enough to be remembered, always gone before the true scope of their work could be grasped. The Hydra Legion, Varus wrote its symbol, no mere affectation, but a living philosophy. Strike one head, and two more emerge elsewhere, their primarch's very identity obscured by rumor and counter-rumor. Was he Alpharius or Omgon, or a myth woven from both? Console hummed louder, as if protesting the secrets it divulged. Frost began creeping along its edges, though Jarth felt no cold in the air. A particularly vehement passage caught his eye. Accounts from the Cherok compliance spoke of Imperial generals receiving orders in the Emperor's own cipher, only to later discover no such orders had been issued. Rebellion gutted from within by Phantom, command's whole sectors plunged into strife by falsiflag operations, so perfect they still appeared in official records. As tragic misunderstandings, Jarth's throat tightened, the air suddenly too thick as Varus, notes grew fragmented, more desperate the Legion's genocide. The librarian posited displayed strange anomalies, not corruption precisely, but divergence reacting unpredictably to standard psychoconditioning, as though the Emperor himself had tweaked their fundamental design patterns emerging from fragmented battle reports, suggested capabilities bordering on prescient strike forces, appearing exactly where enemy morale was weakest, supply lines crumbling under inexplicable coincidences, exact words echoing in the minds of targets days before assassins struck Varus. Tone shifted here, the text blurring, as if viewed through smoke. Speculation only, of course, but considering their mastery of disguise, would they even need demonic packs to walk among us unseen? Final paragraphs dissolved into scratched-out lines and frantic marginalia, one phrase repeating like a death rattle: strategic preservation, until the word stopped mid-sentence. The screen flared once, then died, plunging the alcove back into gloom. Jarth sat frozen, the crystal's chill lingering in his palm. His eyes rose to the labyrinth of shelves towering around him, suddenly menacing in their silent judgment. How many other truths lay buried here in plain sight between treatises on crop rotation and stellar cartography? The great leather-bound volumes seemed to lean inward, their spines creaking softly with malice or warning. He became acutely aware of the librarius's heartbeat, the rustle of pages, the hum of machines, the distant scratch of quills, all weaving into a tapestry of quiet that now felt less like sanctuary and more like a held breath. The storm's fury beyond the windows felt suddenly preferable to this perfect stillness, heavy with things unsaid. Closing his eyes, Jarth saw ghost legions moving through the stacks there. Footfalls silent on dust that remembered nothing, faces shifting between familiar scribes and strangers, before dissolving like ink in water when he looked again. Nothing had changed, the pale light still drifted, the dust still danced, but the silence now hummed with absence. The shadows between shelves yawned wider, the chill in his bones had little to do with the fortress's ancient stones. The fire in Larian's hearth sighed low, as another log crumbled into embers, his gaze distant, now fixed on some middle distance, where past and future blurred. The storm outside redoubled its assault, rattling the leaded glass like a beggar pleading entry, while within the librarius held its breath, wrapped in dust and ghosts, and the terrible weight of knowing how much would never be known. The Alpha Legion existed from the very start, as a blade slipped between the ribs of the newborn Imperium, a weapon whose very purpose seemed written in shadows and whispers, while the other legions blazed across the galaxy like comets of righteous fire. Their armor gleaming, their banners held high, the Alpha Legion simply vanished. For decades, they slipped from the chronicles of the Great Crusade as surely as smoke vanishes into a storm-laden sky. No grand musters or declarations of compliance to mark their passage. When they did flicker at the edges of official records, it was as phantoms, fragments of reports hastily redacted, the barest glimpses of unadorned armor glimpsed in the aftermath of rebellions crushed before they could draw breath. Where a planetary governor grew too arrogant, too ambitious, he might be found dead in his chambers, the official missives regarding his demise scrubbed clean of any detail, leaving only a chilling void where explanation should reside. They became the monster under the bed of the expanding Imperium, a half-whispered legend stitched together from rumor and unease. The Ghost Legion. Warriors without heraldry who could bleed into the ranks of other expeditions, adopting colors not their own, their presence only betrayed by events too precise, too perfectly timed to be accidents of war. Jareth's brow furrowed as he read, fingers tightening unconsciously on the edge of the console, picturing the churn of unease such apparitions must have sown. Battle brothers from another legion arriving unannounced, their armor bearing unfamiliar subtle alterations, their answers evasive yet sanctioned by fragments of encrypted authority. Commanders demanding clarification from Terra received only terse, clipped replies imbued with a finality that brooked no further inquiry, the kind of silence thick with secrets deemed unfit for common comprehension. It unsettled him, this calculated disregard for the proud openness of the Astartes. His own legion, the Crimson Fists, stood as unbreakable bulwarks in the Emperor's light, champions who met corruption head-on with bolter and blade. Yet here, woven into the fabric of those early, fragile decades, was an entirely different breed of transhuman warriors who saw truth not in glorious charge or unyielding defense, but in the lie perfectly tailored. The dagger slipped unseen between guarding plates. It felt alien, almost heretical in its disdain for martial honor, and yet there was a cold pragmatism to it, a logic as sharp and sterile as a surgeon's scalpel. The Imperium in those days was a precarious artifice, stretched thin across a million stars, its foundations riddled with the rot of old night remnants. What better tool to excise such cancers than a legion born not to wage war in the light, but to become the very darkness festering within the enemy's own heart. They functioned as the Imperium's hidden immune system, a silent purge against nascent treacheries, their very anonymity a weapon. Rebellions died before the first voxcry of defiance could echo, conspiracies unraveled in their infancy, their architects vanishing without a whisper of protest from redacted archives. If they operated as these spectral ghosts of imperial recollection, it explained the suffocating secrecy that clung to them even within the highest echelons of power, a legion existing as much as myth as flesh and ceramic. Yet such methods, Jareth mused, the console's pallid glow etching deep shadows across his face as he scrolled further, could only carry them so far into the Crusade's swelling tide. As the borders of imperial space hardened, there arose a desperate hunger for visible might banners held high above fortress worlds, heroes whose very presence could turn the tides of open battle through the sheer radiant force of their legend. The Alpha Legion, wraith-like and faceless, offered no inspiring figurehead for populations freshly brought into compliance. Moreover, the tools they had wielded with lethal precision in the shadows were being honed by others, the Officio Assassinorum, perfecting the art of the single, surgical kill. The Securitas Consensus, weaving its web of informants and data agents. The Custodes standing as unbreakable guardians at the Emperor's very threshold. Where did that leave a legion built upon anonymity and misdirection? Perhaps some accounts whispered, the Alpha Legion's very independence, their instinctive aversion to direct command structures, made them an increasing liability to the Crusade's rigid hierarchy. How does one command a shadow? Rebuke it for failing to adhere to parade ground formations. This theoretical isolation hung thick in the air until the record, fragmented as ever, spoke of Primarch Alfreus's discovery on the fringe world of Nurth. Triumph was proclaimed, of course parades choked Terran skies with devotional incense, endless ceremonies marked the last sun's triumphal return. Yet as Jareth read, a chill seeped through the fervor. There was a starkness to these descriptions, a ceremonial distance devoid of warmth. The Emperor, so the fragments alluded, spent scant time with his newest son before dispatching him to his command, a transaction devoid of the paternal gravity bestowed upon earlier Primarchs. And then the record fractured. A single cryptic phrase glitched across the screen, Alfreus Omgan, some hidden lemma in the data flow, some scribe's whisper caught between synaptic purge cycles. The text reluctantly yielded its secret. Alfreus was not alone. A twin, Omgan, two minds, two bodies, mirroring one another with such terrifying perfection that even their own legion could not always discern who walked among them. They shared more than blood, a seamless unity of thought, a talent for strategy woven through with deception so profound, it seemed a singular intellect had fractured itself across two vessels. To the Imperium at large, Alfreus stood alone, a Primarch like any other. Within the Alpha Legion, both brothers were Alfreus, both were Omgan, a duality concealed so meticulously it gnawed at the edges of Jareth's comprehension. The Emperor knew the text implied, yet whether this was design or cosmic happenstance was swallowed by dust-laden time. The Alpha Legion, those masters of deception above whom no shadow had ever truly lurked, found in their genocide not one, but two paragons embodying their most alien qualities. Here was a beings who grasped the Legion's essence not as aberrant, but as purest expression. Under Alfreus Omgan's guidance, the Alpha Legion emerged from its self-imposed exile from the narrative of conquest, stepping blinking into the harsh light of the Great Crusade's zenith. No longer content to be phantoms, they wove their shadowcraft into the fabric of open war. It was here the Hydra unfurled its many heads, the symbol replacing any previous iconography, a perfect encapsulation of their doctrine: strike from all directions, survive through division, thrive in the chaos of misdirection. Even arrayed for battle alongside their brother legions, they remained an unsettling enigma. 10,000 warriors became 100,000 in the enemy's terrified reports, their true strength perpetually occluded by illusion and feint. They attacked where they appeared weakest, retreated where they seemed strongest, baiting foes into traps disguised as routes, turning orderly lines of battle into churning maelstroms where confusion reigned and the Alpha Legion struck from everywhere at once. To observe them was to witness not a legion but a sentient labyrinth, its walls shifting mid-assault. Their methods bred an intoxicating cocktail of admiration and revulsion. Robot Guilliman, whose heart beat in rhythm with order and logistical precision, despised their convoluted stratagems, condemning the Testra Prime campaign as wanton cruelty disguised as tactics. There, the Alpha Legion had encircled an entrenched enemy force not to overwhelm them, but to methodically dismantle them piecemeal over agonizing weeks, a slow scalpel cut avoidance of direct engagement. Guilliman deemed a perversion of the Astartes' purpose. To Alfreus Omgan, however, it was perfect efficiency. Why expend resources on a frontal assault when terror and isolation could achieve the same end without risking a single legionary unnecessarily? Horus, ever the strategist above the moralist, saw only utility. The War Master granted the Alpha Legion unprecedented autonomy, a freedom they wielded to spectacular effect worlds that might have bled entire expeditionary fleets dry folded like parchment under the relentless pressure of guile and preemptive annihilation hidden within honeyed words of compliance. Theirs was a language of silent knives and rigged explosives, fear wielded like a surgeon's tool to excise resistance before it could form. And yet it was never enough for them to win. They had to unmake. Compliance wasn't secured through superiority, but through the total annihilation of the enemy's will, through proving the utter futility of defiance. They pioneered tactics they termed harrowings, assaults that were less military engagements than existential unravelings. Their predations began long before the first bolter-barked agents seated like poison in the enemy's ranks whispering dissent, data looms infected with kill codes, supply depots detonating with suspiciously clockwork precision. By the time the Legion descended visibly from the void, the victim was already a corpse twitching on the slab. Jareth's blood cooled as he read of the Peridian Gap, a region of drifting asteroids and isolated colonistations, whose strategic value seemed incongruent with the force visited upon it. The Alpha Legion moved through the void like phantoms, stations falling silent not with the fury of assault, but with an eerie, echoing absence, no wreckage, no cries over vox channels, just emptiness punctuated by static. Survivors, if any were ever found, spoke of nightmares given form armored figures materializing from air vents or dormant machinery, slaughter conducted in perfect silence before the assailants melted back into the void without trace. Neighboring systems received panicked, fragmentary astropathic screeds that dissolved into psychic shrieks mid-transmission, as if the sender had been plucked from existence mid-thought. The official reports from the Crusades' leadership were maddeningly devoid of detail, sanitized to the point of farce, speaking only of pacification operations, so efficient they left no trace but ghost stories whispered in the black. It was this propensity for excess, for elevating cruelty to an art form, that curdled the respect their results engendered. The reckoning was inevitable. 2 years before the galaxy would tear itself asunder in the heresy's opening salvo, the record spoke of Alpharius and Omgan standing beneath the baleful stars of a nameless rock at the galaxy's ragged edge, awaiting a visitornaut of the Imperium. John Grammaticus, a name that tasted of falsehood, emissary to a cabal of xenos seers whose vision pierced the veil of time, bearing poisoned truths meant for Primarch ears. Jareth paused, fingers hovering above the data rune that would drag him deeper into the tale, feeling the oppressive weight of ruins not yet fallen pressing down around him. The console's glow felt colder now, the shadows in the scriptorium suddenly thicker, alive with imagined whispers. He hesitated, dread pooling in his gut like liquid lead-in red-on. The console's pale light flickered like a dying star across the weary lines of Jareth's face, as he turned the page, ink, and dust weaving together to form words that seemed to bleed from the ancient parchment. He could almost smell the desolation of End's twilight plains, that vast, hollow expanse where shadows stretched like twisted fingers under a bleeding soon as his mind conjured the twin silhouettes of Alpharius and Omgan standing shoulder to shoulder, their armor gleaming dully beneath indifferent skies. John Grammaticus' voice would have cut through that silence, sharp as a poisoned blade as he unfurled the Cabal's tapestry of damnation. Jareth felt the weight settle on his own shoulders as the prophecy coiled through the text. The coming tempest of the Horus heresy, the fork in fate's road revealed in cold, merciless clarity. Victory for the Emperor meant a slow strangulation, 1,000 years of rot, the Imperium choking on its own stagnation, until chaos slithered in to feast on the carcass. But Horus' triumph, annihilation, yes, a burning of the galaxy so absolute not even embers would remain but in that conflagration. Chaos itself would starve, severed forever from the psychic wells of humanity. The chill that crept down Jareth's spine wasn't born of terror, but of understanding's same frost that had encased the hearts of the twin Primarchs as they gazed upon that abyss. To serve the Imperium demanded betrayal. To honor the Emperor required heresy. Such was the jagged logic that pierced their loyalty, turning devotion into a weapon aimed at their own souls. They would kneel to Horus not for ambition or spite, but because they'd peered into the future and seen only two monstrous truths. Jareth's fingers traced the ragged edge of the parchment, imagining the silence between the twins before their decision calcified into action. A calculated damnation, a wager with existence itself. If the Emperor would choose extinction over slow corruption, and they believed he would, then the Alpha Legion's duty was to ensure that terrible choice was realized, even if it meant draping themselves in the traitor's mantle. They would become monsters to slay monsters, damning their names so that chaos might one day burn. Their cry echoed in Jareth's mind as he read on, for the Emperor. That twisted benediction roared from the throats of Alpha Legionnaires as they butchered brothers on Istvan V, while loyalists' eyes widened with horror at the sacrilege. What madness, what cruel mockery! It for the twins, it was a sacred oath, a catechism carved into their bones. This duality clung to them like battlefield ash. Every honor they desecrated, every world they shattered in Horus' name, was enacted in service to a master they would never again see. And when the Dropsite massacre unfolded, skies raining fire, the earth cracked with betrayal. The Alpha Legion moved with a unity that sang of cold precision. Jareth saw Rogel Dorn's face in his mind's eye, the Praetorians' trust curdling to ash as the trap snapped shut. Alpharius, web of lies and whispers, had drawn the salamanders, iron hands, and raven guard into that slaughter ground like lambs into a charnel pit. The Alpha Legion didn't brawl in the mud with World Eater savagery or revel in the debauchery of the Emperor's children. Nathi dissected the loyalist resistance with the methodical detachment of surgeons, severing communications, disrupting battle lines, sowing discord with whispers timed to the millisecond. By the time Ferrus Manus fell, his molten hands still clutching for Fulgrim's throat, the legions were already broken shells fleeing into the poisoned rubble. Yet the massacre was but the first note in their symphony of deceit. As the heresy unfurled its wings across the stars, the Alpha Legion seeped into loyalist space like smoke through cracked armor agents, with 1,000 faces whispering treason into governors' ears, falsifying orders to send fleets careening into dead ends, infiltrating armories to shatter supply lines moments before battle commenced. They didn't conquer worlds, they hollowed them out, leaving faith to fester into doubt. On Deliverance, Corax's desperate bid to rebuild his shattered legion became grist for their most insidious ploy. Alpha Operative blended into the Raven Guard's ranks like serpents among fledglings, tainting the Emperor's own genetic legacy, until Corax's new warriors clawed their way from tubes as twisted horrors. The schism that followed the Kayavaran uprising, stoked by false Raven Guard turncoats, left Deliverance a graveyard of trust and hope. Even Fabius Bile, that architect of atrocity, received only crumbs of their stolen knowledge when Alpharius deigned to share. None held the Legion's full confidence, for their allegiance coiled around its own unknowable axis. When the Cabal returned, seeking to rein them in, Omgun's reply rang with sharp defiance. The Alpha Legion bows to no alien oracle, not to Horus, not even to chaos itself. Their betrayal was a blade forged in a crucible none, but the twins could comprehend that solitude left them isolated, even among traitors. Horus' eyes narrowed at their efficiency, sensing the lie beneath their service even as he wielded them to devastating effect. Jareth's vision swam with the next Pasageth blockade at Kondax. Here, the Legion's mastery of deception shone brightest. White scars, that tempest of a legion, sheathed in ignorance as the Alpha Legion laced the void around their fleet with suffocating silence. Jagatai Khan paced his command deck like a caged storm, unaware of the galaxy tearing itself apart. The Pillion arrays stole whispers from the stars, leaving only curated lies drip through rigged comms buoys. Omgun's strike on Tenra 950A masterstroke of false flag-slit trickles of truth escape, just enough to bait the Khan into reckless motion. And when Dorn's desperate summons finally pierced the jamming return to Terra, the storm is upon us. The white scars ignited their engines. Alpharius would meet them in the void, harrying their flanks not to destroy, but to delay, to bleed their speed in 1,000 skirmishes engineered to keep the Khan's fury far from Terra's gates. Yet with every victory came deeper shadow. The infiltration, the sabotage, the turning of brother against brotherate all carried the stink of the very corruption they'd sworn to eradicate. Jareth traced the words like wounds. Their tactics reeked of Tzinch's labyrinthine schemes, their whispers echoed Slaanesch's seductive lies. To outplay the great enemy, they danced ever closer to becoming its mirror, a reflection that, in the end, might be all that remained. When the heresy crumbled and Horus fell, the Alpha Legion didn't scatter like legions drunk on chaos. They melted back into the void, their ultimate gambit unanswered, their sacrifice unrecorded. Had they failed? Had the Cabal's prophecy been flawed, a poison gift from aliens content to watch humanity's demise? Or were they even now moving in the darkness, still playing a game whose board spanned millennia? The tome felt heavier in Jareth's hands, its pages thick with unresolved endings. The console hummed, a low thrum that vibrated in his teeth as he stared into the dim archive beyond. This, then, was the paradox scorched into the Legion's soul, that in their quest to protect the Imperium from chaos, they had embraced methods indistinguishable from the foe, transforming themselves into whispers and daggers, and half-truths, a nightmare wrapped in the armor of saviors. And if Jareth closed his eyes, he could still see the plains of Istvan, the blood of brothers pooling in mud, while Alpharius and Omgun stood resolute in their damnation, crying their twisted loyalty to an emperor who would never know the truth, the cold weight of sacrifice crushing them beneath its heel. Their legacy wasn't written in victories or defeats, but in shadow sand, in the endless, echoing question of whether the price they paid was worth the flicker of hope they sought. The galaxy, after all, still burned. And the Alpha Legion, they walked on, eternal ghosts in a war without end. their tragedy etched into every star they blighted in the name of salvation. The void beyond Shandak hung heavy with unspoken tension, as the White Scar's fleet drifted like silver leaves upon an invisible current, their engines humming with restrained power that vibrated through every deck plate and command throne. Across the star-speckled darkness, the Alpha Legion's flotilla materialized not with thunderous broadsides or challenge flares, but with the dreadful silence of predators encircling prey, their sleek vessels bleeding from the gloom as though coalesced from shadow itself. Every attempt by Jagatai Khan's Vox officers to pierce that silence met only hollow static, a mocking void where dialogue should have lived, leaving the halls of the Scar's flagship echoing with the hollow clicks of dying transmissions. The Alpha Legion didn't blockade. They haunted, their ships gliding with infuriating precision to intersect every calculated jump trajectory the Khan plotted, drifting across potential egress vectors like storm clouds blotting out starlight. It was a dance of razors performed in absolute silence, the psychological weight of those unpainted hulls pressing upon the Scar's bridge crews, until even the Khan's legendary composure frayed at the edges, his knuckles whitening around the arms of his command throne as he watched hololith projections flicker with aver-shifting formations designed not to destroy, but to corral. When he finally ordered the Arrowhead formation, that ancient Chagorian hunting, which translated to Void Warfareth Alpha Legion's countermove, was neither salvo nor scramble, but an almost deliberate yielding, their battlecruisers sliding aside like dark tides parting before a prow, their absence of resistance more unsettling than any fusillade. The mystery of that manufactured escape clung to Imperial tacticians for decades, dissected in whispered conclaves where men traced fleet movements on glowing star charts and wondered whether this hollow victory had been gift or gambit, whether the Khan's Stormbreak exit had been engineered by Alpha intention rather than White Scar prowess. That same calculated malice found sharper teeth in the swirling ochre depths of the Alax's Nebula, where stellar gases coiled like poison in the veins of a dying god. Here, the Alpha Legion didn't merely fight the sculpted despair. Lemon Russ's fleet drifted wounded among the asteroid fields, their hulls still scarred from Prospero's pyre, the Wolf King himself stalking the trembling decks of the Hraphical, with eyes like smoldering coals in a face gone gaunt from defeat's bitter toll. The ambush unfolded not as battle, but as cruel theater, strike craft bleeding from behind nebulous curtains to pepper Wolflord escorts with pinpoint lance strikes before dissolving back into the murk, boarding pods detonating against hull plating at random intervals to keep the wolves sleep-deprived and twitch-gunned. Russ's warriors, born for roaring charges and axes on glory, found themselves slashing at phantoms, their battle cries swallowed by the uncaring void, while Alpha Legion assassins flitted through their lower decks like cold drafts, severing comms lines and poisoning recirculation vents. When the Wolf King's distress call finally crackled through the warp, it carried not a sovereign's command, but the wrath-throated desperation of a cornered beast sound that gave even Jagatai Khan momentary pause upon receipt. But Alfreus had already foreseen this fragile thread of brotherhood. His agents had spent weeks spinning lies like silken poison, contaminating astropathic choirs with visions of space wolf betrayal, ensuring the Scars would parse Russ's plea through a lens of suspicion thick enough to paralyze response. By the time Russ realized no aid would come, the boarding torpedoes were already screaming through the Hraphical's buckling void shields, their payloads not mere legionaries, but Alfreus himself wrapped in Terminator plate dark as frozen blood, ascending through the ruptured decks with his pale spear glinting like a sliver of dead star. Their duel echoed through corridors choked with fallen wolves and dying alphas, a wordless ballet of spite where Russ's Frostblade met Alfreus's fluid parries in sprays of molten ceramite, the Wolf King's exhaustion warring against his Geneforged wrath, while the Hydra-headed Primarch fought with the eerie precision of a man executing choreography rehearsed millennia prior. Only the thunderous arrival of the Dark Angels broke the deadly rhythm, their fleet slicing through the nebula like a dagger through smoke, guns blazing with incarnadine fury that forced Alfreus to melt away once more, leaving Russ kneeling amidst the wreckage of his bridge, howling curses at shadows. But Hydra's coils tightened inexorably toward their final constriction. Pluto's moons hung like pallid sentinels in the freezing dark, their ice-sheathed surfaces glinting beneath the sickly radiance of a dying sun. Here, beneath the whispering static of astropathic relays that thrummed with 10,000 screaming messages, Rogel Dorn's defenders stood entrenched in fortifications that mirrored their masters' Resolva bastions of plasteel and faith, where Imperial fists checked auspex arrays with clockwork regularity, unaware that Alfreus moved among the blind spots like ink in water. Strike was elegance distilled to violence, teleport flares camouflaged within solar winds, Terminator squads materializing inside sterilization chambers, their stealth fields flickering off like dying stars as combat blades slid from sheaths. Dorn met this creeping death not with panic, but with tectonic certainty. His Huskarls die-casting kill zones in the corridors, while Archamus, bleeding from a dozen wounds, stumbled toward the central relay chamber with data slates clattering from numb fingers. When the twin Primarchs finally stood face to face in the shuddering heart of the command nexus, between them lay not merely yards of deck plating, but the abyss of ideologies forged in Terra's birthing Firesdorn's amber eyes burning with betrayed fury, Alpharius's visage hidden behind a helm styled after some arcane leviathan. Their clash was the grinding of continental plates, Dorn's chainsword a roaring engine of destruction falling with the inevitability of asteroid impact, Alpharius's spear a silver blur seeking weaknesses in fortifications that had never known breach. Blood slicked the Dectaran red mingling, with something darker, thicker-until Archamus's dying intervention shattered the deadlock, his faltering lunge opening Alpharius's guard for the fraction Dorn required. The severing of the pale spears half-echoed like a starship breaking void, the follow-up strike cleaving through Alpharius's gorget with a wet crunch that silenced the chamber. In that moment, light years distant aboard a nameless ghost ship drifting in the Uit cloud, Omgan screamed at a sound that burst synapse relays and scrambled voxcasters as the severed half of their twin soul extinguished, leaving him alone in a skull suddenly cavernous with absence. From the ashes of that severance, a new Alpha Legion coiled into being, helmed now by a ghost wearing his brother's skin, their subsequent attacks against loyalist supply lines carrying the twitchy precision of automatons wound too tight. At Yant they harried the scars not to conquer, but to consume time. At Talern they bled the wolves not for victory, but to stall destiny itself, each strike perfunctory and hollow beneath the echoing cry of, for the Emperor, a mantra uttered with lips twisted by something that might have been irony or grief. And as the heresy gasped its last upon Terra's burning soil, the Alpha Legion didn't flee weeping to the eye like their traitor kin. They folded into the galaxy's dark corners like living ciphers, their departing silhouette a question mark etched in void-black armor, leaving Archamus's last transcribed words hanging in Imperial archives like a half-remembered epitaph. They fought like men who mourned what they had become. The Alpha Legion slipped into the unknown reaches of the galaxy like smoke through grasping fingers, leaving behind a constellation of unanswered questions that festered in the Imperial soul like shrapnel wounds. Each enigma burned colder the longer it lingered, radiating unease through the high corridors of power, where strategists traced phantom movements across star charts gone dark. He looked down, the faint amber glow of the data crystal casting his hands in sepulchre light, as he continued to parse its secrets each fragmented sentence, a breadcrumb leading deeper into a forest of half-truths. Recent records on the Legion didn't so much end as fray into static, dissolving into a cacophony of contradictory whispers. Some outpost logs claimed they'd traveled east beyond the Astronomican's reach, vanishing into the fractal edges of forgotten galactic arms, where even the Emperor's light grew thin. Others spoke of them haunting the skeletal remains of dead empires, pursuing objectives known only to their hydra-headed masters through methods that made even veteran inquisitors shudder. Did they cling to some perverse interpretation of the Emperor's ancient will, warped through 10,000 years of subterfuge? Or had that original rebellion begun as twisted sacrament finally calcified into genuine heresy, their ensignoble ends now drowned in the means required to pursue them? Among these fractured chronicles, one engagement burned with unnatural Claritithe Battle of Escador, less a campaign than a surgical strike into the Imperium's collective nightmares. Here, beneath skies choked with ash from burning forests, the Alpha Legion's post-heresy legacy crystallized in blood and betrayal, revealing both their fearsome resilience and the fault lines running through their fractured purpose. Escador itself seemed conjured from some primeval dream of Warfaria, jagged cradle of razorback mountains split by valleys, so dense with carnivore vines and spore thickets that daylight died before reaching the moss-lit ground. Perfect terrain for the Phantom Legion, if indeed it was Alpharius still pulling their strings from the shadows, and how they'd moved not as soldiers but as manifestations of the landscape itself, dissolving into mist-shrouded ridges only to coalesce behind ultramarine patrols with blades already wet. Ambush became art form, every snapped twig potentially a detonator, every cave mouth a gun emplacement waiting to exhale fire. Yet Robot Guilliman, paragon of order, brought his own terrible geometry to the dance. Where the Legion flowed like Mercury, the Lord of Ultramar advanced like tectonic certain-time methodical, relentless, employing stratagems so precisely articulated they could have been etched in marble. The stalemate that followed was a duel of mirrored minds. Alpharius, or was it Omgan, knew every play from Guilliman's fabled tome of war, could anticipate each battalion's pivot and feint as if reading from sheet music. Guilliman, that master of reinvention, shattered his own doctrine like glass. Without warning, he spearheaded a night assault so reckless it bordered on berserker fury, driving his elite deep into the Serpent's Nest, where logic dictated no commander would dare venture. The gamble tore the Legion's carefully woven net Ultramarines, breached their inner sanctum, cornering the Primarch's forces in the Valley of Echoes, where sheer cliffs became executioners' walls. Outnumbered 5-1, their Primarch's banner flickering beneath the soot-stained sky, doom seemed inevitable. Then came the death that changed everything. Whether Alfreus fell or Omgon perished in his brother's place mattered less than the rupture it caused in reality's fabric. When Guilliman's blade found its mark, sundering the Primarch's battle plate in a spray of arterial crimson, the shockwave wasn't of despair but ignition. Instead of scatteringers, even the most disciplined lines might when beheaded the Alpha Legion detonated. Counterattacking with a ferocity that blurred the line between courage and suicide, they hammered the Ultramarines with such frenzied precision that Guilliman himself ordered orbital saturation, rather than risk his veterans being swarmed by these fanatics who fought like men already dead. The bombardment turned valleys into kilns, scouring flesh and stone alike with holy promethium. Yet when the fires died, the Legion wasn't ashes but ember-scattered, yes, but burning hotter in their isolation. What emerged from Escador's pyre wasn't a broken force but a Hydra reborn in fractal form. Warbands splintered into autonomous cells, each a self-contained echo of the greater whole, perfectly disciplined, utterly lethal, connected by invisible threads of ideology only they could navigate. Some vanished into asteroid belts, hollowing out planetoids into labyrinthine strongholds that drifted like tombs between the stars. Others infested derelict space hulks, their decks reeking of corroded metal and poorly contained warp drives, becoming nomadic citadels of conspiracy. More still burrowed into radiation-blasted rocks the Imperium had catalogued and forgotten millennia ago, worlds so lifeless they didn't warrant a footnote in administratum ledgers. From these blighted nests, the tendrils spread some warbands launching piracy operations, so precise they seemed like black ops performed by ghosts. Others planting insurrectionist seeds across compliant worlds, with the patience of gardeners cultivating poison orchids. Their warfare became a macabre symphony conducted without a score. Planetary governors would wake to find their garrisons gutted, not by invading armies, but by their own household troops who'd spent years absorbing Alpha doctrine, whispered in their sleep. Rebellions would flare with impossible coordination on 12 separate fronts, only for the Legion's agents to vanish days before Imperial reinforcements arrived, leaving fractured populations to drown in retribution. The Ordo Malus burned entire hive cities trying to excise their influence, only to later discover the infection had been a Russia feint to divert resources from some darker plot unfolding light years away. High Lords proclaimed the Hydra decapitated after each whispered victory, yet the heads kept multiplying, the Alpha Legion's presence less an invading force than a recurring nightmare haunting the Imperium's twilight hours. What chilled the blood wasn't just their methods, but their relationship to the very corruption they exploited. Unlike the Death Guard, bloated with Nurgle's gifts, or the Word-bearers proselytizing with warp-born fire, the Alpha Legion remained eerily clean. No mutations twisted their ranks, no demon engines roared in their vanguard. They traveled the stars in real space vessels, avoiding the eye's baleful glare, their tactics reliant on mortal cunning rather than hellish pacts. Some scholars, this hinted at latent loyalty or refusal to fully consummate their heresy, as if part of them still knelt before the Golden Throne. To others, it was supreme arrogance, the conviction that they alone could navigate the galaxy's chaos without becoming its slaves. Yet this very ambiguity became their sharpest weapon. Were they treacherous allies enacting some unfathomable endgame for mankind's salvation? Or chaos worshippers so subtle even the dark gods didn't realize they were being used? The question coiled around every engagement, every intercepted missive, every mangled survivor's testimony. A legion without allegiance, motive, or face-only masks beneath masks, each reflecting whatever fear the observer brought to the glass. In the Librarium's cryptquiet, Jareth felt the narrative seep into him like underground water. The consoles around him hummed a funeral dirge of processed data, rows upon rows of leather-bound tomes pressing close like mourners at a wake. He devoted cyclists perhaps months to collating these accounts, cross-referencing battles and vanishings, and heretical proclamations that always seemed to evaporate under scrutiny. Each revelation about the Legion didn't illuminate, it refracted, scattering meaning into prismatic noise. Their cruelty was well-documented. Entire planets driven to cannibalism through engineered famines, space marine chapters lured into fratricidal clashes by forged orders, but the why dissolved upon examination. Some warbands fought with irreligious fervor, their battle cries invoking the Emperor even as they slaughtered his servants. Others preached liberation from imperial tyranny, their rhetoric a funhouse mirror of the very revolutions Guilliman had once crushed during the Great Crusade. and a few seemed motivated by nothing but exquisite, self-perpetuating spite of chaos, not as deity, but as aesthetic. Closing the final dossier felt less like completing research than abandoning it. The consoles dimmed around him, their glow withdrawing like tidewater, leaving him stranded in sudden darkness. He could almost hear them thin susurrus of Hydra voices in the librarium's vaulted heights, their footfalls woven into the rustle of turning pages. Every shadow between the stacks seemed alive with coiled potential. Jareth knew, intellectually, the chamber's security protocols could vaporize any intruder in milliseconds. Yet intellect faltered before the chill creeping up his spine before the irrational certainty that something had been watching him parse their secrets, patient as bedrock. Standing, he let his gaze travel the endless shellvest, some of his chapters hoarded knowledge, victories and failures bound in ceramite cases and parchment sheathed in human skin. So many stories meant to arm the mind against history's repetitions. But the Alpha Legion's tale was no chronicle. It was a live wire, sparking and thrashing in his grip. They hadn't just survived the heresy they'd metastasized, embedding themselves in the Imperium's foundations like rot in Duracrete. Guilliman might have banished their Primarch from the mortal plane, yet in dying, Alfreus or Omgon had achieved a grim apotheosis. He'd become an idea, an eternal question mark hanging over every battlefield. The stillness deepened as Jareth moved toward the exit, footsteps swallowed by the gloom. Behind him, data crystals winked out one by one, their lights dying like closing eyes. He thought of Escador's burning valleys, of Ultramarines purging the last Alpha holdouts only to find corpses already stiff with something like serenity as if death were merely another deception to perfect. He recalled accounts of intercepted transmissions, years later, still signed with the Primarch's cipher. Most damning were the whispers from agents too deep to extract, claiming that Twin Helms still presided over hidden councils in unnamed star systems, their voices echoing with impossible synchrony. Reaching the archway, Jareth hesitated. The librarium's climate control kept every molecule in obedient order, yet he'd have sworn the air behind him stirred a phantom exhalation, carrying two words that should have been heresy, but rang with perverse sacrament: for the Emperor. The phrase followed him into the corridor beyond, clinging like a scent. That battle cry, always uttered with ambiguous inflection, was it devotion, mockery, some third thing not yet named by Imperial lexicons? He walked faster, battleplate joints whining in the silence. Normally, the fortress monastery's passages thrummed with the heartbeat of drills, barked orders, the hymn chant of servitors. Now only echoes. He wondered if they truly were echoes and not something else soft, sibilant, slithering. Perhaps the chill he felt wasn't fear, but proximity to an abyss that had been gazing back all along. The Alpha Legion's greatest victory, he realized, wasn't surviving. It was making survival indistinguishable from Hauntenginger. The Imperium would never stop seeing their reflection in every shadow, doubting every ally, flinching at every whisper of wind through abandoned halls. Guilliman had shattered them at Escador, yet turned their Primarch into myth. The Inquisition burned their strongholds only to plant fear like spores in the resultant ashes. To fight them was to feed them. To study them was to be slowly entwined in their narrative. Jareth understood now why his superiors had classified this archive maximum. The tannillage wasn't power here. It was infection. He didn't run. To run would acknowledge the thing breathing at his back. But as he turned the final corner toward the barracks' reassuring glow, the oath he muttered wasn't one of defiance, but quiet plea that no mission would ever send him hunting phantoms in the dark.